He was calm and extremely self-assured, piercing brown eyes that grabbed and wouldn't let go, penetrated deeply. He wore a shapeless gray suit with an open-neck white shirt that was wrinkled and dingy, brown Italian leather shoes. Another kind of killer, but a killer all the same, I was thinking. Gene Sterling had raised a very provocative question for me on our drive. What was the difference between the serial killers I had pursued in the past and the contract killers used by the CIA and Army? Did I think one of these sanctioned killers could actually be Jack of Jack and Jill? She did. She was certain that it was a possibility that needed to be checked out, and not just by her own people. I studied Clark as the two of us talked in a casual, sometimes even light-hearted manner. It wasn't the first time I'd conversed like that with a man who murdered for a living, with a mass murderer, so to speak. This killer, however, was allowed to go home nights to his family in Falls Church and lead what he described as a normal, rather guilt-free life. As Andrew Clark told me at one point, "I've never committed a crime in my life, Dr. Cross. Never got a speeding ticket." Then he laughed, a bit inappropriately, I thought. He laughed a little too hard. "What's so funny?" I asked him. "Did I miss something?" "You're what, 200 pounds, 6'4"? That about right?" "Pretty close," I told him. 6'3". A little under 200, but who's counting?" "Obviously I am, Detective. I'm grossly overweight and look out of shape, but I could take you out right here on the patio," he informed me. It was a disturbing observation on his part, provocatively stated. Whether or not he could do it, he needed to tell me. That was the way his mind worked. Good to know. He'd succeeded in shaking me up a little just the same, in making me extra cautious. "You might be surprised," I said to him, "but I'm not sure if I get the point you're trying to make." He laughed again, a tiny, unpleasant nose snort. Scary guy to drink lemonade with. "That's the point. I could, and I would, if it was asked of me by our country. That's what you don't get about the agency, and especially about men and women in my position," he said. "Help me to get it," I said. "I don't mean you should try to kill me here in the Sterling's backyard, but keep talking." His tight smile turned to a wide-open grin. "Not try. Trust me on that one." He was a truly scary man. He reminded me a little of a psychopathic killer named Gary Sonnegy. I had talked to Sonnegy just like this. Neither of them had much affect in their faces. Just this cold, fixed glare that wouldn't go away. Then sudden bursts of laughter. My skin was crawling. I wanted to get up from the table and leave. Clark stared at me for a long moment before he went on. I could hear Gene Sterling's kids inside the house, the refrigerator door opening and closing, ice tinkling against glass, birds whooping and twittering in background trees. It was a strange, strange scene, indescribably eerie for me. "There's one basic proposition in covert action. In subversion, sabotage, being better at it than the other guy. We can do anything we want." Clark said it very, very slowly, word by word. "And we often do. You're a psychologist and a homicide detective, right? What's your objective take on this? What are you hearing from me?" "No rules," I said to him. "That's what you're telling me. You live, you work, in a closed world that virtually isn't governed. You could say that your world is completely antisocial." He snorted a laugh again. "I was a decent student, I guess." "Not a fucking one of them. Once we're commissioned for a job, there are no rules. Not a one. Think about it." I definitely would think about it. I started right then and there. I considered the idea of Clouk trying to kill me, if our country asked him to. No rules. A world peopled by ghosts. And even scarier was that I could sense he believed every word he'd said. After I finished with Clouk, for that afternoon at least, I talked with Gene Sterling for a while more. We sat in an idyllic, multi-windowed sunroom that looked out on the idyllic backyard. The subject of conversation continued to be murder. I hadn't come down yet from my talk with the assassin, the ghost. "What did you think of our Mr. Clouk?" Gene asked me. "Disturbed me. Irritated me, scared the hell out of me," I admitted to her. "He's really unpleasant. Not nice. He's a jerk, too." "An incredible asshole," she agreed. Then she didn't say anything for a couple of seconds. "Alex, somebody inside the agency has killed at least 3 of our agents. That's one of the skeletons I've dug up so far in my time as inspector. It's an unsolved crime. The killer isn't Clouk, though. Andrew is actually under control. He isn't dangerous. Somebody else is. To tell you the complete truth, the Directorate of Operations has demanded that we bring in somebody from the outside on this. We definitely think one of our contract killers could be Jack. Who knows, maybe Jill is one of ours, too." I didn't talk for a moment, just listened to what Gene Sterling had to say. Jack and Jill came to the hill. Could Jack be a trained assassin? What about Jill? And then, why were they killing celebrities in Washington? Why had they threatened President Burns? My mind whirled around in great looping circles. I thought about all the possibilities, the connections, and also the disconnects. 2 renegade contract killers on the loose. It made as much sense as anything else I had heard so far. It explained some things about Jack and Jill for me, especially the absence of passion or rage in the murders. Why were they killing politicians and celebrities, though? Had they been commissioned to do the job? If so, by whom? To what end? What was their cause? Let me ask you a burning question, Jane. Something else has been bothering me since we got here. Go ahead, Alex. I want to try and answer all your questions, if I can, that is. Why did you bring him here to talk? Why take Andrew Clouk right into your own house? It was a safe place for the meeting, she said without any hesitation. She sounded so unbelievably certain when she said it. I felt a chill ease up my spine. Then Gene Sterling sighed loudly. She knew what I was getting at, what I was feeling as I sat inside her home. Alex, he knows where I live. Andrew Clouk could come here if he wanted to. Any of them can. I nodded and left it at that. I knew the feeling exactly. I lived with it. It was my single greatest fear as an investigator, my worst nightmare. They know where we live. They can come to our houses if they want to, any time they want to. Nobody was safe anymore. There are no rules. There are ghosts and human monsters. and they're very real in our lives, especially in my life. There was Jack and Jill. There was the Sojourner Truth School killer. Chapter 50. At a little past 7 the next morning, I sat across from Adele Finley and unloaded everything that I possibly could on her. I unloaded, period. Dr. Adele Finley had been my analyst for a half-dozen years, and I see her on an irregular basis, as needed, like right now. She's also a good friend. I was ranting and raving a little bit. This was the place for it, though. Maybe I want to leave the force. Maybe I don't want to be part of any more vile homicide investigations. Maybe I want to get out of Washington, or at least out of Southeast. Or maybe I want to trot down and see Kate McTiernan in West Virginia. Take a sabbatical at just about the worst possible time for one. "Do you really want to do any of those things?" Adele asked when I had finished, or at least had quieted down for a moment. "Or are you just venting?" "I don't know, Adele. Probably venting. There's also a woman I met whom I could become interested in." "She's married," I said and smiled. "I'd never do anything with a married woman, so she's perfectly safe for me. She couldn't be safer." I think I'm regressing. "You want an opinion on that, Alex?" "Well, I can't give you one." "You certainly have a lot on your plate, though." "I'm right smack in the middle of a very bad homicide investigation. 2 of them, actually. I just came off another particularly disturbing one. I think I can sort that part out for myself. But it's funny. I suspect that I still want to please my mother and father, and it can't be done. I can't get over the feeling of abandonment, can't intellectualize it. Sometimes I feel that both my parents died of a kind of terminal sadness, and that my brothers and I were part of their sorrow. I'm afraid that I have it, too. I think that my mother and father were probably as smart as I am, and that they must have suffered because of it. My mother and father had died in North Carolina at a very young age. My father had killed himself with liquor, and I hadn't really gotten over it. My mom died of lung cancer the year before my father. Nana Mama had taken me in when I was 9 years old. "You think sadness can be in the genes, Alex?" "I don't know what to think about that myself." "Did you see that New Yorker piece on twins by any chance? There's some evidence for the genes theory. Scary note for our profession." "Detective work?" I asked her. Adele didn't comment on my little joke. "Sorry," I said. Sorry. "You don't have to be sorry. You know how happy it makes me when you get any of your anger out." She laughed. We both did. I like talking to her because our sessions can bounce around like that. Laughter to tears, serious to absurd, truth to lies. Just about anything and everything that's bothering me. Adele Finley is 3 years younger than I am, but she's wise beyond her years, and maybe my years as well. Seeing her for a skull session works even better than playing the blues on my front porch. I talked some more, let my tongue wag, let my mind run free, and it felt pretty good. It's a wonderful thing to have somebody in your life whom you can say absolutely anything to. Not to have that is almost unthinkable to me. "Here's a connection I've made recently," I told Adele. "Maria is murdered. I grieve and I grieve, but I never come close to getting over the loss. Just like I've never gotten past the loss of my mother and father." Adele nods. "It's incredibly hard to find a soulmate." She knows. She's never been able to find one herself, which is sad. And it's hard to lose one, a soulmate. So, of course, now I'm petrified about losing anyone else whom I care deeply for. I shy away from relationships because they might end in loss. I don't leave my job with the police because that would be a kind of loss, too. But you're thinking about these things a lot now. All the time, Adele. Something's going to happen. Something has. We've run way over our time, Adele finally said. Good, I said, and laughed again. Some people turn on Comedy Central for a good laugh. I go to my shrink. Lots of hostility. How nice for you. I don't think you're regressing, Alex. I think you're doing beautifully. God, I love talking to you, I told her. Let's do this in a month or so when I'm really screwed up again. I can't wait, Adele said, and rubbed her small, thin hands together greedily. In the meantime, as Bart Simpson has said many times, don't have a cow, man.
This ends Disc 6. Jack and Jill, Disc 7.
Chapter 51. Detective John Sampson couldn't remember working so many brutal, absolutely shitty days in a row. He couldn't remember it ever being so god-awful goddamn bad. He had an overload of really bad homicides, and he had the Sojourner Truth School killer case, which didn't seem to be going anywhere. On the morning after the Kennedy Center killing, Sampson worked the upscale side of Garfield Park, the West Bank. He was keeping his eyes out for Alex's homeless suspect, who'd been spotted the afternoon of Chanel Green's murder, though not since, so even that lead was growing cold. Alex had a simple formula for thinking about complex cases like this one. First, you had to answer the question that everybody had. What kind of person would do something like this? What kind of nutcase? He had decided to visit the Theodore Roosevelt School on his street canvas. The exclusive military academy used Garfield Park for its athletics and some paramilitary maneuvers. There was a slim possibility that a sharp-eyed cadet had seen something. A white-haired, homeless motherfucker, Sampson thought as he climbed the military school's front graystone steps. A sloppy and disorganized thrill killer who left fingerprints and other clues at both crime scenes, and still nobody could nail his candy ass to the wall. Every single clue leads to a dead end. Why was that? What were we getting all wrong here? What were they messing up on? Not just him, Alex and the rest of the posse, too. Sampson went looking for the commandant at the school, the man in charge. The detective had served 4 years in the Army, 2 of them in Vietnam, and the pristine school brought to mind ROTC lieutenants in the war. Most of them had been white. Several had died needlessly, in his opinion. A couple of them his friends. The Theodore Roosevelt School consisted of 4 extremely well-kept red brick buildings with steep slate shingle roofs. 2 of the roofs had chimneys spouting soft curls of gray smoke. Everything about the place shouted structure, order, and dead white Louis to him. Imagine something like this school only in Southeast around the projects, he thought as he continued his solitary walk around the school. The image made him smile. He could almost see 500 or so homies resplendent in their royal blue dress uniforms, their spit-shine boots, their plumed dress hats. Really something to contemplate. Might even do some good. "Sir, can I help you?" A scrawny, tow-headed cadet came up to him as he started down what looked to be an academic hall in one of the buildings. "You on guard here?" Sampson asked in a soft drawl that was the last vestige of a mother who'd grown up in Alabama. The toy soldier shook his head. "No, sir, but can I help you anyway?" "Washington Police," Sampson said. "I need to speak with whoever's in charge. You arrange that, soldier?" "Yes, sir." The cadet saluted him, of all people, and Sampson had to fight back the day's first, and maybe only, smile. Chapter 52. More than 300 scrubbed and steam-pressed cadets from the middle school and the Academy's high school were crammed into Lee Hall at 9 o'clock in the morning. The cadets wore their regular school uniform, loose-fitting gray pants, black shirt and tie, gray waist jacket. From his stiff wooden seat in the school auditorium, the Sojourner Truth School killer saw the towering black man entering Lee Hall. He recognized him instantly. That sucker was Detective John Sampson. He was Alex Cross's friend and partner. This was not a good thing. This was very bad, in fact. The killer immediately began to panic, to experience the outer edges of fear. He wondered if the Metro Police were coming for him right now. Did they know who he was? He wanted to run, but there was no way out of here now. He had to sit this one out, to gut it out. The killer's initial reaction was to feel shame. He thought he was going to be sick, throw up or something. He wanted to put his head between his legs. He felt like such a chump to get caught like this. He was seated about 20 yards from where that stuffed shirt Colonel Wilson and the detective were standing around as if something incredibly fucking important were about to happen. Every passing cadet saluted the adults like the robotic morons that they were. A buzz of apprehension began to fill the room. Was something earth-shattering going to happen? The thought screaming inside the killer's head. Were the police about to arrest him in front of the entire school? Had he been caught? How could they have traced anything to him, though? It didn't make sense. That thought calmed him somewhat. A false calm, a false sense of security, he wondered, and lowered himself slightly in the stiff wooden seat, wishing that somehow he could disappear. Then he sat straight up in his seat again. Oh, shit, here we go. He watched closely as the homicide detective slowly walked toward the podium with Colonel Wilson. His heartbeat was like the rhythm section in a White Zombie song. The assembly began with the usual dumb cadet resolutions, honesty, integrity in thought and deed, all that crap. Then Colonel Wilson began to talk about the cowardly murders of 2 children in Garfield Park. Wilson went on, "The Metro Police are canvassing the park and surrounding environs. Maybe a cadet at Theodore Roosevelt has unwittingly seen something that might help the police with their investigation. Maybe one of you can help the police in some way." So that was why the imposing homicide detective was here. A goddamn fishing expedition. The ongoing, frigging investigation of the 2 murders. The killer was still holding his breath, though. His eyes were very large and riveted to the stage as Sampson went over to the podium mic. The tall black man really stood out in a room of nothing but uniforms and short haircuts and mostly pink faces. He was huge. He was also kind of cool-looking in his black leather car coat, gray shirt, black necktie. He towered over the podium, which had seemed just the right height for Colonel Wilson. "I served in Vietnam under a couple of lieutenants who looked about your age," the detective said into the mic. His voice was calm and very deep. He laughed then, and so did most of the cadets. He had a lot of presence, a whole world of presence. He definitely seemed like the real deal. The killer thought that Sampson was laughing down at the cadets, but he couldn't be sure. "The reason I'm here at your school this morning," the detective went on, "is that we're canvassing Garfield Park and everything that it touches. 2 little kids were savagely killed there, both within the past week. The skulls of the children were crushed. The killer is a fiend, in no uncertain terms." The killer wanted to give Sampson the finger. "The killer isn't a fiend. You're the fiend, Mojo Man. The killer is a lot cooler than you think. As I understand it from Colonel Wilson, many of you go home from school through the park. Others run cross-country. And you also play soccer and lacrosse in the park. I'm going to leave my number at the precinct or the office here at school. You can contact me at any time, day or night, at the number if you've seen anything that could be helpful to us." The Sojourner Truth School killer couldn't take his eyes off the towering homicide detective who spoke so very calmly and confidently. He wondered if he could possibly be a match for this one, not to mention mother-humping Detective Alex Cross, who reminded him of his own real father, a cop. He thought that he could be a match for them. "Does anybody have any questions?" Sampson asked from the stage. "Any questions at all? This is the time for it. This is the place. Speak up, young men." The killer wanted to shout from his seat. He had an overwhelming impulse to throw his right arm high in the air and volunteer some real help. He finally sat on his hands, right on his fingers. "I unwittingly saw something in Garfield Park, sir. I might just know who killed those two kids with an 18-inch tape-reinforced baseball bat. Actually, to be truthful, I killed them, sir. I'm the child killer, you feeble asshole. Catch me if you can. You're bigger, you're much bigger, but I'm so much smarter than you could ever be. I'm only 13 years old. I'm already this good. Just wait until I get a little older. Chew on that, you dumb bastards."
Part 4. A Hunting We Will Go. Chapter 53. I lay on the couch with Rosie the cat and a full sack of nightmares. Rosie was a beautiful reddish-brown Abyssinian. She was wonderfully athletic, independent, feral, and also a great nuzzler. She reminded me of the much larger cats of Africa in the way she moved. One weekend morning she just showed up at the house, liked it, and stayed. "You're not going to leave us one day, are you, Rosie? Leave us like you came?" Rosie shook her whole body. "What a dopey question," she was telling me. "No, absolutely not. I'm part of this family now." I couldn't sleep. Even Rosie's purring didn't relax me. I was a few aches beyond bone-tired, but my mind was racing badly. I was counting murders, not sheep. About 10 o'clock I decided to go for a drive to clear my head, maybe get in touch with my chi energy, maybe get a sharper insight into one of the murder cases. I drove with the car windows open. It was -3 degrees outside. I didn't know exactly where I was going, and yet unconsciously I did know. Shrink, shrinks, shrink. Both murder cases were running hard and fast inside my head. They were on dangerous parallel tracks. I kept reviewing and re-reviewing my talk with the CIA contract killer Andrew Clouk. I was trying to connect what he'd said to the Jack and Jill murders. Could one of the ghosts be Jack? I found myself on New York Avenue, which is also Route 50, and eventually turns into the John Hanson Highway. Christine Johnson lived out this way, on the far side of the Beltway in Prince George's County. I knew where Christine lived. I'd looked it up in the case notes of the first detective who interviewed her after Chanel Green's murder. This is a crazy thing, I thought as I drove in the direction of her town, Mitchellville. Earlier that night I'd talked to Damon about how things were going at school now, and then about the teachers there. I eventually got around to the principal. Damon saw through my act like the little Tasmanian devil that he is sometimes. "You like her, don't you?" he asked me, and his eyes lit up like twin beacons. "You do, don't you, Daddy? Everybody does. Even Nana does. She says Mrs. Johnson is your type. You like her, right?" "There's nothing not to like about Mrs. Johnson," I said to Damon. She's married, though. Don't forget that. Don't you forget, Damon said, and laughed like Samson. And now here I was, driving through the suburban neighborhood relatively late at night. What in hell was I doing? What was I thinking of? Had I been spending so much time around madmen that finally some of it rubbed off? Or was I actually following one of my better instincts? I spotted Summer Street and made a quick right turn. There was a mild squeal of tires that pierced the perfect quiet of the neighborhood. I had to admit it was beautiful out in suburbia, even at night. The streets were all lit up, lots of Christmas lights and expensive holiday props. There were wide curbs for rain runoff, white sidewalks, colonial-style lampposts on all the street corners. I wondered if it was hard for Christine Johnson to leave this safe, lovely enclave to come to work in Southeast every day. I wondered what her personal demons were. I wondered why she worked such long hours, and what her husband was like. Then I saw Christine Johnson's dark blue car in the driveway of a large, brick-faced colonial home. My heart jumped a little. Suddenly, everything became very real for me. I continued up the blacktop street until I was well past her house. Then I pulled over against the curb and shut off the headlights. Tried to shut down the roaring inside my head. I stared at the rear of somebody's shiny white Ford Explorer parked out on the street. I stared for a good 90 seconds, about how long the white Explorer would have lasted before it was stolen on the streets of D.C. I had the conscious thought that maybe this was not such a good idea. Dr. Cross didn't exactly approve of Dr. Cross's actions. This was real close to being inappropriate behavior. Parking in the dark in a posh suburban neighborhood like this wasn't a real sound concept either. A few therapist jokes were running around inside my head. Learn to dread one day at a time. You're still having a lousy childhood. If you're really happy, you must be in denial. Just go home, I said out loud in the darkened car. Just say no. I continued to sit in the darkness, though, listening to the occasional theatrical sigh, the loud debate buzzing inside my head. I could smell pine trees and smoke from someone's chimney through the open car window. My engine was clicking gently as it cooled. I knew a little about the neighborhood. Successful lawyers and doctors, urban planners, professors from the University of Maryland, a few retired officers from Andrews Air Force Base. Very nice and very secure. No need for a dragon slayer out here. All right, then. Go see her. Go see both of them, Christine and her husband. I supposed that I could bluff my way through some trumped-up reason why I'd come out to Mitchellville. I had the gift of gab when I needed it. I started the car again, the old Porsche. I didn't know what I was going to do, which way this was going to lead. I took my foot off the brake, and the automobile crept along on its own. Slowly I crept. I continued for a full block like that, listening to the crunch of a few leaves under the tires, the occasional pop of a small stone. Every noise seemed very loud and magnified to me. I finally stopped in front of the Johnson house, right in front. I noticed the bristle-brush, manicured lawn, and well-trimmed yews. Moment of truth, moment of decision, moment of crisis. I could see lights burning brightly inside the house, tiny fires. Somebody seemed to be up at the Johnson house. The dark blue Mercedes sedan was sitting peacefully against the closed garage door. She has a nice car and a beautiful home. Christine Johnson doesn't need any terrible trouble from you. Don't bring your monsters out here. She has a lawyer husband. She's doing real fine for herself. What did she say her husband's name was? George? George the lawyer lobbyist. George the rich lawyer lobbyist. There was only one car in the driveway. Her car. The garage door was closed. I could picture another car in there, maybe a Lexus. Maybe a gas grill for cookouts, too. Power lawnmower, leaf blower, maybe a couple of mountain bikes for weekend fun. I shut off the engine and got out of my car. The Dragon Slayer comes to Mitchellville. Chapter 54. I was definitely curious about Christine Johnson, and maybe it was a little more complicated than that. You like her, don't you, Daddy? Maybe? Yes, I did like her. A lot. At any rate, I felt as if I needed to see her, even if it made me feel tremendously awkward and foolish. A good thought struck me as I climbed out of the car. How much more foolish to walk away. Besides, Christine Johnson was part of the complex homicide case I was working on. There was a logical enough reason for me to want to talk to her. 2 students from her school had been murdered so far, 2 of her babies. Why that school? Why had a killer come there? So close to my home. I walked to the front door and was actually glad that all the shimmering house lights were turned on bright. I didn't want her husband or any of the neighbors in Mitchellville to spot me approaching the house in a cloak of shadows and darkness. I rang the bell, heard melodious chimes, and waited like a porch sculpture. A dog barked loudly somewhere inside the house. Then Christine Johnson appeared at the front door. She had on faded jeans, a wrinkled yellow crewneck sweater, white half-socks, and no shoes. A tortoiseshell comb pulled her hair back to one side, and she was wearing her glasses. She looked as if she were working at home. Still working at this late hour. Peas in a pod, weren't we? Well, not exactly. I was a long way from my pod, actually. Detective Cross? She was surprised. Understandably so. I was kind of surprised to be standing there myself. Nothing has happened on the case, I quickly reassured her. I just have a few more questions. That was true. Don't lie to her, Alex. Don't you dare lie to her. Not even once. Not ever. She smiled then. Her eyes seemed to smile as well. They were very large and very brown, and I had to stop staring at them immediately. You do work too late, too hard, even under the current circumstances, she said. I couldn't turn this horrible thing off tonight. There are 2 cases, actually, so here I am. If this is a bad time, I'll stop by at the school tomorrow. That's no problem. No, come on in, she said. I know how busy you are. I can imagine. Come in, please. The house is a mess like our government. All the usual boilerplate copy applies. She led me back through an entranceway with a cream marble floor and past the living room with its comfortable-looking sectional sofa and lots of earth colors, sienna, ochre, and burnt umber. There was no guided tour, though. No more questions about why I was there. A little too much silence suddenly. My chi energy was draining off somewhere. She took me into the huge kitchen. She went to the refrigerator, a big double-door jobby that opened with a loud whoosh. Let me see, we've got beer, diet cola, sun tea. I can make coffee or hot tea if you'd like. You do work too hard, that's for sure. She sounded a little like a teacher now, understanding, but gently reminding me that I might have areas of improvement. A beer sounds pretty good, I told her. I glanced around the kitchen, which was easily twice the size of ours at home. There were rows of white custom cabinets, a skylight in the ceiling, a flyer on the fridge promoting a walk for the homeless. She had a very nice home. She and George did. I noted an embroidered cloth on a wall stretcher. Swahili words, Kwenda Missouri. It's a farewell that means go well. A gentle hint? Word to the wise? I'm glad to hear you'll have a beer, she said, smiling. That would mean you're at least close to knocking off for the day. It's almost 10:30, did you know that? What time is it on your clock? Is it that late? I'm real sorry, I said to her. We can do this tomorrow. Christine brought me a Heineken and iced tea for herself. She sat across from me at an island counter that subdivided the kitchen. The house was far from being the mess she had warned me about when I came in. It was nicely lived in. There was a sweet, charming display of drawings from the Truth School on one wall. A beautiful mudcloth on a stretcher also grabbed my eye. "So, what's up, Doc?" she asked. "What brings you outside the Beltway?" Honestly, I couldn't sleep. I took a drive. I drove out this way. Then I had the bright idea that maybe we could cover some ground on the case. Or maybe I just needed to talk to somebody. I finally confessed, and it felt pretty good. Directionally good, anyway. "Well, that's okay. That's fine. I can relate to that. I couldn't sleep myself," she said. "I've been wound tight ever since Chanel's murder, and then poor Vernon Wheatley. I was pruning the plants with ER on the television for background noise. Pretty pathetic, don't you think?" "Not really. I don't think it's so strange. ER is good. By the way, you have a beautiful house out here." I could see the living room TV set from the kitchen. A mammoth Sony playing the medical drama. A black retriever, a young dog, wandered in from the direction of a narrow hallway with oatmeal-colored carpeted stairs. "That's Meg," Christine told me. "She was watching ER, too. Meg loves a good melodrama." The dog nuzzled me, then licked my hand. I don't know why I wanted to tell her, but I did. I play the piano at night sometimes. There's a sun porch in our house, so the awful racket doesn't bother the kids too much. Either that or they've learned to sleep right through it, I said. A little Gershwin, Brahms, Jelly Roll Morton at 1 in the morning never hurt anyone. Christine Johnson smiled and seemed at ease with this kind of talk. She was a very self-assured person, very centered. I'd noticed that right from the first night. I had sensed it about her. "Damon has mentioned your nocturnal piano playing a few times at school. You know, he occasionally brags about you to the teachers. He's a very nice boy in addition to being a brainiac. We like him tremendously." "Thank you. I like him a lot myself. He's lucky we have the Sojourner Truth School nearby." "Yes, I think he is," Christine agreed. "A lot of D.C. schools are a complete disgrace, and so sad. The truth is a small miracle for the children who attend." "Your miracle?" I asked her. No. A lot of people are responsible, least of all me. My husband's law firm has contributed some guilt money. I just help to keep the miracle going. I believe in miracles, though. How long has it been since your wife died, Alex?" She suddenly changed gears. But Christine Johnson made the question conversational and low-key and very natural to ask, even if it wasn't. Still, it took me by surprise. I sensed I didn't have to answer if I didn't want to. "It's going to be 5 years soon," I told her, partly holding my breath as I did. "This March, actually. Janny was still a little baby. She was less than a year old. I remember coming in and holding her that night. She had no idea that she was comforting me." The two of us were getting comfortable talking at the kitchen counter. We were both opening up quite a lot. Small talk at first, then bigger talk. Sojourner Truth School killer talk. Maybe something helpful for the investigation. It went on like that until almost midnight. I finally told her I needed to be heading home. She didn't disagree. The look in her eyes told me that she understood everything that had gone on here tonight, and all of it was okay with her. At the front door, Christine surprised me again. She pecked me on the cheek. "Come back, Alex," she said, "if you need to talk again. I'll be here tending to my shrubs in my ostentatious house." "Quenda, Missouri," she said. We left it like that. Go well. A strange tableau at a strange time in our lives. I had no idea whether her lawyer husband was home or not. Was he up in the bedroom sleeping? Was his name really George? Were they still together? It was another mystery to solve some other day, but not that day. On the drive home, I pondered whether I should feel bad about the unconventional surprise visit to Christine Johnson's house. I decided that I shouldn't, that I wouldn't even get embarrassed about it at a later date. She had made that possible for me. She was incredibly easy to be around. Absolutely incredible. It was painful in a way. When I got home, I played the piano for another hour or so. Beethoven, then Mozart. Classical felt right to me. I went up and peeked in on Damon and Janny. I gently pecked their cheeks as Christine Johnson had pecked mine. I finally fell asleep on the downstairs couch. I didn't feel sorry for myself there, but I did feel very alone. I slept until several shrill rings of the phone woke me, shooting adrenaline through my body like electric current. It was Jack and Jill again.
Chapter 55. Tyson's Galleria in Tyson's Corner was, along with the neighboring Tyson's Corner Mall, one of the largest shopping complexes in the United States, maybe in the world. Sam Harrison had parked in the enormous Galleria lot at a little past 6 a.m. At least 100 cars were already there, though Versace and Neiman Marcus, F.A.O. Schwarz, and Tilgenchrist wouldn't open until 10. Maryland Bagels was open, and smells from the popular local bakery filled the air. Jack hadn't come to Tyson's Corner for a piping hot blueberry bagel, though. From the parking area of the mall, he jogged to Chain Bridge Road in McLean. He wore a blue and white Fila jacket and running shorts, and looked as if he belonged in the 400,000 to 1,500,000 per house neighborhood. That was one of the important rules in his game. Always appear to belong, to fit in, and soon you will. With his short blonde hair and trim build, he looked as if he might be a commercial pilot with USA or Delta, or perhaps just one of the neighborhood's many professionals, a doctor or lawyer, whatever. He definitely seemed to belong. He fit in seamlessly. He had known from the start that he would have to carry out this murder alone. Jill shouldn't be out here in McLean Village. This was the really bad one for him personally. This one was over the top, even for Jack and Jill, even for the game of games. The murder this morning would be extremely dangerous. This target might know that someone was coming for him. Number 4 was going to be a hard one, done the hard way. He thought about all this as he steadily jogged toward his final destination in the pretty and peaceful Washington suburb. As he crossed onto Livingston Road, he attempted to clear his mind of everything except the terrible murder that lay ahead of him. He was Jack, once again, the brutal celebrity stalker. He was going to prove it in just a few minutes. This one was going to be tough, the hardest so far. The man he was about to kill had been one of his best friends. In the game of life and death, that didn't matter. He had no best friends. He had no friends at all. Chapter 56. I am Sam. Sam, I am, he was thinking as he ran. But he wasn't really Sam Harrison. He didn't have blonde hair or wear trendy jogging suits with logos on the breast pocket either. Who in hell am I? What am I becoming? He asked himself as his feet struck the pavement hard. He knew that the house at 31 Livingston Road was guarded by a sophisticated security system. He would have expected nothing less. He ran at a quickening pace now. Eventually he veered off the macadam road and disappeared into underbrush and pine trees. He kept running through the woods. He was in good shape and hadn't broken much of a sweat yet. The cold weather helped. He was alert, fresh, ready for the game to resume, ready to murder again. He figured that he could get up close, perhaps as near as 10 yards from the house without being seen, then a quick dash to the garage. For that short period, he would be out in the open, completely exposed. There was no way around it, and God knows he had tried to figure out an alternative attack plan. He was about to attack a house in McLean. How incredible that seemed. This was like a war fought at home, a revolutionary war. There were 2 other large colonial-style houses that he could see from the light woods. No lights on yet. No one seemed to be up anywhere on Livingston Road. So far his luck was holding okay. His luck, or his skill, or maybe a combination of both. As far as he could tell, no one was awake at 31 Livingston. He couldn't be sure until he was inside the house itself, and then it would be too late to turn back. The FBI could be waiting in there or lurking right in these woods. Nothing would surprise him now. Anything could happen at any time to either him or Jill. He decided to walk out from the woods, looking calm, looking casual, as if he belonged. He didn't make much noise as he gently raised the garage door. He quickly ducked under the partially open door, and he was inside. He went straight to the new-tone security box and punched in the code. So much for high security in the suburbs. There was no effective protection, really, not from people like him. He entered the main part of the house. His heart pounded like a battering ram inside his chest. There was a sheen of sweat on his neck now. He could picture Aiden's face. He could see Aiden as if he were standing there beside him. Everything was peaceful and quiet and orderly inside the house. Fridge gently humming, kids' artwork, and a school lunch menu attached to the door with magnets. That made his heart sink. Aiden's kids. Aiden Jr. was 9 years old. Charisse was 6. The wife, Merrill, was 34, 15 years younger than her husband. It was her second marriage, his third. They seemed very much in love the last time he had seen them together. Jack moved quickly into the living room. He stopped breathing. Someone was in the living room. Jack whirled to the left. He yanked up his pistol and pointed it at the man. Jesus God, it was only a goddamn mirror. He was looking at his own image. He managed to catch his breath, then continued on his mission, his heart still thundering. He hurried through the living room. It was so familiar, lots of memories seeping into his consciousness, painful thoughts. He pushed them aside. He began to climb up plush, carpeted stairs, then stopped for a second. For the first time, he had doubts. There can't be any doubts. Doubt and uncertainty weren't allowed, not in this, not in Jack and Jill. He remembered the upstairs hallway, knew the house very well. He'd been here before as a friendly. The master bedroom was the last door on the right. There would be weapons in the bedroom, a .357 in the drawer of the night table, an automatic taped under the bed. He knew everything. If Aiden had already heard him, everything would be over. The game would end right there. This would be it for Jack and Jill. Nut-cruncher time. Weird thoughts. Too many of them. He had finally gone to see Pulp Fiction the night before. It hadn't relaxed him, though he'd laughed out loud several times. Sick story. He was even sicker. America was sickest of all. Don't think any more, he warned himself. Just do this. Do it efficiently. Do it now. Do it fast. Get out. Jack kills American celebrities, various and sundry big shots. That's what he does. Be Jack. But he wasn't really Jack. He wasn't really Sam Harrison. Don't think, he commanded himself again as he hurried down the upstairs hallway to the master bedroom. Be Jack. Kill. Chapter 57. Jack, whoever the hell he was 3 or 4 steps from the master bedroom when its varnished wood door suddenly opened. A tall, balding man stepped out into the hall, very hairy arms and legs, bare, bony feet, toes splayed, only half awake, in the middle of a jaw-cracking yawn. He had on blue plaid boxer shorts, nothing else, a good build, still athletic-looking, just a hint of a spare tire above the boxer's elastic band, still formidable after all the years of D.C. power lunches. General Aiden Cornwall. You son of a bitch!" he whispered as he suddenly saw Jack in the upstairs hallway. "I knew it might be you." Yes, Aiden Cornwall knew everything in an instant. He had solved the mystery, a lot of mysteries, actually. He understood Jack and Jill, where it was going, and why it was going there, why it had to be this way, why there could be no turning back. Jack fired the silenced Beretta twice, and the target collapsed. Jack quickly stepped forward and caught the lifeless body before it could thud loudly against the floor. He held the body in his arms, lowering it slowly to the carpet. His friend, whatever that meant now. He stayed down on his knees for a long moment. His heart was exploding. He hadn't realized how hard this one was going to be until now, not until this instant. He looked down into the startled gray-blue eyes of the former member of the Joint Chiefs, part of the White House's Jack and Jill Emergency Task Force. One of the hounds had been taken out, just like that. Jack and Jill had struck back boldly at the manhunters. They had shown their strength again. He took a note from his pocket. He left a calling card on Aiden Cornwall's chest. Jack and Jill came to the hill to storm your picket fences. Once safe and sound, they easily found the flaw in your defenses. A noise in the hall. He looked up. Aiden's boy. "Oh, Jesus, God, no!" he whispered out loud. "Oh, God, no!" He felt sick all over. He wanted to run from the house. The boy had recognized him. How could he not? Young Aiden even knew his children. He knew too much. Dear God, have mercy on me. Please, have mercy. Jack fired the Beretta again. This was war.
Chapter 58. I was called to an emergency crisis team meeting at the White House at 8 a.m. on December 10th. I had been causing some trouble over the past few days there. My internal investigation was making waves, ruffling feathers. The big cats on the hill didn't like being under suspicion, but all of them were, at least in my book. Jay Grayer grabbed me the moment I arrived inside the West Wing. Jay's eyes were flat and cold and hard. His grip was strong on my shoulder. "Alex, I need to talk to you for a minute," he said. "It's important." "What's going on now?" I asked the Secret Service agent. He didn't look well. There were dark puffs under both his eyes. Something else had happened, I could tell. Aiden Cornwall was murdered early this morning. It happened at his house out in McLean. It was Jack and Jill. They called us again. Called it into us like we're mission control. He shook his head in sadness and disbelief. "They killed Aiden's 9-year-old son, Alex." I found myself rocking back on my heels. The news from Jay Grayer didn't make sense to me. It didn't track with the Jack and Jill style to this point. God damn them! They kept changing the rules. They had to be doing it on purpose. "I want to go there right now," I told him. "I need to see the house. I need to be out there, not here." "I hear you. But wait a minute, Alex," he said. "Hold on. Let me tell you the rest of what's going on. It gets worse." "How could it get any worse?" I asked him. "Jesus, Jay." "Trust me, it does. Just listen for a minute." Agent Grayer continued to talk in a subdued whisper in the White House hallway as we walked together toward the emergency command center, where the others were gathering. He pulled me aside a few paces from the meeting room. His voice was still an urgent whisper. "The President is always awakened at 4:45 by the agent in charge. Happens every morning. This morning the President dressed and went down to the library, where he reads the early papers as well as an executive summary that's prepared for him before he rises." "What happened this morning?" I asked Jay. I was beginning to perspire. "What happened, Jay?" He was very thorough and procedural. At 5 o'clock, the phone in the library rang. It was Jill on the private line. She was calling to talk with the President. She got through to him, and that just isn't possible. My head involuntarily shook back and forth. I agreed with Jay Grayer. This couldn't be happening. The idea, the concept of the President as a murder target was a hugely disturbing one. The fact that so far we were helpless to stop it was much, much worse. "I think I understand why the call couldn't happen, but tell me anyway," I said. I needed to hear it from him. "Every single call to the White House goes through a private switchboard. Then the call is monitored by a second operator in White House communications, which is actually part of our intelligence division. Every call except this one. The call completely bypassed the control system. Nobody knows how the hell it happened, but it happened." "This phone call that couldn't have happened, was it recorded?" I asked Jay Grayer. "Yes, of course it was. It's already being processed at FBI headquarters and also at Bell Atlantic out in White Oak. Jill used another filtering device to modify her voice, but there might be ways to get around that. We've got half the baby Bell's high-tech lab on it." I shook my head again. I'd heard it, but I couldn't believe any of this. What did Jill have to say? She began by identifying herself. She said, "Hi, this is Jill speaking." I'm sure that got the president's attention better than his usual cup of joe in the morning. Then she said, "Mr. President, are you ready to die?" Chapter 59. I needed to see the house. I needed to be inside the place where General Cornwall and his son had been murdered. I needed to feel everything about the killers, their modus operandi. I got my wish. I reached McLean before 9 that morning. The December day was very gray and overcast. The Cornwall house looked surreal, stark, and cold as I approached and then entered through the front door. It was cold on the inside, too. Either the Cornwall family was denying that winter was coming, or they were saving money on heat. The double murders had been committed on the second floor. General Aidan Cornwall and his 9-year-old son still lay on their backs in the upstairs hallway. It was a cold, calculated, very professional killing. The grisly murder scene looked like something from a casebook, maybe even one of my notebooks. It was forensic textbook stuff, almost too much so. FBI technicians and medical examiners were all over the house. There were probably 20 people inside. It began raining hard just after I arrived at the house. The cars and TV news trucks that came after me all had their headlights on. It was eerie as hell. Gene Sterling found me in the upstairs hallway. For the first time, the CIA Inspector General seemed rattled. The severe, constant pressure was getting to all of us. Some people were after the President of the United States, and they were very good at this. They were extremely brutal as well. "What's your gut reaction, Alex?" asked Gene. "My reaction won't make any of our jobs easier," I said. "The only truly sustaining pattern I've seen is that Jack and Jill really don't have a pattern, other than the notes, the poems. There certainly doesn't seem to be any sexual angle to these two murders. Also, from what I understand, Aidan Cornwall was a conservative, not a liberal like the other victims. That's a shift that might knock down a whole lot of theories about Jack and Jill." As I was talking to Gene Sterling, I had another insight into the notes Jack and Jill had left. The poetry might be telling us something important. The FBI linguistic agents hadn't found anything yet, but I didn't care. Whoever was writing the rhymes, probably Jill, wanted us to know something. Was there a definite order to what they were doing? The desire to create instead of destroy? The poetry had to mean something. I was almost sure of it. "How about on your end, Jean? Anything?" Jean shook her head and bit her lower lip with her big teeth. "Not a thing." Chapter 60. It had been a very long day, and it was still going strong and hard. At 10 o'clock that night, I arrived at the FBI offices on Pennsylvania Avenue. My mind was running way too fast as I rode the elevator up to 12. The lights in the building were blazing like tiny campfires above D.C. I figured that Jack and Jill had a lot of people staying up late that night. I was only one of them. I'd come to the FBI offices to listen to the phone message Jill had sent to the president early that morning. All the important evidence was being made available to me. I was being let inside. I was even being allowed to make waves inside the White House. I knew all about horrible multiple killers. Most of the rest of the team hadn't had that pleasure. No rules. I was brought by security to an audio electronics office on 12. An NEC tape machine was waiting for me. A copy of Jill's voice tape was already in. The tape machine was on, running hot. "This is a dupe, Dr. Cross, but it's close enough for your listening purposes," I was told. An FBI techie, long hair and all, went on to inform me they were certain that the voice on the tape had been altered or filtered electronically. The FBI experts didn't believe the caller could possibly be identified from the tape. Once again, Jack and Jill had carefully covered their trail. "I talked to a contact at Bell Labs," I said. "He told me the same thing. A couple more experts confirm that, and I'll believe it." The nonconformist-looking FBI technician finally left me alone with the taped phone call. I wanted it that way. For a while, I just sat in the office and stared out at the Justice Department across Pennsylvania Avenue. Jill was right there with me. She had something about herself to reveal, something she needed to tell us, her deep, dark secret. The tape had been queued up. Her voice startled me in the silent, lonely office. Jill spoke. "Good morning, Mr. President. It's December 10, exactly 5 a.m. Please don't hang up on me. This is Jill. Yes, the Jill. I wanted to speak to you to make this situation very personal for you. Are we okay so far?" "It's way past personal." President Burns spoke calmly to her. "Why are you murdering innocent people? Why do you want to kill me, Jill?" "Oh, there's a very good reason. A fully satisfactory explanation for all our actions. Maybe we just like the power trip of frightening the so-called most powerful people in the world. Maybe we like sending you a message from all the little people you've frightened with your command decisions and almighty mandates from on high. At any rate, no one who's been killed was innocent, Mr. President. They all deserve to die for one reason or another." Then Jill laughed. The sound of the electronically altered voice was almost childlike. I thought of Aidan Cornwall's young son. Why did a 9-year-old boy deserve to die? At that moment, I hated Jill, whoever she was, whatever her motives. President Burns didn't back down. The president's voice was measured, calm. "Let me make one thing clear to you. You don't frighten me. Maybe you ought to be afraid, Jill. You and Jack. We're getting close to you now. There's nowhere on earth you can hide. There isn't one safe spot on the globe. Not anymore." "We'll certainly keep that in mind. Thanks so much for the warning. Very sporting of you. And you please keep this in mind. You're a dead man, Mr. President. Your assassination is already a done deal." That was the end of the tape. Jill's final words to President Burns, spoken so coolly, so brazenly. Jill, the morning DJ. Jill, the poet. Who are you, Jill? Your assassination is already a done deal. I wanted to interview President Burns again. I wanted to talk with him right now. I needed him in this office, listening to the sick, threatening tape with me. Maybe the president knew things that he wasn't telling any of us. Someone must. I played the frightening taped message several more times. I don't know how long I sat in the FBI office staring out over the becalmed lights of Washington, D.C. They were somewhere out there. Jack and Jill were out there, possibly planning an assassination. But maybe not. Maybe that wasn't it at all. You're a dead man, Mr. President. Your assassination is already a done deal. Why were they warning us? Why warn us about what they plan to do? Chapter 61. It was past 10:30, but I still had one more important stop I wanted to make. I called Jay Grayer and told him I was on my way to the White House. I wanted to see President Burns again. Could he make it happen? "This can wait until the morning, Alex. It should wait." "It shouldn't wait, Jay. I've got a couple of theories that are burning a hole in my brain. I need the President's input. If President Burns says that it waits until the morning, then it waits. But talk to Don Hamerman and whoever else needs to be talked to about it. This is a murder investigation. We're trying to prevent murders. At any rate, I'm on my way over there." I arrived at the White House, and Don Hamerman was waiting for me. So was John Fahey, the chief counsel, and James Dowd, the attorney general and a personal friend of President Burns. They all looked put out and also very tense. This apparently wasn't how things were done in the big house. "What the hell is this all about?" Hamerman confronted me angrily. I had been waiting to see what his bite was like. I'd seen worse, actually. "If you want, I'll wait until tomorrow, but my instincts tell me not to," I told him in a soft but firm voice. "Tell us what you want to say to him," James Dowd spoke up. "Then we'll decide." "I'm afraid that it's only for the President to hear. I need to talk with him, alone, just like we did the first time we met." Hamerman exploded. "Jesus Christ, you arrogant son of a bitch! We're the ones who let you in here in the first place." "Then you're the ones to blame, I guess. I told you that I was here to conduct a murder investigation and that you wouldn't like some of my methods. I told the President the same thing." Hamerman stormed away from us, but he returned in a couple of minutes. "He'll see you up on the 3rd floor. This shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes of his time. It won't take more than a few minutes." "We'll see what the President has to say about that." Chapter 62. The two of us met in a solarium that's attached to the living quarters on the 3rd floor. The room had been a favorite of Reagan's. Outside the windows, the lights of Washington were shining brightly. I felt as if I were living a chapter out of All the President's Men. "Good evening, Alex. You needed to see me," the President said, and seemed calm and cheerful enough. Of course, there was no way for me to judge his true feelings. He was dressed casually in khakis and a blue sports shirt. "I apologize for coming in and causing a lot of upset and inconvenience," I said to him. The President raised his hand to stop me from apologizing further. "Alex, you're here because we wanted you to do exactly what you're doing. We didn't think anybody on the inside would have the balls. Now, what's on your mind? How can I help you?" I relaxed a little bit. How could the President help me? That was a question most of us had always wanted to hear. I spent the day thinking about this morning's phone call, and also the murders out in McLean. Mr. President, I don't think we have a lot of time left. Jack and Jill are making that pretty clear. They're impatient, very violent. They're taking more and more risks. They also have a psychological need to rub it in our face every time that they can. Are they just flattering their egos, Alex? Possibly, but maybe they want to diminish your power. Mr. President, I wanted to see you alone because what I have to say needs absolute confidentiality. As you know, we've been checking out everyone who works at the White House. The Secret Service has been cooperative. So has Don Hamerman. The President smiled. I'll bet Don has. In his own way, he has. A watchdog is a watchdog, though. Based on our findings so far, we've placed 3 members of the current staff under surveillance by the Secret Service. We'd rather watch than dismiss them. They've been added to the 76 others currently under surveillance around Washington. The Secret Service always has a number of potential threats to the President under surveillance, Thomas Burns said. Yes, sir. We're just taking precautions. I don't have particularly high hopes for the 3 staff members. They're all males. Somehow I thought we might turn up Jill, but we didn't. The President's look darkened. I would have liked to meet Jill and have a private chat with her. I'd have liked that a lot. I nodded. Now came the really difficult part of our little talk. I have to broach a tough subject, sir. We need to talk about some of the other people around you. The people closest to you. Thomas Burns sat forward in his chair. I could tell that he didn't like this at all. Mr. President, we have reason to suspect that someone with access into the White House, or possibly with power and influence here, might be involved in all of this. Jack and Jill are certainly getting into high places with the greatest of ease. The people close to you have to be checked, and checked very closely. Both of us were suddenly quiet. I could almost visualize Don Hamerman waiting outside, chewing on his silk tie. I broke the awkward silence. I know that we're talking about things you'd rather not, I said. The President sighed. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. Thank you, I told him. Sir, you have no reason not to trust me on this. As you said yourself, I'm an outsider. I have nothing to gain. Thomas Burns sighed a second time. I sensed that I had reached him, at least for the moment. I trust many of these people with my life. Don Hamerman is one of them, my bulldog, as you correctly surmised. Whom don't I trust? I'm not completely comfortable with Sullivan or Thompson at the Joint Chiefs. I'm not even sure about Bowen at the FBI. I've made serious enemies on Wall Street already. Their reach inside Washington is very deep and very powerful. I understand that organized crime is none too pleased with my programs, and they're much more organized now than they've ever been. I'm challenging an old, powerful, very fucked-up system, and the fucked-up system doesn't like it. The Kennedys did that, especially Robert Kennedy. I was having trouble catching my breath all of a sudden. Who else, Mr. President? I need to know all your enemies. Helene Glass in the Senate is an enemy. Some of the reactionary conservatives in the Senate and House are enemies. I believe that Vice President Mahoney is an enemy, or close to one. I made a compromise before the convention to put him on the ticket. Mahoney was supposed to deliver Florida and other parts of the South. He did deliver. I was supposed to deliver certain considerations to patrons of his. I haven't delivered. I'm screwing with the system, and that isn't done, Alex. I listened to Thomas Burns without moving a muscle. The effect of talking to the president like this was numbing and disturbing. I could see by the look on his face what it cost Thomas Burns to admit some of what he had to me. "We should put surveillance on these people," I said. The president shook his head. "No, I can't allow it. Not at this time. I can't do that, Alex." The president rose from his chair. "How did your kids like the keepsakes?" he asked me. I shook my head. I wouldn't be held off like that. "Think about the vice president, and about Senator Glass, too. This is a murder investigation. Please don't protect someone who might be involved. Please, Mr. President, help us, whoever it is." "Good night, Alex," the president said in a strong, clear voice. His eyes were unflinching. "Good night, Mr. President." "Keep at it," he said. Then he turned away from me and walked out of the solarium. Don Hamerman entered the room. "I'll see you out," he said stiffly. He was cold, unfriendly. Perhaps I also had an enemy in the White House.
This ends Disc 7. Jack and Jill, Disc 8.
Chapter 63. No way, Jose. Couldn't be. Could not be. This just could not be happening. Welcome to the X-Files meets the Twilight Zone meets the information superhighway. At 5'1" and 210 pounds, Marianne Maggio was a powerhouse. She thought of herself as a censor of the obscene and dangerous on the Prodigy Interactive Network. Her job with Prodigy was to protect travelers on the information superhighway. An emergency was developing before her eyes. Right now there was an intruder on the network. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't take her eyes off her IBM desktop screen. "This is the interactive age, all right. Well, people, get ready for it," she muttered at the screen. "There's a train wreck a-comin'." Marianne Maggio had been a censor with IBM-owned Prodigy for nearly 6 years. By far the most popular service on Prodigy was the billboards. The billboards were used by members to broadcast personal messages for other members to react to, learn from, plan their vacations, find out about a new restaurant, that sort of thing. Usually the messages were pretty harmless, covering topical subjects, questions and answers on anything from welfare reform to the ongoing murder trial of the month. But not the messages that she was staring at right now. This called for Infante the Censor, the protector of young minds, as she sometimes thought of herself. Big sister, according to her bearded 300-pound husband, Terry the Pirate. She had been monitoring messages from a particular subscriber in Washington, D.C. since around 11 that night. In the beginning, the quirky messages were borderline judgment calls for her to make. Should she censor or hold back? After all, Prodigy now had to compete with the Internet, which could get pretty damn wild and wacky. She wondered if the sender knew this. Cranks sometimes knew the rules. They wanted to push the edge of the envelope. Sometimes they just seemed to need human contact, even contact with her. The censor of their thoughts and actions. Big Sister is watching. The first messages had asked other subscribers for their sincere point of view on a controversial subject. A child murder case in Washington, D.C. was described. Then subscribers were asked whether the child murders or the Jack and Jill case deserved more attention from the police and from the press. Which case was more important, morally and ethically? Marianne Maggio had been forced to pull 2 of the early messages, not because of their content per se, but because of the repeated use of 4-letter words, especially the dreaded F word and the S word and one of the C words. When she pulled the messages, though, it seemed to cause an unbelievable emotional explosion from the subscriber in Washington. First came a long, nasty diatribe about the obscene and unnecessary censorship plague on Prodigy. It urged subscribers to switch to CompuServe and other rival online services. Of course, CompuServe and America Online had their censors, too. The messages continued to fly out of Washington faster than the D.C.-New York shuttle. One called for Prodigy to fire the ass of your absurdly incompetent censor. Marianne Maggio censored it. Another message used the F-word 11 times in 2 paragraphs. She censored that fucker, too. Then the message sender became more than just another foul-mouthed, annoying loose cannon on the service. At 1:17, the subscriber in Washington began to claim responsibility for the 2 brutal child murders. The subscriber claimed that he was the murderer, and he would prove it, live, on Prodigy. Big Sister pulled the message immediately. She also called her supervisor to her cubicle at the Prodigy Center in White Plains, New York. Her huge body was shaking all over like jelly by the time her boss arrived, bringing black coffee for both of them. Black coffee? Marianne needed a couple of Little John's fully loaded pizzas to get her through this total disaster. Suddenly, a brand-new message flashed across the screen from the Washington subscriber, who seemed articulate and intelligent enough, but incredibly angry and really, really crazy. The latest message listed gory details about the murder of a black child. Details only the D.C. police would know, the subscriber wrote. Jesus, Marianne, what a nasty, weird creep, the Prodigy supervisor said over Marianne Maggio's shoulder. Are all the messages like this one? Pretty much, Joni. He's toned down his language some, but the violence is really graphic stuff. Vampire creepy. Been that way since I clipped his wings. The latest message from Washington continued to scroll before their eyes. The description seemed to be of an actual murder of a small black child in Garfield Park. The killer claimed to have used a sawed-off baseball bat reinforced with electrical tape. He claimed to have struck the child 23 times, and to have counted every single blow. Stop this awful, freakish crap now. Pull the damn plug on him. The supervisor quickly made her decision. Then the supervisor made an even more important decision. She decided the Washington Police Department had to be alerted about the suspicious subscriber. Neither she nor Marianne Maggio knew whether the child murders were real, but they sure sounded that way. At 1:30 in the morning, the Prodigy supervisor reached a detective at the 1st District in D.C. The supervisor made a note of the detective's rank and also his name in her own log. Detective John Sampson.
Chapter 64. I had gotten to bed at a little past 1. Nana came and woke me at 4:45. I heard her slippers scuffing across the bare wood of the bedroom floor. Then she spoke in a low whisper just above my ear. Made me feel as if I were 6 years old again. Alex? Alex? You awake? You bet. I am now. Your friend's down in the kitchen, eating bacon and tomatoes out of my skillet like there's no tomorrow. And he would know, wouldn't he? He still eats it faster than I can cook it. I held in a soft, painful moan. My eyes blinked twice and felt badly puffed and swollen each time they opened. My throat was scratchy and sore. "Sampson's here?" I finally managed to say. "Yes, and he says he might have a lead on the Truth School killer. Isn't that a good way to start your day?" She was taunting me, same as always. It wasn't even 5 o'clock in the morning, and Nana had her rusty shiv in me already. "I'm up," I whispered. "I don't look like it, but I'm up." Less than 20 minutes later, Sampson and I pulled up in front of a brick townhouse on Seward Square. He admitted that he needed me at the scene. Rakeem Powell and a white detective named Chester Mullins, who wore an ancient pork pie hat, were standing outside their own cars waiting for us. They looked extremely tense and uncomfortable. The street was on the moderately upscale side of Seward Square Park, less than a mile and a half from the Sojourner Truth School. This was probably Mullins's home beat. "It's the white-on-white colonial mother-lode on the corner," Rakeem said, pointing to a big house about a block away. "Man, I like working in these high-rent neighborhoods. You all smell the roses?" "That's window cleaning solution," I said. "There goes my career with FTD," Rakeem Powell laughed, and so did his partner Chester. "Might not be the Partridge family living in that nice house up yonder," Sampson cautioned the two detectives. "Beautiful surroundings, peaceful street and all. Maybe a homicidal maniac shitheel waiting for us inside, though. You copy?" Sampson turned to me. "What are you thinking about, Sugar? You having your usual nasty thoughts on this? Feeling the gree-gree?" Sampson had told me what he knew on the short ride over to Seward Square. A subscriber to the Prodigy Interactive Service, an Army man, Colonel Frank Moore, had been sending messages about the child killings over the service. He appeared to know details about the murders that only the police and the real killer knew. He sounded like our freak. "I don't like what I'm hearing from you so far, Mr. John. The killings suggest he's in a rage state, and yet he's fairly careful. Now he's reaching out for help. He's virtually leading us to his doorstep. I don't know if I get that. And I don't like it too much either. That's what I'm feeling so far, partner." I was thinking the same thing. Sampson nodded and kept staring at the house in question. "At any rate, we're here. Might as well check out what the Colonel wanted us to see." "Not mutilated bodies," Rakeem Powell said, and frowned deeply. "Not at 5 on a Monday morning. Not more little kids stashed somewhere in that big house." "Alex and I will take the back door in," Sampson said to Rakeem. "You and Popeye Doyle here can cover the front. Watch the garage. If this is the killer's house, you might expect a surprise or two. Everybody wide awake? Wakey, wakey?" Rakeem and the white man in the hat nodded. "Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed," Rakeem said with fake enthusiasm. "We have you covered, detectives." Chester Mullins finally said something. Sampson nodded calmly. "Let's do it, then. Not daylight yet. Maybe he's still in his coffin." 5:20 a.m., and my adrenaline was pumping wildly. I had already met all the human monsters I cared to meet in my lifetime. I didn't need any more on-the-job experience in this particular area. "Am I here to watch your ass?" I asked as Man Mountain and I moved toward the big house perched on the corner. "You got it, Sugar. I need you on this. You got the magic touch with these psycho killers," Sampson said without looking back at me. "Thanks, I think," I muttered. There was a real loud noise roaring in my head, as if I'd just taken nitrous oxide at the dentist's. I really didn't need to meet another psychopath. I didn't want to meet Colonel Franklin Moore. We cut across a spongy lawn, leading to a long, deep porch with an ivy trellis. I could see a man and woman standing in the kitchen. 2 people were already up inside. "Must be Frank and Mrs. Frank," Sampson muttered. The man was eating something as he leaned over the kitchen counter. I could make out a box of strawberry Pop-Tarts pastry, a carton of skim milk, and the morning's Washington Post. "Very Partridge Family," I whispered to John. "I really don't like this at all." He's leading us all the way, right to the door. "Homicidal maniac," he said through brilliantly white gritted teeth. "Don't let the pop-em-ups fool you. Only psychos eat that shit." "Not easily fooled," I said to Sampson. "So I hear. Let's do it then, sugar. Time to be unsung heroes again." We both crouched down below the level of the kitchen windows. No easy task. We couldn't see the man and woman from there, and they couldn't see us. Sampson grasped the doorknob and slowly turned it. Chapter 65. The back door into the Moore house was unlocked, and Sampson pushed it right in. The two of us exploded into the homey kitchen with its smells of freshly toasted Pop-Tarts and coffee. We were in the Capitol Hill section of Washington. The house and kitchen looked it. So did the Moores. Neither Sampson nor I was fooled by the trappings of normalcy, though. We'd seen it before, in the homes of other psychos. "Hands on top of your heads, both of you. Put your arms up slow and easy," Sampson yelled at the man and woman we had surprised in the kitchen. We had our Glocks trained on Colonel Moore. He didn't look like too much of a threat. A short man, thin and balding, middle-aged paunch, eyeglasses. He wore a standard-issue Army uniform, but even that didn't help his image too much. "We're detectives from the Metro D.C. Police," Sampson identified the two of us. The Moores looked in shock. I couldn't blame them. Sampson and I can be shocking under the wrong circumstances, and these were definitely the wrong circumstances. "There's been some kind of really bad, really crazy mistake," Colonel Moore finally said very slowly and carefully. "I'm Colonel Franklin Moore. This is my wife, Connie Moore. The address here is 418 Seward Square North." He slowly enunciated each word. "Please lower your weapons, officers. You're in the wrong place." "We're at the correct address, sir," I told the colonel. "And you're the crank caller we want to talk to. Either you're a crank or you're a killer." "And we're looking for Colonel Frank Moore," Sampson filled in. He hadn't lowered his revolver an inch, not a millimeter. Neither had I. Colonel Moore maintained his cool pretty well. That concerned me, set my inner alarms off in a loud jangle. "Well, can you please tell us what this is all about? And please do it quickly. Neither of us has ever been arrested. I've never even had a traffic violation," he said to both Sampson and me, not sure who was in charge. "Do you subscribe to Prodigy, Colonel?" Sampson asked him. It sounded a little crazy when it came out, like everything else lately. Colonel Moore looked at his wife, then he turned back to us. "We do subscribe, but we do it for our son, Sumner. Neither of us has much time in our schedules for computer games. I don't understand them much and don't want to." "How old is your son?" I asked Colonel Moore. "What difference does that make? Sumner is 13 years old. He's in the 9th grade at the Theodore Roosevelt School. He's an honor student. He's a great kid. What is this all about, officers? Will you please tell us why you're here?" "Where is Sumner now?" Sampson said in a very low and threatening voice. Because maybe young Sumner was listening somewhere near in the house. Maybe the Sojourner Truth School killer was listening to us right now. He gets up half an hour to 45 minutes later than we do. His bus comes at 6:30. Please, what is this about? We need to talk to your son, Colonel Moore, I said to him. Keep it real simple for right now. You have to do better, Colonel Moore started to say. No, we don't have to do better, Sampson interrupted him. We need to see your son right now. We're here on a homicide investigation, Colonel. 2 small children have already been killed. Your son may be involved with the murders. We need to see your son. Oh, dear God, Frank, Mrs. Moore spoke up for the first time. Connie, I remembered her name. This can't be happening. Sumner couldn't have done anything. Colonel Moore seemed even more confused than when we first burst in, but we had gotten his full attention. I'll show you up to Sumner's room. Could you please holster your weapons at least? I'm afraid we can't do that, I told him. The look in his eyes was inching closer to panic. I didn't even look at Mrs. Moore anymore. Please take us to the boy's bedroom now, Sampson repeated. We need to go up there quietly. This is for Sumner's own protection. You understand what I'm saying? Colonel Moore nodded slowly. His face was a sad, blank stare. Frank? Mrs. Moore pleaded. She was very pale. The 3 of us went upstairs. We proceeded in single file. I went first, then Colonel Moore, followed by Sampson. I still hadn't ruled out Franklin Moore as a suspect, as a potential madman, as the killer. Which room is your son's? Sampson asked in a whisper. His voice barely made a sound. Last of the Maasai warriors. On a capital murder case in Washington, D.C. It's the second door on the left. I promise you, Sumner hasn't done anything. He's 13 years old. He's first in his class. Is there a lock on the bedroom door? I asked. No, I don't think so. There might be a hook, I'm not sure. He's a good boy, Detective. Sampson and I positioned ourselves on either side of the closed bedroom door. We understood that a murderer might be waiting inside. Their good boy might be a child killer, ×2. Colonel Moore and his wife might have no idea about their son and what he was truly all about. 13 years old. I was still slightly stunned by that. Could a 13-year-old have committed the 2 vicious child murders? That might explain the amateurness at the crime scenes. But the rage, the relentless violence, the hatred? He's a good boy, Detective. There was no lock, no hook on the boy's door. Here we go. Here we go. Sampson and I burst into the bedroom, our guns drawn. The room was a regular teenager's hideout, only with more computer and audio equipment than most I'd seen. A gray cadet dress uniform hung on the open closet door. Someone had slashed it to shreds. Sumner Moore wasn't in his bedroom. He wasn't catching an extra half hour of sleep that morning. The room was empty. There was a typewritten note on the crumpled bedsheets where it couldn't be missed. The note simply said, "Nobody is gone." "What is this?" Colonel Moore muttered when he read it. "What is going on? What is going on? Can somebody please explain what's happening here?" I thought that I got it, that I understood the boy's note. Sumner Moore was nobody. That was how he felt. And now, nobody was gone. An article of clothing lying beside the note was the second part of the message to whoever came to his room first. He had left behind Chanel Green's missing blouse. The tiny electric blue blouse was covered with blood. A 13-year-old boy was the truth school killer. He was in a state of total rage, and he was on the loose somewhere in Washington. Nobody was gone.
Chapter 66. The Sojourner Truth school killer traipsed along M Street, reading the Washington Post from cover to cover, looking to see if he was famous yet. He had been panhandling all morning and had made about $10. Life be good. He had the newspaper spread wide open, and he wasn't much looking where he was going, so he bumped into various assholes on his way. The Post was full of stories about goddamn Jack and Jill, but nothing about him. Not a paragraph, not a single word about what he'd done. What a frigging joke newspapers were. They just lied their asses off, but everybody was supposed to believe them, right? Suddenly he was feeling so bad, so confused, that he wanted to just lie down on the sidewalk and cry. He shouldn't have killed those little kids, and he probably wouldn't have if he'd stayed on his medication, but the Depakote made him feel dopey, and he hated it as if it was strychnine. So now his life was completely ruined. He was a goner. His whole life was over before it had really begun. He was on the mean streets and thinking about living out here permanently. Nobody is here, and nobody can stop nobody. He had come to visit the Sojourner Truth School again. Alex Cross's son went there, and he was pissed as hell at Cross. The detective didn't think much of him, did he? He hadn't even come to the Teddy Roosevelt School with Sampson. Cross had dissed him again and again. It was approaching the noon recess at the Truth School, and he decided to stroll by, maybe to stand up close to the fenced yard where they had found Chanel Green, where he had brought the body. Maybe it was time to tempt the fates, see if there was a God in heaven, whatever. Rock and roll music was pounding non-stop in his head now. 9 Inch Nails, Green Day, Oasis. He heard Black Hole Sun and Like Suicide from Soundgarden, then Chump and Basket Case from Green Day's Dookie. He caught himself, pulled himself back from the outer edge. Man, he had gone yah-yah for a couple of minutes there. He had completely zoned out. How long had he been out of it, he wondered. This was getting bad now. Or was it getting very good? Maybe he ought to take just a wee bit of the old Depakote, see if it brought him back anywhere near our solar system. Suddenly he spotted the black bitch Amazon woman coming toward him. It was already too late to move out of the way of the cyclone. He recognized her right away. She was the high and mighty principal from the Sojourner Truth School. She had a bead on him, had him in her sights. Man, she should have been wearing a no-fear T-shirt to play that kind of game. You put the bead on me, then I'll put the bead on you, lady. You don't want my bead on you. Trust me on that, partner. She was yelling, raising her voice anyway. Where do you go to school? Why aren't you there now? You can't stand around here, she called loudly as she kept walking straight toward him. Fuck you, black bitch. Mind your own business. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You talking to me? Do you hear me, mister? You deaf or something? This is a drug-free area, so move on, now. There's absolutely no loitering near this school. That means you in the fatigue jacket. Move on, go on, get out of here. Just fuck you, all right? I'll move on when I'm good and ready. She came right up to him, and she was big. A lot bigger than he was, anyway. Move it or lose it. I won't take any crap from you, none at all. Now get out of here. You heard me. Well, hell. He moved on without giving her the satisfaction of word one. When he got up the block, he saw all the school kids being let outside into the yard with the high fence that didn't mean squat in terms of protection. Can't keep me out, he thought. He looked for Cross's little boy, searched the schoolyard with his eyes, found him, too. No sweat. Tall for his age. Beautiful, right? Cute as hell. Damon was his name-o, name-o. The school principal was still out on the playground, staring up the street at him, bad-eyeing him. Mrs. Johnson was her name-o. Well, she was a dead woman now. She was already ancient history. Just like old Sojourner Truth, the former slave, former abolitionist. They all are, the killer thought, as he finally moved on. He had better things to do than loitering, wasting his precious time. He was a big star now. He was important. He was somebody. Happy, happy. Joy, joy. You believe that? He said, to nobody in particular, just the generic voices crackling inside his head. Then you must be crazier than I am. I ain't happy. There ain't no joy. As he turned the corner, he saw a police car coming up the street toward the school. It was time to get the hell out of there. But he would be back.
Chapter 67. The following afternoon, I gathered up my files and all my notes on Jack and Jill. I headed to Langley, Virginia again. No music in the car that morning. Just the steady whir of my tires on the roadway. Jean Sterling had asked to see what I had come up with so far. She'd called half a dozen times. She promised to reciprocate this time. You show me yours, I'll show you mine, okay? Why not? It made a lot of sense. An agency assistant sporting a military-style crew cut, a woman in her 20s, escorted me into a conference room on the 7th floor. The room was filled with bright light and was a far cry from my cube in the White House basement. I felt like a mouse out of its hole. Speaking of the White House, I hadn't heard from the Secret Service about any plan to investigate possible enemies of the president in high places. I'd stir that pot again when I got back to D.C. On a clear day, you used to be able to see the Washington Monument, Jean Sterling said as she came striding in behind me. Not anymore. The air quality in Fairfax County is abysmal. What's your reaction to the files on our killer elite so far? Shock? Surprise? Boredom? What do you think, Alex? I was starting to get used to Jean's rapid-fire style of speaking. I could definitely see her as a law school professor. My first reaction is that we need weeks to analyze the possibility that one of these people might be a psychotic killer. Or that one of them might be Jack, I told her. I agree with you on that, she nodded. But just suppose we had to compress our search into about 24 fun-filled hours, which is about what we have to work with. Now then, are there any prime suspects in your mind? You have something, Alex. What is it? I held up 3 fingers. I had 3 somethings so far. She smiled broadly. Both of us did. You had to learn to laugh at the madness, or it could bring you so far down you'd never make it back up again. Okay, all right. That's what I like to hear. Let me guess, she said, and went ahead. Jeffrey Daly, Howard Kamens, Kevin Hawkins. Well, that's interesting, I said. That might tell us something, at least. Maybe we better start with the one name that's on both of our short lists. Tell me about Kevin Hawkins. Chapter 68. Jean Sterling spent about 20 minutes briefing me on Kevin Hawkins. You'll be gratified to hear that we have Hawkins under surveillance already, she said as we rode a swift, smooth elevator down to the basement garage where our cars were parked. "See, you don't need my help after all," I said. I was buoyed by the prospect of any kind of progress on the case. I was actually feeling positive for the first time in several days. "Oh, but we do, Alex. We haven't brought him in for an interview because we don't have anything concrete on him. Just nasty, nasty suspicions. That and a need to catch somebody. Let's not forget about that. Now you're suspicious, too." "That's all I have at this point," I reminded her. "Suspicions." "Sometimes that's enough, and you know it. Sometimes it has to be." We arrived at the small private garage underneath the CIA complex at Langley. The space was filled mostly with family vehicles like Taurus station wagons, but there were a few sports cars as well. The cars matched up fairly well with the personnel I had seen upstairs. "I guess we should take both our cars," Jean suggested, and it made sense to me. "I'll drive back here when we're through. You can go on to D.C. Hawkins is staying with his sister in Silver Spring. He's at the house now. It's about half an hour on the Beltway, if that." "You're going to take him in now?" I asked her. It sounded like it to me. "I think we should, don't you? Just to have a little chat, you know." I went to my car. She walked to her station wagon. "This man we're going to see, he's a professional killer," I called to her across the garage floor. She called back, her voice echoing against concrete and steel. "From what I gather, he's one of our best. Isn't that a fun thought?" "Does he have an alibi for any of the Jack and Jill murder dates?" "Not that we know of. We'll have to ask him more about it, in detail." We got into our respective cars and started up the engines. I was beginning to notice that the CIA Inspector General wasn't a bureaucrat. She certainly wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. Mine, either. We were going to meet another ghost. Was he Jack? Could it be that easy? Stranger things had happened. It took the full 30 minutes to get over to Hawkins's sister's house in Silver Spring, Maryland. The houses there were somewhat overpriced, but it was still considered a middle-class area. Not my middle class. Somebody else's. Jean pulled her Volvo wagon up alongside a black Lincoln parked 3/4 of a block from the sister's house. She powered down the passenger side window and talked to 2 agents inside the parked car. One of her surveillance teams, I guessed. Either that or she was asking directions to the assassin's hideout, which struck me as humorous. One of the few laughs I'd had recently. Suddenly I saw a man come out of the sister's Cape Cod-style house. I recognized Kevin Hawkins from his file pictures. No doubt about it. He threw a quick glance down the street, and he must have seen us. He started to run. Then he hopped on a Harley-Davidson motorcycle parked in the driveway. I shouted, "Jean!" out my open window, and gunned my engine at the same time. I began to chase Jack. Chapter 69. The first thing Kevin Hawkins did on the motorcycle was to cut sharply sideways over the sliver of frost-covered lawn separating 2 split-level ranch houses. He raced past a few more houses, one of them with an above-ground pool covered by a baby blue tarp for the winter. I aimed my old Porsche along the same inland route that Hawkins was taking. Fortunately, the past few days had been cold and the ground was mostly solid. I wondered if anybody from the houses had spotted the motorcycle and car crazily zigzagging through their backyards. The motorcycle took a sharp right onto the development road past the last row of houses. I followed close behind. My car was bouncing high. Then it scraped bottom loudly against the high curb. It thudded hard onto the road pavement, and my head struck the rooftop. As we approached an intersecting street, the Volvo station wagon and the Lincoln joined the race. A few neighborhood kids who were playing flag football in spite of the miserable weather stopped to gawk wide-eyed at the real-life police chase roaring up the suburban street. I had my Glock out and the window rolled down. I wasn't going to fire unless he did. Kevin Hawkins wasn't wanted for any specific crime yet. No warrants had been served. Why was he running? He sure was acting guilty about something. Hawkins leaned the Harley into a steep curve as he downshifted into fourth. I remembered another life and time spent on a fast motorcycle. I recalled its amazing maneuverability, the rawness of the speed, the feeling when your skin begins to tighten against your skull. I remembered Jessie Flanagan and her motorcycle. Hawkins's bike made a deep guttural roar as it climbed the hilly road like a ground rocket. I tried to keep up and was doing a pretty decent job. Amazingly, so was the Volvo wagon and the sedan. The chase scene was complete madness, though, suburbia suddenly racing out of control. Was Jack up ahead? Was Hawkins Jack? I watched Kevin Hawkins stretch himself flat over the handlebars of the bike. He knew how to ride. What else did the trained killer know how to do? He was accelerating into fifth, approaching 90 or so on a narrow suburban road repeatedly marked for 35. Then up ahead, traffic. The bane of our existence was suddenly the most glorious and welcome sight in the world to me. A traffic jam. Several cars and vans were already backed up in the direction we were coming from. A bright orange mini school bus was stopped in the opposite lane. It was discharging a thin line of children, as it did probably every day about this time. Hawkins hadn't slowed the cycle much, though. Suddenly he was riding the double line in the road. He hadn't slowed the cycle at all. I realized what he was going to do. He was going to split the stopped traffic and keep on going. I started to brake and cursed loudly. I knew what I had to do. I swerved off the road again, traveling cross-country over more lawns. A woman in a black pea-jacket and jeans screamed at me from her porch and waved a snow shovel. I headed toward where the main road looped down ahead to meet the lane I had been stuck in traffic in only a few seconds ago. Jean Sterling followed in her station wagon. So did the Lincoln sedan. Madness and chaos helter-skelter in Silver Spring. Was this Jack up ahead? Were we about to nab the celebrity stalker and killer? I had high hopes. We were so close to him. Less than 100 yards. I kept my eyes pinned on the bouncing, speeding motorcycle. Suddenly, it went down. The bike slid on one side, sending up a sheet of bright orange and white sparks against the roadway black. A few kids were still walking in a line between the bus and the stopped traffic. Then Hawkins went down. He had gone down to avoid hitting the children. He had swerved to avoid hitting the kids. Hawkins was down on the road. Could this be Jack up ahead? If not, who in the name of God was he? I was out of the car holding my Glock, racing like a madman toward the bizarre accident scene. I was slip-sliding on the ice and snow, but I wouldn't let it slow me down. Jean Sterling and her 2 agents were out of their cars as well, but they weren't doing as well in the slush. I was losing my cover. Kevin Hawkins managed to pull himself up from the sprawling heap. He looked back. He saw us coming. Guns everywhere. He had a gun out, but he didn't fire. He was only a few feet away from the school bus and the children. He left the kids alone, though. Instead, he ran to a black Camaro convertible at the head of the line of stopped cars. What the hell was he up to now? I could see him yelling into the driver's side window of the stopped sports car. Then, blam! He fired directly into the open window. Hawkins yanked open the car door and a body fell out. Jesus Christ, he'd shot the driver dead, just like that. I had seen it, but I couldn't believe it. The contract killer took off in the Camaro. He'd killed someone for his car, but he'd nearly killed himself to avoid hitting a row of innocent children. No rules, or rather, make up your own. I stopped running and stood helplessly in the middle of the street in Silver Spring. Had we just been that close to catching Jack? Had it almost been over? Chapter 70. Nana Mama was still up when I got home about 11:30 that night. Samson was with her. Adrenaline fired through my body the moment I saw them waiting for me. The two of them looked even worse than I felt after a long bear of a day. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong at our house. I could tell it for sure. Samson and Nana didn't have casual visits after 11 o'clock at night. "What's going on? What happened?" I asked as I came in through the kitchen door. My stomach was dropping, plunging. Nana and Samson sat at the small dining table. They were talking, conspiring over something. "What is it?" I asked again. "What the hell is going on?" "Someone's been calling on the telephone all night tonight, Alex. Then they just hang up when I answer the phone," my grandmother told me as I sat at the kitchen table beside her and Samson. "Why didn't you call me right away?" I asked, firmly but gently. "You have my beeper number. That's what it's for, Nana." "I called John," Nana answered the question. "I knew you were busy protecting the president and his family." I ignored her usual rancor. This wasn't the time for that or for a tiff. "Did the caller ever say anything?" I asked. "Did you actually speak to anyone?" "No. There were 12 calls between 8:30 and 10 or so. None since then. I could hear someone breathing on the line, Alex. I almost blew my whistle on them." Nana keeps a silver referee's whistle near the phone. It's her own solution to obscene calls. This time I almost wished she'd blown the damn whistle. "I'm going to bed now," she said and sighed softly, almost inaudibly. For once, she actually looked her age. "Now that you're both here." She strained as she pushed herself up out of the creaking kitchen chair. She went over to Samson first. She bent just a little and kissed him on the cheek. "Night, Nana," he whispered. "There's nothing to worry about. We'll take care of everything, bad as it seems right now." "John, John," she gently scolded him. "There's a great deal of worry about, and we both know it. Don't we now?" She came and kissed me. "Good night, Alex. I'm glad you're home now. This murderer stalking our neighborhood worries me so. It's very bad, very bad. Please trust my feelings on this one." I held her frail body for a few seconds, and I could feel the anger building inside. I held her tightly and thought about how terrible this was, what she was intimating, this evil incarnate following me home. No one in his right mind goes after a cop's family. I didn't believe the killer was in his right mind, though. "Good night, Nana. Thank you for being here for us," I whispered against her cheek, smelled her lilac talc. "I hear what you're saying. I agree with you." When she had left the room, Samson shook his head. Then he finally smiled. "Tough as ever, man. She's really something else. I love her, though. I love your grandma." "I do, too. Most of the time." I was staring up at the ceiling light, trying to focus on something that I could comprehend. like electricity, lamps, moldings. No one can really understand a homicidal madman. They're like visitors from other planets, literally. I was almost speechless for once in my life. I felt violated, incredibly angry, and also afraid for my family. Maybe these phone calls were nothing, but I didn't know that for sure. I got a couple of beers from the fridge, popped them open for the two of us. I needed to talk to Samson anyway. There hadn't been a free moment all day long. She's afraid for the kid's sake. That gets the fur up on her neck. Claws out, Samson said, then took a long sip of beer. Sharp claws, man. I finally managed a half smile in spite of the incredibly bad circumstances and my weariness. We both listened to the silence of the old house on 5th Street for a long moment. It was finally punctuated by the familiar dull clanging of the heating pipes. We took pulls on both our bottles of ale. No invasive phone calls came now. Maybe Nana's whistle wasn't such a bad idea. "How are you and the All-Stars doing with the search for the Moore kid?" I asked Samson. "Anything today? Anything new from the rest of our group? I know our surveillance is breaking down. Not enough manpower." Samson shrugged his broad shoulders, moved in his seat. His eyes turned hard and dark. "We found traces of makeup in his room. Maybe he used makeup to play the part of an old man. We'll find him, Alex. You think he's the one who called here tonight?" I spread my hands, then I nodded my head. "That would make sense. He definitely wants special attention, wants to be seen as important, John. Maybe he feels Jack and Jill is taking attention away from him, stealing the spotlight from his show. Maybe he knows I'm working Jack and Jill, and he's angry with me." "We'll just have to ask the young cadet," Samson said. He smiled a truly malevolent smile, one of his best, or worst, ever. "Sure wish I was popular like you, sugar. No freaks call me late at night, write me MASH notes at my house. Nothing like that." "They wouldn't dare," I said. "Nobody's that crazy, not even the truth school killer." We both laughed, a little too loudly. Laughter is usually the best and only defense in a really tough murder investigation. Maybe Jack and Jill had called me at home, or Kevin Hawkins had called here, or maybe even Gary Sonergy, who was still out there somewhere, waiting to settle his old score with me. "Technician will be at the house first thing in the morning. Put a crackerjack hookup on your phone. We'll put a detective in here, too. Until we find the boy wonder, anyway. I talked to Rakeem Powell. He's glad to do it." I nodded. "That's good. Thanks for coming by and being here for Nana." Things had taken a turn for the worse. They were threatening me in my own house now, threatening my family. Someone was. The freaks were right at my doorstep. I couldn't get to sleep after Samson left that night. I didn't feel like playing the piano. No music in me for the moment. I didn't dare call Christine Johnson. I went up and looked in on the kids. Rosie the cat followed me, yawning and stretching. I watched them, much as Janny had watched me sleep the other morning. I was afraid for them. I finally dozed off about 3 in the morning. There were no more phone calls, thank God. I slept on the porch with the Glock in my lap. Home sweet home. Chapter 71. I heard the kids squawking and squealing first thing the next morning. They were laughing loudly, and it both raised my spirits and mildly depressed me. I immediately remembered the situation we were in. The monsters were at our doorstep. They knew where we lived. There were no rules now. Nobody, not even my own family, was safe. I thought about the Moore boy for a moment or two as I lay on the old sofa on the porch. Strangely, nothing in his past history fit in with the two murders. It just didn't track. I considered the monstrous idea of a 13-year-old boy committing purely existential murders. I had a lot of material stored in my head on the subject. I vaguely recalled André Gide's Lafcadio's adventures from grad school. The twisted main character had pushed a stranger from a train just to prove that he was alive. I glanced at the portable alarm clock beside my head. It was already 7:10. I could smell Nana's strong coffee wafting through the house. I refused to let myself get down about the lack of progress. There was a saying I kept around for just such occasions. Failure isn't falling down. It's staying down. I got up. I went to my room, showered, put on some fresh clothes, rumbled back downstairs. I wasn't staying down. I found my two favorite Martians spiraling around the kitchen, playing some kind of tag game at 7 a.m. I opened my mouth and did my imitation of the silent scream from Edvard Munch's painting, The Shriek. Janny laughed out loud. Damon mimed a silent scream of his own. They were glad to see me. We were still best pals, best of friends. Somebody had called our house last night. Sumner Moore? Kevin Hawkins? "Morning, Nana," I said as I poured a cup of steaming coffee from her pot. "The best to you each morning and all that." I sipped the coffee, and it tasted even more wonderful than it smelled. The woman can cook. She can also talk, think, illuminate, irritate. "Morning, Alex," she said, as if nothing bad had happened the night before. Tough as nails. She didn't want to upset the kids, to alarm them in any way. Neither did I. "Somebody will be by to look at our phone." I told her what Sampson and I had discussed the night before. "Somebody will be around for a few days, too. A detective. Probably it will be Rakeem Powell. You know Rakeem." Nana didn't like that news one bit. "Of course I know Rakeem. I taught Rakeem in school, for heaven's sake. Rakeem has no business here, though. This is our home, Alex. This is so terrible. I just don't think I can stand it. That it's happening here." "What's wrong with our telephone?" Janny wanted to know. "It works," I told my little girl. Chapter 72. The two murder cases were beginning to feel like a single relentless nightmare. I couldn't seem to catch my breath anymore. My stomach was in knots, and apparently would stay that way for the duration of the investigation. The situation was Kafkaesque, and it was wearing down the entire Metro Police force. No one could remember anything like it. I had decided to keep Damon home with Nana and Detective Rakeem Powell for a few days, just to be on the safe side. Hopefully we'd find 13-year-old Sumner Moore soon, and half the horror story would be ended. I continued to suspect either that Sumner Moore wanted to be caught, or that he would be soon. The carelessness in both murders indicated it. I hoped that he wouldn't kill another child before we found him. I considered moving Nana and the kids to one of my aunts, but held back. Rakeem Powell would stay with them at the house. That seemed enough chaos and disruption to force into their lives. For the moment, anyway. Besides, I was almost certain Nana wouldn't have moved to one of her sisters without a huge battle and casualties. 5th Street was her home. She would rather fight than switch. Occasionally, she had. I drove to the White House very early in the morning. I sat in a basement office with a mug of coffee and a 2-foot-thick stack of classified papers to read and ponder. These were literally hundreds of CIA reports and internal memos on Kevin Hawkins and the other CIA ghosts. I met with Don Hamerman, the Attorney General James Dowd, and Jay Grayer at a little past 9. We used an ornate conference room near the Oval Office in the West Wing. I recalled that the White House had originally been built to intimidate visitors, especially foreign dignitaries. It still had that effect, especially under the current circumstances. The American mansion was huge, and every room seemed formal and imposing. Hamerman was surprisingly subdued at the meeting. "You made quite an impression on the president," he said. "You made your point with him, too." "What happens now?" I asked. "What actions do we take? Obviously, I'd like to help." "We've initiated some extremely sensitive investigations," Hamerman said. "The FBI will be handling them." Hamerman looked around the room. It seemed to me that he was reaffirming his power, his clout. "Is that it? What you wanted to tell me?" I asked him after a few seconds of silence. "That's it for now. You got it started. That's something. It's a really big deal." "It is a big deal," I said. "It's a fucking murder investigation in the White House." I got up and went back to my office. I had work to do. I kept reminding myself that I was part of the team. Hamerman peeked his head into the office about 11:30. His eyes were wider and wilder than usual. I thought that maybe he'd changed his mind about the latest investigation, or had his mind changed for him. He didn't look himself. "The president wants to see us immediately." Chapter 73. President Burns personally greeted each of us on the crisis team as we entered the Oval Office, which was indeed oval. "Thank you for coming. Hello, Jay, Anne, Jean, Alex. I know how busy you are and the tremendous pressure you're all working under," he said as we walked in and began to take seats. The crisis team had been assembled, but President Burns clearly dominated the room and the unscheduled meeting. He was dressed in a dark blue chief executive's business suit. His sandy brown hair was freshly barbered, and I couldn't help wondering if it had just been cut that morning, and if it had, where did he get the time? What had happened now? Had Jack and Jill contacted the White House again? I glanced across the room at Jean Sterling. She shrugged her shoulders and widened her eyes. She didn't know what was up either. No one seemed to know what the president had on his mind, not even Hamerman. When we were seated, President Burns spoke. He stood directly in front of a pair of flags, Army and Air Force. He seemed in control of his emotions, which was quite a feat. "Harry Truman used to say," he began, "if you want a friend in Washington, buy a dog." I think I've experienced the precise feelings that inspired his wit. I'm almost sure that I have. The president was an unusually engaging speaker. I already knew as much from his address at his convention and other televised talks, his version of FDR's fireside chats. He was clearly able to bring his oratory talents to a much smaller room and audience, even a tough, cynical crowd like the one before him. What a royal pain in the butt this job can be. Whoever coined the phrase, "If drafted, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve," had the right idea. Believe me on that one. The president smiled. He had an ability to make anything he said sound personal. I wondered if he planned it. How much of this was a first-rate acting job? The president's intense blue eyes circled the room, stopping for a moment on each face. He seemed to be judging us, but more important, communicating with us individually. I've been thinking a great deal about this current unfortunate situation. Sally and I have talked about it upstairs, late into the night, several nights in a row. I've been thinking about Jack and Jill too much, in fact. For the past few days, this miserable three-ring circus has been the focus and a major distraction to the executive branch of our government. It's already disrupted cabinet meetings and played havoc with everyone's schedule. This situation simply can't be allowed to continue. It's bad for the country, for our people, for everybody's mental health, including my own and Sally's. It makes us look weak and unstable to the rest of the world. A threat by a couple of kooks can't be permitted to disrupt the government of the United States. We can't allow that to happen. As a consequence, I've made a tough decision, which ultimately has to be mine to make. I'm sharing it with you this morning because the decision will affect all of you as well as Sally and me. President Burns let his eyes quickly roam around the room again. I didn't know where this was going yet, but the process was fascinating to me. The president had led us a step, then he checked to make sure we were still with him. He was clearly issuing an order, but he made it seem as if he were still seeking some consensus in the room. We simply have to return to business as usual at the White House. We have to do that. The United States can't be held hostage to real or imagined dangers or threats. That's the decision I'm making, and it goes into effect at the end of today. We have to move on, to move ahead with our programs. As the president told us his decision, there was uneasy movement in the room. Ann Roper groaned out loud. Don Hamerman dropped his head down low, close to his knees. I kept my eyes pinned on the president. I fully understand that this makes your jobs more difficult, to say the very least. How in hell can you protect me if I won't cooperate, won't follow your recommendations? Well, I can't cooperate anymore. Not if it means sending a message to the world that a couple of psychopaths can completely alter our government, which is exactly what is happening. It's happened, folks. Starting tomorrow, I'm back on my regular schedule. There will be no further debate on that subject. Sorry, Don. He looked at his chief of staff as he officially rejected his advice. I've also decided to make my scheduled visit to New York City on Tuesday. Sorry again, Don, Jay. I wish the best to all of us on our appointed tasks. You do your jobs, please. I'll try to do mine. We will have absolutely no regrets, no matter what happens from this point on. Is that understood? Understood, sir. Everyone in the room nodded yes. Every eye was intensely focused on the president, mine included. President Burns had been both impassioned and impressive. Absolutely no regrets. I repeated the phrase inside my head. I was sure I'd remember it for the rest of my life, no matter what happened, no matter what Jack and Jill had planned from here on. Thomas Burns had just put his life on the line, really on the line. The President had just put his life in our hands. "By the way, Don," President Burns said to Hamerman as the meeting was starting to break up, "have somebody run out and get me a goddamn dog. I think I need a friend." We all laughed, even if we didn't quite feel up to it.
This ends Disc 8. Jack and Jill, Disc 9.
Chapter 74. That night it snowed about an inch in Washington. The temperature dropped way down into the teens. The truth school killer woke up feeling scared, feeling very alone, feeling trapped, feeling quite sad, actually. No happy, no joy. He was in a cold, greasy sweat that grossed him out completely. In a dream that he remembered now, he had been murdering people, then burying them under a fieldstone fireplace at his grandparents' country home in Leesburg. He'd been having that same dream for years, ever since he could remember, ever since he was a kid. But was it a dream? Or had I committed the grisly murders? He wondered as he opened his eyes. He tried to focus on the surroundings. Where the hell am I? Then he remembered where he was, where he had come to sleep for the night. What a mind-blower! What a cool idea he'd had! The song, his song, blared inside his head. "I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?" This hiding place was cool as shit. Or maybe he was just being too stupid and careless. Cool as shit or dumb and dumber, you be the judge. He was in his own house, up on the 3rd floor. He wrapped his mind around the idea that he was safe and sound for now. Man, he loved the power of that thought. He was in total control. He was mission control. He could be as big and important as Jack and Jill. Hell, he could be bigger and better than those trippy assholes. He knew they could. He could stomp Jack and Jill's asses. He felt around on the floor for his trusty backpack. Where the hell is his stuff? Okay, there it is. Everything is cool. He fumbled inside, located his flashlight. He flicked the on switch. "Let there be light," he whispered. "Voila!" Ah, too bad, sports fans. He was definitely in the attic of his home. This wasn't a dream. He was the truth school killer, after all. He shined the bright light down on his wristwatch. It was a 12th birthday present. It was the kind of sophisticated watch that pilots wore. Wow, he was so damn impressed. Maybe he could study to be a jet pilot after this was all behind him. Learn to fly an F-16. It was 4 a.m. on the jet pilot's watch. Must be 4 a.m. then. The hour of the werewolf, he whispered softly. It was time to come down out of the attic. It was time to continue to make his mark in the world. Something cool and amazing had to happen now. Perfect murders. Had to. Chapter 75. He let the bulky fold-away stairs drop down very slowly to the 2nd floor of the house. His house. If his foster parents happened to get up for a pee right now, big problems for him. Big surprise for them, though. Major shitstorm for everybody concerned. He was having a little trouble with his breathing. None of this was easy now. He needed to set the heavy, unwieldy stairs down quietly on the second floor, but there was a little thud right at the end. "Damn you, loser," he whispered. He still couldn't exactly catch his breath. His body was covered with a thick coat of sweat, the kind horses break on a morning workout. He had seen that phenomenon on his grandparents' farm, never forgot it. Sweat that almost turned into this frothy cream right before your eyes. "Pusillanimous," he whispered, mocking his own cowardice. "Chicken shit bastard, punk of the month, loser man." His theme song again. He tried to let some of the icy panic and nervousness pass. He took long, slow, deep breaths as he paused at the top of the folding stairs. This was so freaky. It was helter-fucking-skelter in real life, in real time. He finally began to climb down the wobbly wooden stairway on wobbly wooden legs that felt like stilts. He was being as careful and quiet as he could be. He felt a little better as he got to the bottom, terra firma. He walked on his tiptoes down the upstairs hallway to the door of the master bedroom. He opened the door and was immediately struck with a blast of really cold air. His foster father kept the window open even in December, even when it fucking snowed. He would. The Arctic cold probably kept his silver blonde crew cut short. Saved him on haircuts. What a super jerk-off the guy was. "Do you screw her in the cold dark?" he whispered under his breath. That sounded about right, too. He walked up real close to their king-size bed, real close. He stood at their altar of love, their sacred throne. How many times had he imagined a moment like this very moment? How many other kids had imagined the same scene 1,000,000 times, but then done nothing about it? Losers. The world was full of them. He was on the verge of one of his worst rages, a real bad one. The hair on the back of his neck was standing at attention. Tension! It felt like it anyway. He could see red everywhere in the bedroom, like this misting red. It was almost as if he were viewing the room through a nightscope. He was just about to go off, wasn't he? He could feel himself exploding into a billion pieces. Suddenly he screamed at the top of his voice, "Wake up and smell the fucking Folgers coffee!" He was sobbing now, too. For what reason, he didn't know. He couldn't remember crying like this since he was a real little kid, real little. His chest hurt as if he'd been punched hard or hit with an 18-inch ball bat. He realized that he was starting to wimp out. Mr. Softy was coming back. He felt like Holden Caulfield, repentant, always triple-thinking every goddamn move, both before and after he made it. "Pow!" he screamed at the top of his voice. "Pow!" He screamed the word again. "Pow! Pow! 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 Pow!" And with every blood-curdling yell, he pulled the trigger of the Smith & Wesson. He put another 9mm bullet into the two sleeping figures. 12 shots, if he was counting correctly. And he was counting everything very correctly. 12 shots, just like Jose and Kitty Menendez got. The Roosevelt military education finally came in handy. He couldn't help thinking. His teachers had been right after all. Colonel Wilson at the school would have been proud of the marksmanship, but most of all, the firm resolve, the very simple and clear plan, the extraordinary courage he had shown tonight. His foster parents were annihilated, completely vanquished, almost disintegrated by all the firepower he'd brought to the task. He felt nothing. Except maybe pride in what he had done, in his fine workmanship. Nobody was here. Nobody did this, man. He wrote it in their blood. Then he ran outside to play in the snow. He got blood all over the yard, all over everything. He could, you know. He could do anything he wanted to now. There was no one to stop. Nobody. Chapter 76. Another murdered child has been discovered. A male, less than an hour ago. John Sampson got the news about 7 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't believe it. Could not, would not accept what he had just been told. Friday the 13th. Was the date deliberate? Another child murdered in Garfield Park. At least the body was left there. He wanted Sumner Moore bad, and he wanted him now. Sampson parked on 6th Street and began the short walk into the desolate and dreary park. This is getting worse, he thought as he walked toward the red and yellow emergency lights flashing brightly up ahead. "Detective Sampson, let me through," he said as he pushed his way inside a circle of police uniforms. One of the uniforms was holding a gray and white yapping mutt on a leash. It was a weird touch at a weird scene. Sampson addressed the patrolman. "What's with the dog? Whose dog?" "Dog uncovered the victim's body. Owner let it loose for a run after she got home from work. Somebody covered up the dead kid with tree branches, not much else, like he wanted somebody to find it." Sampson nodded at what he'd heard so far. Then he moved on, stepped closer to the body. The victim was clearly older than either Vernon Wheatley or Chanel Green. Sumner Moore had graduated from murdering very small children. The creepy little ghoul was on a full rampage now. A police photographer was taking pictures of the body, the camera's harsh flashes dramatic against the blanket of snow covering the park. The boy's mouth and nose were wrapped with silver duct tape. Sampson took a deep breath before he stooped down low next to the medical examiner, a woman he knew named Esther Lee. "How long you think he's been dead?" Sampson asked the M.E. "Hard to say, maybe 36 hours. Decomposition has slowed a lot in this cold weather. I'll know more after the autopsy. The boy took a brutal beating. Lead pipe, wrench, something nasty and heavy like that. He tried to fight the killer off. You can see defensive bruises on both hands, on his arms. I feel so bad for this boy." "I know, Esther. Me too." What John Sampson could see of the boy's neck was discolored and badly bloated. Tiny black bugs crawled along the hairline. A thin line of maggots spilled from a split in the scalp above the right ear. Sampson sucked it up, grimaced, and forced himself to move around to the other side of the boy's body. Nobody knew it, not even Alex, but this was the part of homicide that he just couldn't handle. DOAs. Bodies in decomposition. "You won't like it," Esther Lee told him before he looked. "I'm warning you." "I know I won't," he muttered. He blew warmth on his hands, but it didn't help much. He could see the boy's face now. He could see it, but he couldn't believe it. And he certainly didn't like it. Esther Lee was right about that. "Jesus Christ," he said out loud. "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Make this terrible thing stop." Sampson stood up straight. He was 6'9" again, only it wasn't tall enough, wasn't big enough. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The boy's face. This killing was too much even for him. And he had seen so much in D.C. during the past few years. The murdered boy was Sumner Moore.
Part 5. No rules, no regrets. Chapter 77. Nothing ever begins at the time we believe it does. Still, this is what I think of as the beginning. Janny and I sat in the kitchen and we talked the talk, our own special talk. The words didn't matter much, just the sentiments. "You know, this is an anniversary for us," I said to her. "Special anniversary." I touched her cheek. So soft, soft as a butterfly's belly. "Oh, really?" Janny said, and gave me her most skeptical Nana-mama look. "And what anniversary might that be?" "Well, I'll tell you. This just happens to be the 500th time that I've read you The Stinky Cheese Man." "Okay, fine," she said, and smiled in spite of herself. "So read the story already. I love the way you read it." I read the story again. After we were done with our stinky cheese, I spent some time with Damon and then with Nana. Then I went upstairs to pack. When I came back down, I talked out on the porch with Rakeem Powell. Rakeem was waiting to be relieved. Sampson was coming over for the night. Man Mountain was late as usual, and we hadn't heard from him yet, which was a little unusual, but I knew he'd be there. "You okay?" I asked Rakeem. "I'm fine, Alex. Sampson will get here eventually. You take care of yourself." I went out to my car. I stepped inside and put in a tape that felt right for the moment at hand, for my mood anyway. It was the finale to Saint-Saëns' second piano concerto. I had always dreamed of being able to play the piece on the porch piano. Dream on, dream on. I listened to the blazing music as I drove out to Andrews Airfield, where Air Force One was being prepared. President Burns was going to New York City, and I was going with him. No regrets. Chapter 78. There have been many conflicting accounts, but this is what happened and how it happened. I know, because I was there. On Monday evening, 9 days before Christmas, we landed in a grayish-blue fog and light rain at LaGuardia Airport on Long Island. No specific information about President Burns's travel plans had been announced to the press, but the president was keeping his commitment to speak in New York the following morning. Thomas Burns was known for keeping his commitments, keeping his word. It had been decided to go from LaGuardia into Manhattan by car rather than helicopter. The president wasn't hiding anymore. Had Jack and Jill counted on just that kind of courage or arrogance from him? I wondered. Would Jack and Jill follow the president to New York? I was almost sure that they would. It fit everything we knew about them so far. "Ride with us, Alex," Don Hamerman said as we hurried across the tarmac, a cold December wind blowing hard in our faces. Hamerman, Jay Grayer, and I had gotten off Air Force One together. During the plane ride, we sat together, planning how to protect President Burns from an assassination attempt in New York. Our talk was so intense that I missed out on the specialness of the ride. "We're traveling in the car directly behind the president. We can continue our little chat on the way into Manhattan," Hamerman said to me. We climbed into a somber blue Lincoln Town car that was parked less than 50 yards from the jet. It was close to 10 in the evening, and that part of the airfield had been secured. There were Secret Service men, FBI agents, and New York City policemen milling around everywhere. Surrounding the 5 limousines of the presidential motorcade were at least 3 dozen NYPD blue and white squad cars, not to mention a few Harley motorcycles. The Secret Service agents stared into the foggy night as if Jack and Jill might suddenly appear on the runway at LaGuardia. I had learned that the NYPD would have a minimum of 5,000 uniformed officers on the Special Service detail for the length of the president's visit. More than 100 detectives would also be assigned. The Secret Service had tried to convince the President to stay at the Coast Guard base on Governor's Island or at Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn. The President had insisted on making a statement by staying in Manhattan. No regrets. His words in the Oval Office played over and over in my head. I settled back into the cushy and comfortable leather seat of the town car. I could sense the power. What it was like to ride in a motorcade directly behind the President's car, which the Secret Service called Stagecoach. A couple of NYPD police cruisers pulled out in front of the pack. Their red and yellow roof lights began to revolve in quick kaleidoscopic circles. The presidential motorcade started to wind its way out of LaGuardia Airport. Don Hamerman spoke as soon as we were moving. "No one has seen Kevin Hawkins in the past 3 days, right? Hawkins seems to have fallen off the face of the earth," he said. His voice was full of frustration, anger, and the usual petulance. He enjoyed bullying people beneath him, but neither Grayer nor I would put up with it. "No one knows the route we're taking," Hamerman said. "We didn't have a final route until a few minutes ago." I couldn't keep quiet. "We know the route. People in the NYPD know it, or they will momentarily. Kevin Hawkins is good at uncovering secrets. Kevin Hawkins is good, period. He's one of our best." Jay Grayer was peering out of the rain-streaked window into the fast lane of the New York highway we were traveling on. His voice sounded far away. "What's your instinct about Hawkins?" he asked me. "I think Kevin Hawkins is definitely involved somehow. He's extreme right-wing. He's associated with some groups that are opposed to the President's policies and plans. He's been in trouble before. He's suspected of a homicide inside the CIA. It all fits." "But something's bothering you about him?" Grayer asked. He had learned how to read me pretty well already. "According to everything I've read, he's never worked closely with anyone before. Hawkins has always been a loner, at least until now. He seems to have problems relating to women, other than his sister in Silver Spring. I don't understand how Jill would fit in with him. I don't see Hawkins suddenly working with a woman." "Maybe he finally found a soulmate. It happens," Hamerman said. I doubted that Hamerman ever had. "What else pops out about Hawkins?" Jay Grayer continued to probe. He shut his eyes as he listened. "All his FBI psych files and workups suggest a potential loose cannon. I don't know how they justified keeping him active for all those years in Asia and South America. Here's the interesting part. Hawkins can get committed to causes that he believes in, though. He strongly believes in the importance of intelligence for our national defense. President Burns doesn't, and he's said so publicly several times. That could explain the Jack and Jill scenario. Could explain it. Hawkins is experienced and resourceful enough to pull off an assassination. He definitely could be Jack. If he is, he'll be very hard to stop." We were starting to cross the 59th Street Bridge into Manhattan. New York, New York. The presidential motorcade was a strange, eerie parade of wailing sirens and bright flashing lights. The island of Manhattan lay straight ahead of us. New York looked amazingly huge and imposing, capable of swallowing us whole. Anything can happen here, I was thinking. And I'm sure Don Hamerman and Jay Grayer were, too. Bam! 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 The three of us jumped forward in the back seat of the town car. I had my hand on my gun, ready for almost anything, ready for Jack and Jill. We all stared in horror at the president's car up ahead. Stagecoach. There was total silence in our car. Awful silence. Then we began to laugh. The loud noises hadn't been gunshots. They just sounded like it. They were false alarms. But it was chilling all the same. We had passed over worn and warped metal gratings on the ramp coming off the bridge. Everyone in our car had experienced an instant heart attack at the sudden and unexpected noise. Undoubtedly, the same thing had happened in the president's car. "Jesus," Hamerman moaned loudly. That's what it would be like. Oh, God Almighty. "I was there at the Washington Hilton when Hinckley shot Reagan and Brady," Jay Grayer said with a tremor in his voice. I knew that he was back there once again with Reagan and James Brady, experiencing a flashback, the kind no one wanted to have. I wondered about Grayer's personal stake in this. I wondered about everybody on our team. I watched the president's car as it swept down onto the crowded, brightly lit streets of New York City. The American flags on the fenders were flapping wildly in the river breeze. No regrets.
Chapter 79. The photojournalist had arrived early on Monday, December 16th, for his work in New York. He had decided to drive from Washington. It was much safer that way. Now he walked along Park Avenue where the presidential motorcade would travel tomorrow morning, only a few hours from now. He was relaxing before the historic day, taking in the sights and sounds of New York City in the holiday season. Kevin Hawkins had occasional flashes, mind photos of memorabilia he had studied on the JFK killing, the murders of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy, even the badly botched shooting of Ronald Reagan. He knew one thing for certain. This particular assassination wouldn't be botched. This was a done deal. There was no way out for Thomas Burns. No escape. He was closing in on the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he knew the president and his wife would be staying. It was typical for this president to go against the advice of his security advisors. It fit his profile perfectly. Don't listen to the experts. Fix what isn't broken. Arrogant fool. Useless bastard. Traitor to the American people. The night was cool and fine, the light rain having finally stopped. The air felt good against his skin. He was certain that he wasn't going to be spotted as Kevin Hawkins. He'd taken care of that. There were easily a couple of hundred NYPD uniforms around the hotel. It didn't matter. No one would recognize him now, not even his own mother and father. The picturesque divided avenue outside the hotel was relatively crowded at this time of night. Some spectators had come in hopes of seeing the president shot. They didn't know when the president would be arriving, but they knew the likely hotels in Midtown. The Waldorf was a good guess. The local tabloids and even the New York Times had run huge headlines about Jack and Jill and the ongoing drama. In typical fashion, the press had gotten it mostly wrong. But that would be helpful to him soon. Kevin Hawkins joined in with the strangely noisy and almost festive crowd, several of whom had wandered over from holiday visits to the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. The unruly ambulance chasers gathered outside the hotel told smugly ironic jokes, and he despised them for their big city cynicism, their attitude. He despised them even more than the useless president he had come to this city to kill. He stayed at the outer edge of the crowd, just in case he suddenly had to move fast. He didn't want to be around there too late, but the presidential motorcade was running behind the schedule he had been given. Finally, he saw heads and necks in the crowd, craning to the far left. He could hear the roar of cars coming up Park Avenue. The motorcade was approaching the hotel. It had to be the motorcade coming. The dozen or so cars stopped at the canopied entrance on Park Avenue. Then Kevin Hawkins almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. The arrogant bastard had chosen to walk inside from the street rather than use the underground garage. He wanted to be seen, to be photographed. He wanted to show his courage to all the world, to show that Thomas Burns wasn't afraid of Jack and Jill. The photojournalist watched the cocksure and vainglorious chief executive as he was ushered from his limousine. He could have taken out Thomas Burns right there. Once the hotshot former automobile executive had made the decision to return the presidency to business as usual, the assassination was virtually guaranteed. Amateurs made such amateurish decisions, Hawkins knew. Always. It was a fact that he counted on in his work. I could do him right now. I could take out the president right here on Park Avenue. How does that make me feel? Excited, pumped, no guilt. What a strange man I have become, Kevin Hawkins thought. That was really why he was there that night, to test his emotional responses. This was his dress rehearsal for the big event, the only rehearsal he would need, or get. The Secret Service team smoothly and expertly got the president safely inside the hotel. Their coverage was excellent. 3 tight rings around the PP, the protected person. The presidential detail was very good, but not good enough. No one could be. Not for what Kevin Hawkins had in mind. A kamikaze attack, a suicide attack. The president would not be able to escape from it. No one could. It was a done deal. He watched the rest of the shiny blue and black sedans unload, and he recognized nearly every face. He took his usual mind photos, dozens of shots to remember, all inside his head. Finally, he saw Jill. She looked so cool and utterly unconcerned. She was such a great psycho in her own right, wasn't she? Jill stood there in the middle of all the fuss and bustle. Then she disappeared inside the Waldorf with the rest of them. The photojournalist finally sauntered away down Park toward what had once been the Pan Am building and now belonged to MetLife. A float with Snoopy driving Santa's sleigh stood out on the building's rooftop. The president ought to buy some term life insurance tonight, he thought, whatever the price. The assassination is as good as done. It was guaranteed. But what Kevin Hawkins didn't even suspect, didn't realize, was that he, too, was being watched. He was under close observation at that very moment in New York City. Jack was watching Kevin Hawkins stroll down Park Avenue. Chapter 80. Jack be nimblest, Jack be quickest. After he had watched Kevin Hawkins disappear on Park Avenue, Sam Harrison left the crowded area near the Waldorf. New York was already as stirred up about Jack and Jill as Washington, D.C. That was good. It would make everything easier. There was something he had to do now. He had to do this no matter what the risks. It was the most important thing to him. At the corner of Lexington Avenue and 47th Street, he stopped at a pay phone booth. Surprisingly, the damn contraption actually worked. Maybe the only one that did in Midtown. As he dialed, he watched a garish street hooker plying her trade across Lexington. Nearby, a middle-aged gay man was picking up a blonde teenager. Urban cowboys and girls sashayed into a peculiar New York bar called Ride 'em High. He mourned for the old New York, for America as it had been, for real cowboys and real men. He had important and necessary work to do in New York. Jack and Jill was heading toward its climax. He was confident that the real truth would go to his grave with him. It had to be like that. The truth had always been far too dangerous for the public to know. The truth didn't usually set people free, it just got them crazier. Most people just couldn't handle the truth. He finally reached a number in Maryland. There was a very small risk in the phone call, but he had to take it. He had to do this one thing for his own sanity. A little girl's voice came on the phone. Immediately he felt the most incredible relief, but also a joy he hadn't experienced in days. The girl sounded as if she were right there in New York. "This is Karen speaking. How may I help you?" she said. He had taught her to answer the phone. He closed his eyes tight, and all of New York's depressing tawdriness, everything he was about to do, was suddenly, effectively shut out. Even Jack and Jill was gone from his thoughts for the briefest of moments. He was in a safety zone. He was home. His little girl was what really counted for him now. She was the only thing that mattered. She'd been permitted to wait up late for his call. He wasn't Jack as he cradled the phone receiver against his chin. He wasn't Sam Harrison. "It's Daddy," he said to his youngest child. "Hello, Pumpkin Eater. I miss you to bits. How are you? Where's Mommy?" he asked. "Are you guys taking good care of each other? I'll be home real soon. Do you miss me? I sure miss you." He had to get away with this, he thought, as he talked to his daughter and then to his wife. Jack and Jill had to succeed. He had to change history. He couldn't go home in a body bag, in disgrace, as the worst American traitor since Benedict Arnold. No, the body bag was for President Thomas Burns. He deserved to die. So had all the others. They were all traitors in their own way. Jack and Jill came to the hill to kill, to kill, to kill. And soon, very soon, it would be finished.
Chapter 81. Something was clearly wrong at the hotel. We hadn't been at the Waldorf for more than a few minutes when I knew there was a serious breach in security. I could see the way the Secret Service agents closed around President Burns and his wife as they entered the glittery hotel foyer. Thomas and Sally Burns were hurriedly being escorted to their suite of rooms on the 21st floor. I knew the drill by heart. NYPD detectives had been working closely with the Secret Service detail. They had checked every conceivable and inconceivable method of infiltration into the Waldorf, including subways, sewers, and all the underground passages. Bomb-sniffing dogs had been marched through the Midtown Hotel just before our arrival. The dogs had also been taken out that afternoon to the Plaza and the Pierre, other possible choices for the president's stay. "Alex," I heard from behind. "Alex, over here. In here, Alex." Jay Grayer beckoned with his hand. "We've got a little problem already. I don't know how they managed it, but they're definitely here in New York. Jack and Jill are here." "What the hell is going on here, Jay?" I asked the Secret Service agent as we hurried past glass cases filled with quart-sized perfume bottles and expensive clothing accessories. Jay Grayer led me to the hotel's administrative offices, which were directly behind the front desk on the lobby floor. The room was already filled with Secret Service, FBI agents, and New York City police honchos. Everybody seemed to be listening to earphones or hand transmitters. They looked stressed out, including the hotel management, with their own director of security, and the proud claim that every president since Hoover had stayed at the Waldorf. Grayer finally turned to me and said, "A delivery of flowers came about 10 minutes ago. They're from our friends Jack and Jill. There's another rhyme with the flowers." "Let's take a look at it. Let me see the message, please." The note was on a mahogany desk next to an arrangement of blood-red roses. I read it as Greer looked over my shoulder. Jack and Jill went up the hill and surprised the chief with flowers. We're here in town. We're counting down your last remaining hours. They want us to believe they're a couple of kooks, I said to Jay. Do you? I sure as hell don't, but they're sticking with it. It's consistent as hell, and it's all a plan. They definitely know what they're doing, and we definitely don't. And Jack and Jill were definitely in New York City.
Chapter 82. The heavy wooden door into President Thomas Burns's master bedroom opened at a few minutes past midnight. The Waldorf's presidential suite consisted of 4 bedrooms and 2 sitting rooms in the tower portion of the hotel. No other hotel guests were staying on that floor or the floors immediately above and below. "Who is it?" The president looked up from the book he was reading to try and calm his nerves. The book was the massive Truman by David McCullough. The president nearly dropped the heavy tome when the door opened unexpectedly. Thomas Burns smiled when he saw who was standing between the doorway and a large antique armoire. "Oh, it's you. I thought it might be Jill. I think she secretly likes me. Just a gut feeling I have," he said, and chuckled. Sally Burns forced a smile. "Only me. I wanted to say good night, and to see if you were all right, Tom." The president looked fondly at his wife. They had been sleeping in separate bedrooms for the past few years. They'd had problems, but they were still close friends. He believed they still loved each other, and always would. "You didn't come to tuck me in?" he asked. "That's a shame." "Of course I did. That, too. Tonight you deserve a tuck-in." Her husband smiled in a way that reminded both of them of better times, much better times. He could be a charmer when he wanted to be. Sally Burns knew that all too well. Tom could also be a major heartbreaker. Sally knew that, too. It had been that way for most of their years together. The agony and the ecstasy, she called the relationship. In truth, though, to be fair, it had been more ecstasy than agony. They both believed that, and knew what they had was rare. Thomas Burns lightly patted the edge of the bed, which was king-size with a partial canopy. Sally came and sat beside him. He reached for her hand, and she gave it to him, willingly. She loved to hold hands with her Tom. She always had. She knew she still loved him in spite of past hurts and all their other troubles. She could forgive him for his affairs. She knew they meant nothing to him. She was secure in herself. Sally Burns also understood her husband better than anybody else. She knew how disturbed he was right now, how deeply frightened, and how vulnerable. And she did love him, the whole complex package, the arrogance, the diffidence, the insecurities, the very large ego at times. She knew that he loved her, and that they would always be best friends and soulmates. "Tell you something weird," he said as he pulled her closer, as he tenderly held his wife of 26 years. "Tell me. I expect nothing less than full disclosure, Mr. King." It was a phrase they had both laughed over in the London stage play, The Madness of George III. The Queen had called George III Mr. King in bed. "I think it's somebody we know. I had a talk about it with that homicide detective. He's the only one who had the balls to come to me with bad news. I think it could be somebody close to us, Sally. That makes it all the more horrible." Sally Burns tried not to show her fear. Her eyes traveled up and around the high-ceilinged bedroom. There was a chair rail halfway up the walls. Baby blue and cream wallpaper rose above the rail. God, how she wished they could go home to Michigan. That's what she really wanted, more than anything, for her and Tom to go back home. Have you told that to Don Hamerman? I'm telling you, he whispered. You I can trust. You I do trust. Sally kissed his forehead softly, then his cheek, and finally his lips. You sure about that? 100%, he whispered. Although you have some good reasons to want to get me. Better reasons than most. Better than Jack and Jill, I'll bet. Hold me tight, she said. Don't ever let go. Hold me tight, the President continued to whisper to his wife. Don't you ever let go. I could stay like this with you forever. And please, Sally, forgive me. It's somebody close. It's somebody very close to me. President Thomas Burns couldn't turn off the disturbing thought as he held his wife. Somebody close. What would you like for Christmas, Tom? You know the press. They always want to know. President Burns thought for a moment. Peace. For this to be over. Chapter 83. It was time to prove he was better than Jack and Jill. In his heart he knew that he was, no contest. Jack and Jill were basically full of crap. The Cross House stood in dark, shifting shadows on 5th Street in Washington's southeast. It looked as if everyone inside had finally fallen asleep. We'll soon see. We'll just see about that, the killer thought to himself. His name was Danny Boudreau, if you really wanted to know the truth. He watched the street lamplit seen from a clump of gum trees sprouting in an otherwise empty lot. He was thinking about how much he hated Cross and his family. Alex Cross reminded him of his real father, who'd also been a cop, devoted to his stupid job, and who had left him and his mother because of it. Deserted them as if they were so much spit on the sidewalk. Then his mother had killed herself, and he'd wound up with foster parents. Families made him sick, but Big Shot Cross tried to be such a perfect daddy. He was such a phony, a real scam artist. Worse than that, Cross had severely underestimated him and also dissed him several times. Danny Boudreau had been a classmate of Sumner Moore at Theodore Roosevelt. Sumner Moore had always been the perfect suck-up cadet, the perfect student, the perfect student-athlete asshole. Moore had been his goddamn tutor since the previous summer. Danny Boudreau had to go to the Moore house twice a week. He'd hated Sumner Moore from day one for being such a condescending and stuck-up little prick. He'd hated the whole condescending Moore family. Well, he'd taught them a lesson. He turned out to be the tutor. His first totally outrageous idea had been to make it look as if Sumner Moore, the perfect cadet, were the child killer. He'd logged into the Moore's Prodigy account and led the cops right to their house. What a great frigging prank that had been. The best. Then he'd decided to get rid of Sumner. That was the second outrageous idea. He'd enjoyed killing Sumner Moore even more than the little kids. He wanted to teach Cross a lesson now, too. Cross obviously didn't think the so-called Sojourner Truth School killer was worth much of his precious time. Danny Boudreau was no Gary Sonergy in the eyes of Alex Cross. He was no Jack and Jill. He was nobody, right? Well, we'll see about that, Dr. Cross. We'll just see how I stack up against Jack and Jill and the others. Watch this one real closely, Dr. Hotshit Defective. You just might learn something. In the next hour or so, a lot of people would learn not to underestimate Danny Boudreau, not to snub him ever again. Danny Boudreau crossed 5th Street, careful to keep his body in tree shadows. He walked right into the well-kept yard that bordered the Cross house. He was 13, but small for his age. He was 5'3" and only 110 pounds. He didn't look like much. The other cadets called him Mr. Softy, because he would melt into tears whenever they teased him, which was just about all the time. For Danny Boudreau, Hell Week had lasted the whole school year. No, it had lasted for his entire life so far. Christ, he had enjoyed killing Sumner Moore. It was like killing his whole goddamn school. He smeared gray eyeshadow over his face, his neck, and his hands as he waited across from the Cross house. He had on dark jeans and a black shirt, and also a dark camo face mask made by tree bark. He had to fit in with the African-American neighborhood, right? Well, no one had paid much attention to him on 6th Street or even walking along E Street on his way to 5th. Danny Boudreau touched the butt of the Smith & Wesson semi-automatic in the deep pocket of his poncho. The gun held a dozen shots. He was loaded for bear. The safety was off. He started crying again. Hot tears were streaming down his face. He wiped them away with his sleeve. No more Mr. Softy. He did perfect murders. Chapter 84. Nothing in heaven or on earth could save Alex Cross's cute little family now. They were next in line to die. It was the move he had to make, the right move at the right time. Hey, hey, what do you say? Danny Boudreau inched his way up the back porch steps of the house. He didn't make a freaking sound. He could be a damn good cadet when he needed to be, a fine young soldier. He was on maneuvers tonight, that's all it was. He was on a nocturnal mission. Search and destroy. He didn't hear any noises coming from inside the house, no late-night TV sounds, no Letterman, Leno, and Beavis and Butthead Nordic track commercials, no piano playing either. That probably meant Cross was sleeping now, too. So be it. The sleep of the dead, right? He touched the doorknob and immediately wanted to pull his fingers away. The metal felt like dry ice against his skin. He held on, though. He turned the knob slowly. Then he pulled it toward him. The goddamn door was locked. For some crazy reason, he'd imagined it wouldn't be. He could still get in the house through this door, but he might make some noise. That wouldn't do. That wasn't perfect. He decided to go around front and check the situation there. He knew there was a sun porch, a piano on the porch. Cross played the blues out there, but the blues were only just beginning for the good doctor. The rest of his life would be nothing but the blues. Still no sound came from inside the house. He knew Cross hadn't moved his family out of harm's way. That showed more disrespect on his part. Cross wasn't afraid of him. Well, he ought to be afraid. Damn it, Cross ought to be scared shitless of him. Danny Boudreau reached out to try the door to the sun porch. The young killer broke out in a sweat. Boudreau could hardly breathe. He was seeing his worst nightmare, and his nightmares were really bad. Detective John Sampson was staring right at him. The black giant was there on the porch waiting for him, sitting there all smug as hell. He'd been caught. Jesus, they'd set a trap for him. He'd fallen for it like a true chump. But, hey, wait a damn minute, wait a minute. Something was wrong with this picture, or rather, something was very right with the picture. Danny Boudreau blinked his eyes, then he stared real hard. He concentrated hard. Sampson was sleeping in the big, fluffy armchair next to the piano. His stockinged feet were propped up on a matching hassock. His holstered gun was on a small side table, maybe 12 inches from his right hand. His holstered gun. 12 inches. Just 12 little inches, the killer thought, mulled it over. Danny Boudreau held on to the doorknob for dear life. He didn't move. His chest hurt as if he'd been punched. What to do? What to do? What in hell to do? 12 measly inches. His mind was going about 1,000,000 miles a second. There were so many thoughts blasting through his brain that it almost shut down on him. He wanted to go at Sampson, to rush in and take the big moke out, then hurry upstairs and do the family. He wanted it so much that the thought burned in him, seared the inside of his brain, fried his thought waves. He slid in and out of his military mind. The better part of valor and all that shit. Logic conquers all. He knew what he had to do. Even more slowly than he'd come up the steps, he backed away from the porch door of the Cross House. He couldn't believe how close he'd come to stumbling right into the huge, menacing detective. Maybe he could have snuck up on the big moke, blown his brains out. Maybe not, though. The big moke was a really big moke. No, the truth school killer wouldn't take the chance. He had too much fun, too many games ahead of him to blow it like this. He was too experienced now. He was getting better and better at this. He disappeared into the night. He had other choices, other business he could take care of. Danny Boudreau was on the loose in D.C., and he loved it. He had a taste for it now. There would be time for Cross and his stupid family later. He'd already forgotten that just minutes before he had been crying his eyes out. He hadn't taken his medicine in 7 days. The hated, despicable Depakote. His goddamn mood disorder medicine. He was wearing his favorite sweatshirt again. Happy, happy. Joy, joy.
Chapter 85. I woke with a start and a trembling shiver. My skin was prickling, my heart racing furiously. Bad dream? Something unholy. Real or imagined? The room was pitch black, all the lights out, and it took me a second to remember where in the name of God I was. Then I remembered. I remembered everything. I was part of the team assigned to try and protect the president, except the president had decided to make our job even harder than it had been. The president had decided to travel out of Washington, to show the colors, to demonstrate that he wasn't afraid of terrorists and crackpots of any kind. I was in New York City, at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on Park Avenue. Jack and Jill were in New York, too. They were so sure of themselves that they had sent us a calling card. I groped around for the lamp on the bedside table, then for the damn lamp switch. Finally, I clicked it on. 2:55. That's just terrific, I whispered under my breath. That's great. I thought of calling my kids in Washington, calling Nana. It wasn't a real serious idea, but the notion floated across my mind. I thought about Christine Johnson, calling her at home. Absolutely not. But I did have the thought, and I did like the idea of talking to her on the phone. I finally pulled on a pair of khakis, stepped into battered Converse sneakers, slipped into an old sweatshirt. I wandered out into the hotel. I needed to be out of my hotel room. I needed to be out of my own skin. The Waldorf Astoria was sound asleep, as it should be, except that very uptight Secret Service agents were posted everywhere, in every hallway where I wandered. The presidential detail was on its night watch. There were mostly athletic-looking men who reminded me of very fit accountants. Only a couple of women were assigned to the detail in New York. "You going for a late run through Midtown New York, Detective Cross?" one of the Secret Service agents asked as I passed by. It was a woman named Camille Robinson. She was serious and very dedicated, as most of the Secret Service agents seemed to be. They seemed to like President Thomas Burns a lot, enough to take a bullet for. "My mind is up and running for sure," I said, and managed a smile. "Probably do a couple of marathons before morning. You okay? Need some coffee or anything?" Camille shook her head and kept her serious face on. Watchdogs can be female, too. I'd met my share of them. I saluted the diligent agent, then kept on walking. A few thoughts continued to plague me as I wandered inside the eerily quiet hotel. My mind was running way too hot. The murder of Charlotte Kinsey was one disturbing puzzle piece. That murder might have been committed by somebody other than Jack and Jill. Could there be a third killer? Why would there be a third killer? How did it fit? I continued down another long hallway, and down still another track in my mind. What about larger and more complicated conspiracies? Dallas and JFK, Los Angeles and RFK, Memphis and Dr. King. Where did that insane and depressing line of thinking take me? The list of possible conspirators was impossibly long, and I didn't have the resources to get at most of the suspects anyway. The crisis group talked about conspiracies a lot. The Federal Bureau was obsessed with conspiracies. So was the CIA. But a powerful fact remained. 30 years after the Kennedy assassinations, no one was really convinced that either of those murders had been solved. The more I delved into conspiracy theories, the more I realized that getting to the core was almost impossible. Certainly no one had yet. I'd talked to several people at the Assassination Archives and Research Center in Washington, and they had come to exactly the same conclusion, or dead end. I wandered into the hallway on the 21st floor where the president was sleeping. I had a chilling thought that he might be dead in his room, that Jack and Jill had already struck and left a note, another poem for us to discover in the morning. "Everything okay?" I asked the agents stationed just outside the door of the presidential suite. They watched me carefully, as if they were asking themselves, "Why is he here?" "So far," one of them said stiffly, "no problems here." Eventually, I made it full circle back to my room. It was almost 4 in the morning. I slipped inside the room, lay down on the bed. I thought of my conversation with Sampson earlier that night, hearing about the murder of Sumner Moore. Apparently the Moore boy wasn't the truth school killer. I tried not to think about either case anymore. I finally dozed until 6, when the clock radio went off like a fire alarm next to my head. Rock and roll music blared. K-Rock in New York. Howard Stern was talking to me. He had worked down in Washington years ago. Howard said, "The Prez is in town. Can Jack and Jill be far away?" Everybody knew about it. The president's motorcade through Manhattan started at 11. Stagecoach was ready to roll again.
This ends Disc 9. Jack and Jill. Disc 10.
Chapter 86. History was about to be made in New York City. At the very least, it was white-knuckle time. Definitely that. The game had ceased being a game. Jack jogged at a strong, steady pace through Central Park. It was a little before 6 in the morning. He'd been out running since just after 5. He had a lot on his mind. D-Day had finally arrived. New York City was the war zone, and he couldn't imagine a better one. He observed the very striking Manhattan skyline from where he was running alongside Fifth Avenue, heading south. Above the tall, uneven line of buildings, the sky was the color of charcoal seen through tissue paper. Huge plumes of smoke billowed up from turn-of-the-century buildings. It was pretty as hell, actually. Close to glorious. Not the way he usually thought of New York City. It was just a facade, though. Like Jack and Jill, he was thinking. As he ran alongside a blue city bus charging down Fifth Avenue, he wondered if he might die in the next few hours. He had to be ready for that, to be prepared for anything. Kamikaze, he thought. The final plan was deadly, and it was as surefire as these things could be. He didn't believe that the target could possibly survive this attack. No one could. There would be other deaths as well. This was a war, after all, and people died in war. Jack finally emerged from the park at 5th Avenue and 59th. He continued to run south, picking up his pace. A few moments later, he entered the formal and attractive lobby of the Peninsula Hotel in the West 50s. It was 6:10 in the morning. The Peninsula was a little more than 20 blocks from Madison Square Garden, where President Burns was scheduled to appear at 11:25. The New York Times was just being delivered into the hotel lobby. He caught the headline, "Jack and Jill Killers Feared in New York as President Visits." He was impressed. Even the Times was on top of things. Then Jack saw Jill. Jill was right on time in the lobby, always on time. She was at the Peninsula according to plan, always according to plan. She had on a silver and blue jogging suit, but she didn't look as if she'd raised a sweat coming up from the Waldorf. He wondered if she had run or walked, or maybe even caught a yellow cab. He didn't acknowledge her in any way. He stepped into a waiting elevator and took it to his floor. Sarah would take the next elevator. He let himself into his room and waited for her. A single knock on the door. She was on schedule, less than 60 seconds behind him. "I look terrible," she said, Sarah's first words. It was so typical of her self-effacing tone, her view of herself, her vulnerability. Sarah, the poor gimp. "No, you don't," he reassured her. "You look beautiful because you are beautiful." She didn't look her best, though. She was showing the terrible strain of these last hours. Her face was a mask of worry and doubt, too much makeup and mascara and bright red lipstick. D-Day. She'd sprayed her blonde hair, and it looked brittle. "The Waldorf is hopping already," she reported to him. "They think an assassination attempt definitely will be made today. They're ready for it. At least they think they are. 5,000 regular New York police, plus the Secret Service, the FBI. They have an army on hand." "Let them think they're ready," Jack said. "We'll see soon enough, won't we? Now, come here, you." He smiled. "You don't look terrible at all. Never happen. You look ravishing, Sarah. May I ravage you?" "Now?" Sarah weakly protested. It was a whisper, so tiny and vulnerable and unsure, but she couldn't resist his strong, reassuring embrace. She never had been able to. And that was part of the plan as well. Everything had been anticipated, which was why they couldn't fail. He slid out of his running shirt, exposing a glistening wet chest. All the tufts of his hair were damp with sweat. He pressed up against Sarah. She arched her body hard against him. Their pulses were racing. Jack and Jill in New York, so close to the end. He could feel her heartbeat quickening, like a small, hunted animal's. She couldn't help it. She was so scared now, legitimately so. "Please tell me that we'll see each other again, even if we won't. Tell me it isn't over after today, Sam." "It won't be over, monkey face. I'm as frightened as you are right now. To feel this way is normal and sane. You're very sane. We both are." "In a few hours we'll be on our way out of New York. All of this Jack and Jill will be behind us," she whispered. "Oh, I do love you, Sam. I love you so much that it's scary." It was scary. More than Sarah could possibly know. More than anybody ought to know or ever would. History wasn't for the general public. It never had been. Slowly and carefully, he slid a Ruger from the rear waistband of his sweatpants. His hands were sweaty. He was holding his breath now. He placed the gun against Sarah's head and fired at a slightly downward angle into her temple. Just one shot. A professional execution. Without passion. Almost without passion. The Ruger was silenced. The noise in the hotel room was no more than a tiny, insignificant spit. The harsh impact of the 9mm bullet took her out of his arms. He shivered involuntarily as he looked down on the lifeless body on the hotel rug. "Now it's over," he said. "The pain of your life is over. All the bitterness and hurt. I'm sorry, monkey face." He put the final note in Jill's right hand. Then he squeezed her fist so that the note crumpled naturally. He held Sarah's hand for the last time. And Jill came tumbling after. He thought of the words in the children's rhyme. But Jack would not fall down. The day of ultimate madness had begun. Jack and Jill had finally begun.
Part 6. Nobody is safe anymore. Nobody. Chapter 87. The thick document in my hands was entitled Visit of the President of the United States, New York City, December 16 and 17. It ran to 89 pages and included virtually every moment from when the President would step off Air Force One at LaGuardia until he reboarded at approximately 2 in the afternoon and traveled back to Washington. Included among the pages were sketches, literally, of everywhere the President would be: LaGuardia Airport, the Waldorf, the Felt Forum inside Madison Square Garden, the motorcade routes, alternate routes. The Secret Service document stated, 10:55 a.m., the President and Mrs. Burns board motorcade. Note: the President and Mrs. Burns proceed through a cordon of NYPD officers at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. 11 a.m. Motorcade departs Waldorf via route, code C, to Madison Square Garden, the Felt Forum. Closed arrival. No press pool coverage. I occupied my mind with the puzzle of Jack and Jill as the time approached for the President to leave the Waldorf and then travel downtown with the motorcade of limousines, police radio cars, and motorcycles. For the past 3 days, the FBI, Secret Service, and New York police had been cooperating on a massive plan to try and capture Jack and Jill if they actually came to Madison Square Garden. Nearly 1,000 plainclothes agents and detectives would be inside for the President's speech. We all had doubts that it would be enough protection. A disturbing mania had been running through my head all morning. No one ever stops an assassin's bullet. No one stops a bullet except the victim. What would Jack and Jill do? How would it go down? I believed they would be at Madison Square Garden. I suspected that they planned to do the job up close, and somehow they planned to escape. The President and Mrs. Burns were escorted to their car at precisely 5 minutes to 11. A phalanx of a dozen Secret Service agents shadowed them from the tower suite to an armor-plated limousine waiting in the hotel's underground garage. I walked closely behind the main escort group. My role here wasn't to physically protect the President. I had already told Jay Grayer how I believed the attempt would be made. It would be close in. It would be showy. But they'd have a plan to escape. There had already been a change in plans that morning. No cordon of high-ranking policemen at the hotel's rear entrance. No photo opportunities. The President had been convinced not to go through the open Waldorf lobby a second time. I watched as Mrs. Burns and the President walked into the limousine for the 2-mile ride. The two of them held hands. It was a touching moment to witness. It fit with everything I knew about Thomas and Sally Burns. No regrets. The motorcade began to move right on time. It was what the Secret Service called the formal package motorcade. There were 28 cars. 6 held counter-assault teams. 1 car, Intelligence, held computers to keep contact with surveillance on known threats to the President. I wondered if Jack and Jill had the schedule, even the number of cars. The motorcade's limos and town cars rode at almost perpendicular angles out of the steep hotel garage. Manhole covers clattered loudly under our tires. The route to the auditorium began on Park Avenue, then jogged west along 47th Street to 5th. I rode with Don Hamerman, 2 cars behind the President. Even Hamerman was distant that morning. Nothing had happened yet. Could Jack and Jill possibly have changed their plan? Was this part of covering their trail? Would they surface when we began to doubt that they would? Would they surprise me and attack the motorcade? I watched everything out the car window. The morning was an eerie, out-of-body experience. The people lining the street were enthusiastic, clapping and cheering as the motorcade passed by. That was one reason why President Burns had decided he couldn't hide in the White House any longer. The people, even New Yorkers, wanted a piece of him. He was a good president so far, a popular one, a courageous one, too. Who wanted to kill Thomas Burns, and why? There were so many potential enemies, but I kept returning to the President's own list. Senator Glass, Vice President Mahoney, a few reactionaries in Congress, powerful men connected to Wall Street. He had said that he was trying to change the system, and the system fiercely resented change. The system fiercely resented change. Police sirens wailed and seemed to be everywhere around us. It was a screaming wall of noise that was just right for the occasion. My eyes drifted back and forth between the cheering crowds and the quickly moving line of cars, the presidential motorcade. I was part of it, and yet I also felt disconnected. I couldn't help thinking of Dallas, John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Dr. King. The past tragedies of our country, our sorrowful history. I couldn't take my eyes off Stagecoach. It struck me as almost impossible, as unthinkable, that 2 of the 3 major assassinations remained mysterious and unsolved in most people's minds. 2 of the 3 major murder cases of our century had never been satisfactorily cleared. The VIP garage underneath Madison Square Garden was a concrete bunker which was painted bright white. There must have been 100 Secret Service and New York police gathered there to meet us. The Secret Service agents all wore earphones that plugged them into the service's cellular net. I watched Thomas and Sally Burns slowly get out of their armored car. I watched the president's eyes. He seemed steady and confident and focused. Maybe he knew exactly what he was doing. Maybe his way was the only way for this to go. I was less than a dozen feet away from the president and his wife. Every second they were out in the open seemed an eternity. There were too many people there in the parking garage. Any of them could be a killer. The president and Sally Burns were smiling, talking smoothly and easily to important well-wishers from New York. They were both very skilled at this. They understood the tremendously important ceremonial role of the office, the symbolism and the absolute power. That was why they were here. I very much liked their sense of duty and responsibility. Nana was wrong about them. I was convinced they were decent people trying to do their best. I understood how difficult their jobs were. I hadn't realized this before I came to the White House. Nothing must happen to President Burns or Sally Burns, I thought, as if an act of will could stop an assassin's bullet, stop terrible things from happening there in the garage or upstairs in the packed felt forum. Any one of these people could be Jack or Jill, I kept thinking as I watched the crowd. Get the president and his wife out of here. Do it now. Let's go. Let's go. The Kennedy Center in D.C., the shooting of the law student Charlotte Kinsey in a public place just like this. My mind kept going back to that particular killing. Something had happened there, something revealing about Jack and Jill. The pattern had been broken. What was the real pattern? We began to walk upstairs to the jam-packed auditorium. If Jack and Jill are willing to die, they can succeed here, easily. And yet it seemed to me that they planned to get away with this. That was the one pattern of theirs that was consistent. I didn't see how that could happen in the middle of Madison Square Garden, not if they chose to attack here. The real Jack and Jill, the President and the First Lady of the United States, had arrived on time. Chapter 88. A drop of sweat slowly rolled off the tip of my nose. A tractor trailer was sitting on my chest. The thunderous noise coming from inside the concrete and steel auditorium added to the escalating confusion and chaos. It was decibels beyond deafening once we were inside. Nearly 10,000 people had filled the auditorium by the time we arrived. I moved toward the main auditorium stage with the rest of the security entourage. Secret Service agents, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and New York police were posted everywhere around the president. I searched everywhere for Kevin Hawkins. Hopefully, at his side, Jill. President Burns never let his smile or his step falter as he entered the auditorium. I remembered his words. A threat by a couple of kooks can't be permitted to disrupt the government of the United States. We can't allow that to happen. It was warm in the building, but I was in a cold sweat, as cold as the winds blowing off the Hudson River. We were less than 30 yards from the massive stage that was filled with celebrities and well-known politicians, including both the governor and the city's popular mayor. Cameras flashed blinding light everywhere, from every imaginable angle. A whine of feedback lashed out from one of the stage microphones. I adjusted a 5-pointed star on the left lapel of my suit jacket. The star was color-coded for the day. It identified me as part of the Secret Service team. The day's color was green. For hope. Jack and Jill had kept all their promises so far. They could have found a way to get weapons inside. There were at least 1,000 handguns, but also rifles and shotguns inside the huge amphitheater. The police and other security guards had them. Any one of them could be Jack or Jill. Any one of them certainly could be Kevin Hawkins. Don Hamerman was at my side, but it was too loud for us to talk in anything approaching normal tones. Occasionally we leaned close and shouted into each other's ear. Even then it was difficult to hear more than an isolated word or phrase. "He's taking too long to walk to the stage," Hamerman said. I think that's what he said. "I know it. Tell me about it," I shouted back. "Watch the crowd movement," he yelled at me. "They'll stampede if they see a gun pulled. President's spending too much time out in the crowd. Is he taunting the killers? What does he think that he has to prove?" The chief of staff was right, of course. The president seemed to be daring Jack and Jill. Still, we might get lucky with the trap inside the crowded hall. Suddenly, the crowd did start to stampede. The crowd began to part. "Kill the son of a bitch! Kill him!" I heard the shouts a row or two ahead. I moved quickly, pushing, clawing my way forward in a hurry. "Watch it, you bastard!" a woman turned and yelled in my face. "Kill him now!" I heard up ahead. "Let me through!" I shouted as loud as I could. The man who was causing the scene up ahead had shoulder-length blonde hair. He wore a baggy black parka with a black backpack attached. I grabbed him at the same time as someone else from the other side of the aisle. We brought the blonde man down hard and fast. His skull crunched against the cement floor. "New York police!" the other guy holding the blonde man yelled. "D.C. police! White House detail!" I yelled back. I was already patting down the suspect. The New York cop had his gun in the suspect's face. I didn't recognize the blonde as Kevin Hawkins, but there was no way to tell for sure, and absolutely no way for us to take a chance on him. We had to take him down. There was no choice about that. "Kill the bastard! Kill the president!" the blonde man continued to scream. He was absolutely crazy. Everything was. Not just this asshole on the floor. "You hurt me!" he started to yell at me and the New York cop. "You hurt my head!" Madman, I wondered. Copycat? Diversion?
Chapter 89. Kamikaze attack. It was coming any second now. A killer willing to commit suicide. That was why this couldn't be stopped. It was also why President Burns was the walking dead. Kevin Hawkins hadn't experienced any problems getting into a prime position in the noisy, crowded auditorium. He had used his imagination and visual skills to create an unusual identity for himself. Hawkins was now a tall, brunette woman dressed in a dark blue pantsuit. He wasn't a very good-looking woman, he had to admit, but he was much less likely to draw attention because of it. Hawkins also had a Federal Bureau of Investigation ID, which was authentic, down to the stamp and thickness of the paper. It identified him as Linda Cole, a special agent from New York. The photojournalist stood at Linda Cole's seat in the 6th row and calmly observed the crowd. Snapshot. Snapshot. He took several mind photos, one after the other, mostly of his competition. The FBI, the Secret Service, the NYPD. Actually, he didn't believe that he had any real competition. Kamikaze. Who could stop that? No one could. Maybe God could. And maybe not even God. He was impressed by the sheer numbers of the opposition, though. They were serious about trying to derail Jack and Jill this morning, and who knew, maybe they would succeed with their superior numbers and firepower. Stranger things had happened. Hawkins just didn't believe that they could. Their last real chance had been before he'd gotten inside the building, not now. The photojournalist versus the FBI, the Secret Service, the U.S. Marshals, and the NYPD. That seemed reasonable enough to him. It seemed like a pretty fair game. Their elaborate preparations struck him as being ironic. He waited for the target to appear. Their game plan was an essential part of his. Everything they were doing now, every step, had been anticipated and was necessary for Kamikaze to work. She's a Grand Old Flag began to play from the loudspeakers, and Hawkins clapped along with the others. He was a patriot, after all. No one might believe it after today, but he knew that it was so. Kevin Hawkins was one of the last true patriots.
Chapter 90. No one stops an assassin's bullet. There was a fire burning inside my chest. I was moving quickly through the crowd, searching for Kevin Hawkins everywhere. Every nerve in my body was stretched tight and burning. My right hand rested on the hard butt of my Glock. I kept thinking that any one of these people could be Jack or Jill. The handgun seemed insubstantial in the huge, noisy crowd. I had made it to the second row, just to the right of the 10 to 12-foot high stage. The light in the hall seemed to be fading, but maybe it was the light inside my head, the light inside my soul. The president was just stepping onto the gray metal stairs. He clasped the hand of a well-wisher. The president patted the shoulder of another. He seemed to have forced the idea of danger out of his mind. Sally Burns climbed the stairs in front of her husband. I could see her features clearly. I held the thought that maybe Jack and Jill could, too. Secret Service agents seemed to take up all the available space around the stage. I was there when it finally happened. I was so close to President Burns. Jack and Jill struck with a terrible vengeance. A bomb went off. The loudest imaginable clap of thunder struck near the stage, maybe even on the stage itself. The explosion was completely unexpected by the bodyguards surrounding the president. It detonated inside the defense perimeter. Chaos! A bomb instead of gunfire. Even though the auditorium had been swept for bombs just that morning, I was thinking as I rushed forward. I noticed that my hand was bleeding. Probably from the earlier tussle with the nutcase, but maybe from the bomb. The worst imaginable sequence of actions began to unfold, and in very fast motion. Pistols and riot control shotguns were pulled out everywhere in the crowd. No one seemed to know where the bomb had hit yet, or how, or the actual calculations of damage done, or what purpose the explosion was meant to serve. Everyone dropped to the floor in the first 20 rows and up on the stage. Thick black smoke billowed toward the ceiling, the glass roof, and overhanging steel girders. The air smelled like human hair burning. People were screaming everywhere. I couldn't tell how many were hurt. I couldn't see the president anymore. The bomb had detonated close to the stage, very close to where President Burns had been standing, shaking hands and chatting just a few seconds before. The ringing was still vibrating in my ears. I frantically pushed my way toward the stage. There was no way to tell how many people had been injured, or maybe even killed by the blast. I still couldn't locate the president or Mrs. Burns because of the smoke and the bodies suddenly in frenzied motion. TV cameramen were wading in toward the disaster scene. I finally spotted a cluster of Secret Service agents huddled tightly around the president. They had him up on his feet. Thomas Burns was alive. He was safe. The agents were starting to move him out of harm's way. The Secret Service bodyguards acted as a human shield for the president, who didn't appear to be hurt. I had my Glock out, pointed up at the rafters for safety. I shouted, "Police!" Several other Secret Service agents and NYPD detectives were doing the same thing. We were identifying ourselves to one another, trying not to get shot, trying not to shoot anybody else during the terrifying confusion. Several people in the crowd were crying hysterically. I kept pushing and pulling my way toward the southwest side exit that the Secret Service had used to bring the president in. The escape route had been established beforehand. Beyond the glowing red exit sign, a long concrete tunnel led to a special visitors' parking area on the riverside of the building. Bulletproof armor-plated cars were waiting there. What else might be waiting, I wondered. A voice in my head shouted for attention as I moved forward as fast as I could. Jack and Jill have always been a step ahead of us. They missed him. Why did they miss? They don't make mistakes. I was less than a dozen yards from the president and his Secret Service guards when it hit me, when finally I understood what no one else did yet. "Change the route out!" I yelled at the top of my voice. "Change the escape route!" Chapter 91. No one heard me shouting. I could barely hear my own voice in the melee. There was too much noise and confusion inside Madison Square Garden. I pushed ahead anyway, desperately following the phalanx that looked like the rabble at a prize fight from my vantage point. The smoke from the bomb had created a kind of strobe light effect. "Change the escape route! Change the escape route!" I shouted over and over. We finally entered the whitewashed concrete tunnel. Every sound echoed bizarrely off the walls. I was right behind the last of the Secret Service agents. "Don't go this way! Stop the president!" I continued to yell in vain. The tunnel was full of late-arriving special guests and even more security guards. We were pushing forward against a strong tide coming the other way. It was too late to change the route now. I pushed and shoved my way closer and closer to President and Mrs. Burns. I desperately searched the crowd for the face of Kevin Hawkins. There was still a chance to stop him. Every face I encountered registered shock. The eyes I saw were wide with fear, and they were searching my face. Suddenly, there were several loud pops in the heart of the tunnel. Gunshots. 5 shots seemed to explode inside the tight phalanx of people around the president. Someone had gotten inside the defense perimeter. My body sagged as if I'd been shot myself. 5 shots. 3 quick, then 2 more. I couldn't see what had happened up ahead, but suddenly I heard the eeriest sound. It was a high-pitched wail, a keening. 5 shots. 3, then 2 more. The keening sound was coming from where I had last seen fleeting glimpses of President Burns, where the shots had exploded just a few seconds before. I shoved my body, all my weight against the crowd, and forced myself toward the epicenter of the madness. It felt as if I were trying to swim out of quicksand, to pull myself free. It was almost impossible to walk, to push, to shove. 5 shots. What had happened up ahead? Then I could see. I saw everything at once. My mouth felt incredibly dry. My eyes were watering. The bunker-like tunnel had become strangely quiet. President Thomas Burns was down on the gray cement floor. A lot of blood was flowing in rivulets, spreading down his white shirt. Bright red blood drained from the right side of his face, or maybe the wound was high in his neck. I couldn't tell from where I was. Gunshots, execution style. A professional hit. Jack and Jill, those bastards. It was their pattern. or close to it. I waded forward roughly, shoving people out of my way. I saw Dawn Hamerman, Jay Grayer, and then Sally Burns. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. Sally Burns was trying to get to her husband. The First Lady didn't appear to be hurt. Still, I wondered if she was a target, too. Maybe Jill's target. Secret Service agents were holding Mrs. Burns back, trying to protect her. They wanted to keep her away from the bloodshed, from her husband, from any possible danger. I saw a second body then. The shock was like a low, hard punch to my stomach. No one could have anticipated this terrible scene. A woman was down near the president. She'd been shot in her right eye socket. There was a second wound in her throat. She appeared to be dead. A semi-automatic lay near her sprawled body. The assassin? Jill? Who else could it possibly be? My eyes were drawn back to the motionless figure of Thomas Burns. I was afraid that he was already dead. I couldn't be sure, but I believed he'd been hit at least 3 times. I saw Sally Burns finally reach her husband's body. She was weeping uncontrollably, and she wasn't the only one.
Chapter 92. Jack sat still and calmly watched the maze of bumper-to-bumper cars and tractor-trailers stalled on West Street near the entrance to New York's Holland Tunnel. He could hear radios blaring on each side of his black Jeep. He observed the troubled and confused faces inside the cars. A middle-aged woman in a forest-green Lexus was in tears. 1,000 sirens screamed like banshees on the loose in Midtown. Jack and Jill came to the hill. Now everyone knew why, or, at least, they thought they did. Now everyone understood the seriousness of the game. Turn off your news reports, he wanted to tell all these well-meaning people approaching the tunnel out of New York. What's happened has nothing to do with any of you. It really and truly doesn't. You'll never know the truth. No one ever will. You can't handle the truth anyway. You wouldn't understand if I stopped and explained it to you right here. He tried not to think about Sarah Rosen as he finally rode into the long, claustrophobic tunnel that snaked beneath the Hudson. Beyond the tunnel he drove south on the New Jersey Turnpike, then on I-95 into Delaware and points farther south. Sarah was the past, and the past didn't matter. The past didn't exist, except as a lesson for the future. Sarah was gone. He did think about poor Sarah as he ate at the country cupboard near the Tallyville exit on the turnpike. It was important to grieve, for Jill, not for President Burns. She was worth 12 Thomas Burnses. She had done a good job, a nearly perfect job, even if she had been used right from the start. And Sarah Rosen had definitely been used. She had been his eyes and ears inside the White House. She had been his mistress. Poor monkey face. As he approached Washington about 7 that night, he made a vow. He wouldn't sentimentalize about Sarah again. He knew he could do that. He could control his own thoughts. He was better than Kevin Hawkins, who had been a very good soldier indeed. He had been Jack, but he was no longer Jack. Jack no longer existed. He was no longer Sam Harrison, either. Sam Harrison had been a facade, a necessary safeguard, a part of the complex plan. Sam Harrison no longer existed. Now his life could be simple and mostly good again. He was almost home. He had completed his mission impossible, and it was a success. Everything had gone almost perfectly. Then he was home, pulling into the familiar rounded driveway that was filled with colorful seashells and tiny pebbles and a few children's toys. He saw his little girl come running out of the house, her blonde hair streaming. He saw his wife close behind her, also running. Tears rolled down her cheeks and down his own. He wasn't afraid to cry. He wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Jesus, God, mercy, the war was finally ended. The enemy, the evil one, was dead. The good guys had won, and the most precious way of life on earth was safe for a little while longer. For the lives of his children, anyway. No one would ever know how and why it had happened, or who was really responsible. Just as it had been with JFK in Dallas, and RFK in Los Angeles, and Watergate, and Whitewater, and most every other significant event in our recent history. In truth, our history was not knowing. It was being carefully shielded from the truth. That was the American way. "I love you so much," his wife whispered breathlessly against the side of his face. "You are my hero. You did such a good, brave thing." He believed it, too. He knew it, deep within his heart. He wasn't Jack anymore. Jack no longer existed.
Chapter 93. It wasn't over. At a little past noon, the Secret Service received news from the NYPD of another homicide. They had strong reason to believe it was related to the shooting of President Burns. Jay Grayer and I rushed to the Peninsula Hotel, which is just off Fifth Avenue in Midtown. We were completely numb from the horror of the morning and still couldn't believe the president had been shot. Even so, we had all the details of the latest murder. A chambermaid at the hotel had discovered a body in a suite on the 12th floor. There was also a poem from Jack and Jill in the room. A final poem? "What is the NYPD saying?" I asked Jay during the ride uptown. "What are the details?" "According to the initial report, the dead woman might be Jill. Jill could have been murdered. Or maybe she committed suicide. They're reasonably certain the note is authentic." The mysteries inside Horrific Mysteries continued. Was this death part of the Jack and Jill scheme, too? I thought that probably it was, and that there were even more layers to unravel, layers upon layers, before getting to the core of the horror. Grayer and I emerged from a gold-plated elevator onto the crime scene floor. New York police were everywhere. I saw emergency medics, SWAT team members in helmets with plexiglass face masks, uniforms, homicide detectives. The scene was instant bedlam. I was worried about evidence contamination, leaks to the press. "The president?" one of the New York detectives asked us as we arrived. "Any word? Any hope?" "He's still hanging in there. Sure, there's hope," Jay Grayer said. Then we moved on, away from the cluster of detectives. At least a dozen New York police and FBI agents were crowded into the hotel suite. The ominous sounds of police sirens rose from the streets below. Church bells pealed loudly, probably at nearby St. Patrick's Cathedral, just south on Fifth Avenue. A blonde woman's body lay on the plush gray carpet next to an unmade double bed. Her face, neck, and chest were covered with blood. She was wearing a silver and blue jogging suit. A pair of wire-rim eyeglasses were on the rug near her Nike sneakers. She had been shot execution style, as the early victims of Jack and Jill had been. One shot close to the head, very professional, very cold, no passion. "Was she ever on any of our suspect lists?" I asked Grayer. We knew that the dead woman's name was Sarah Rosen. She had been cleared as part of the White House staff. She'd escaped detection during 2 thorough investigations of the staff, and that was the scariest piece of evidence yet. "Not that we know of. She was something of a fixture at the White House Communications Office. Everybody liked her efficiency, her professionalism. She was trusted. Jesus, what a mess. What a disaster. She was trusted, Alex." Part of the left side of her face was gone, ripped away as if by an animal. Jill looked as if she had been caught by surprise. Her eyebrows were arched. There was no fear in her eyes. She had trusted her killer. Was it Jack who had pulled the trigger? I noticed the smudging around the wound, the gray ring. It was a close-range discharge. It must have been Jack. Professional. No passion. Another execution. But is this really Jill? I wondered as I bent over the body. The contract killer Kevin Hawkins had died at St. Vincent's Hospital downtown. We knew that Hawkins had disguised himself as a female FBI agent to get into Madison Square Garden. He had used the concussion bomb to get his target where he wanted, when he wanted. He'd been waiting in the exit tunnel, dressed as a woman. It had worked. What was Kevin Hawkins's relationship to this woman? What in hell was going on? He left a poem. Somebody did. Looks like the others, Jay Grayer said to me. The note was in a plastic evidence bag. He handed it to me. The last will and testament of Jack and Jill, he said. The perfect assassination, I muttered, more to myself than to Grayer. Jack and Jill both dead in New York. Case closed, right? The Secret Service agent stared at me and then slowly shook his head. This case will never be closed. Not in our lifetime, anyway. I was just being ironic, I said. I read the final note. Jack and Jill came to the hill, where Jill did what she must. Her reason drove her, the game is over, though dead Jill's cause was just. Fuck you, Jill, I whispered over the dead body. I hope you burn in hell for what you've done today. I hope there's a hell just for you and Jack.
Chapter 94. Nowhere was the news of the shooting taken any harder than in Washington. Thomas Burns was loved and he was hated, but he was one of the city's own, especially now. Christine Johnson was in shock, as were her closest friends and most everyone that she knew. The teachers at Sojourner Truth and the children were completely destroyed by what had happened to the president in New York City. It was so horrifying and stark, but also so unbearably sad and unreal. Because of the shooting, all D.C. schools had canceled classes for the afternoon. She had been watching the nightmarish TV coverage of the assassination attempt from the first moment she got home from school. She still couldn't believe what had happened. No one could believe it. The president was still alive. No other bulletins were being released. Christine didn't know whether Alex Cross had been at Madison Square Garden, but she imagined that he had been there. She worried about Alex, too. She liked the detective's sincerity and his inner strength, but especially his compassion and his vulnerability. She liked the way he looked, talked, acted. She also liked the way Alex was bringing up his son, Damon. It made her want children even more herself. She and George had to talk about that. She and George had to talk. He arrived home before 7 that night, which was an hour or two early for him. George Johnson was a hard worker in his corporate law job. He was 37 years old and had a smooth, attractive baby face. He was a good man, although way too self-centered and, truthfully, a little bit of a buppy at times. Christine loved him, though. She accepted the good and the bad. She was thinking that as she fiercely hugged him at the front door. There was no doubt of it in her mind. She and George had met at Howard University and been together ever since. That was the way she believed it ought to be, and would be as far as she was concerned. People are still out there crying in the streets, George said. After the hug, he shucked off his wool Brooks Brothers suit jacket and loosened his tie, but he didn't go upstairs to change. He was breaking all his usual patterns tonight. Well, good for George. I didn't vote for President Burns, but this has really gotten to me anyway, Chris. What a damn shame. There were tears in his eyes, and that started her up again, too. George usually kept his feelings to himself, everything all bottled up. Christine was touched by her husband's emotion. She was touched a great deal. "I've cried a couple of times," she confided to George. "You know me. I did vote for the president, but that's not it. It just seems as though we're losing respect for every institution, everything permanent. We're losing respect for human life at a very fast rate. I even see it in the eyes of 6-year-old school children. I see it every day at the Truth School." George Johnson held his wife again, held her tight. At 5'11", he was exactly her height. Christine rested her head softly against the side of his. She smelled of light citrus fragrance. She'd worn it to school. He loved her so much. She was like no other woman, no other person he'd ever met. He felt incredibly lucky to have her, to be loved by her, to hold her like this. "Do you know what I'm saying?" she asked, wanting to talk with George tonight, not willing to let him disappear on her as he so often did. "Sure I do," he said. "Everybody feels it, Chrissy. Nobody knows how to begin to make it stop, though." "I'll fix us something to eat. We can watch the dregs on CNN," she finally said. "Part of me doesn't want to watch the news, but part of me has to watch this." "I'll help with the grub," George offered, which was rare. She wished that he could be like this more often, and that it didn't take a national tragedy to get him in touch with his emotions. Well, a lot of men were like that, she knew. There were worse things in a marriage. They made a vegetarian gumbo together and opened a bottle of Chardonnay. They had barely finished supper in front of the TV when the front doorbell rang. It was a little before 9, and they weren't expecting anyone, but sometimes neighbors dropped in. CNN was covering the scene at New York University Hospital where the president had been rushed after the shooting. Alex Cross had appeared with various other officers who had been at the scene of the shooting, but he wouldn't say much to the media. Alex looked upset, spent, but also, well, noble. Christine didn't mention to George that she knew him. She wondered why. She hadn't told George about Alex's visit to their house late one night. He had slept right through it. But that was George. Before he could get up off the couch, the doorbell rang a second time, then a third ring. Whoever it was wouldn't go away. "I'll get it, Chrissy," he said. "Don't know who in hell that could be this time of night, do you?" "I don't either." "All right already," he snapped. Christine found herself smiling. George, the impatient, was back. "I'm coming, for Christmas' sake. I'm coming. Hold your water. I'm coming," he said as he hobbled toward the door in his stockinged feet. He peered through the peephole, then turned to look at Christine with a questioning scowl on his face. "It's some white kid." Chapter 95. Danny Boudreau stood on the shiny, white-painted porch of the school-teacher's house. He was dressed in an oversized army green rain poncho that made him look bigger than he actually was, somewhat more impressive. The Sojourner Truth School killer in the flesh. He was in his glory now. But even in his mega-hyper mood, he sensed that something was wrong with him now. He didn't feel good, and he was getting sad. Kind of depressed as hell, actually. The machine was breaking down. The doctors couldn't figure whether he was a bipolar disorder or conduct disorder. If they couldn't, how the hell was he supposed to? So what if he was a little impulsive, had huge mood swings, was a social misfit? The fuse was lit. He was ready to blow. Like, who cared? He had stopped his dosages of Depicone. Just say no, right? He was humming the song over and over. Crash test dummies. Sad, angry music that just wouldn't stop playing in his head like MTV Muzak. His mad button seemed to be stuck permanently. He was mad at Jack and Jill, real mad at Alex Cross, mad at the principal of the truth school, mad at just about everybody on the planet. He was even mad at himself now. He was such a goddamn screw-up. Always had been, always would be. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? He snapped back to semi-reality when a black fucker wearing a blue pinstriped shirt, suit trousers, and mellow yellow suspenders answered the door. Hey, welcome to the suburbs. At first, Danny Boudreau didn't understand who the hell the round-faced black dude was. He'd been expecting the big-deal school principal, Mrs. Johnson. Or maybe even Alex Cross, if Cross hadn't gone to New York. He had seen Cross and the principal together on 3 different occasions. He guessed they were getting it on. He didn't know why that made him mad, but it did. Cross was just like his goddamn father, his real father. Another fuck-up cop who had deserted him, who didn't think he was worth dog shit, and now Cross was humping this teacher on the side. Wait, hold on. Danny Boudreau suddenly got something clear, a flash. This self-righteous Kunta Kinte dude has to be her husband, right? Of course he was. Yes, can I help you with something? George Johnson asked the strange-looking and disheveled young man on the porch. He didn't know the paper delivery boy in the neighborhood, but maybe this was he. For some strange reason, the white boy reminded him of a disturbing movie called Kids that he'd watched with Christine. The boy looked as if he had some trouble in his life right now. In Danny Boudreau's humble opinion, the black guy seemed real unfriendly and uppity as hell, especially for the nobody husband of some nobody schoolteacher. That pissed him off even more, made him see about 12 different shades of red, put him over the edge. He felt one of the worst rages coming on. Hurricane Daniel was about to strike in Mitchellville. No, he nearly yelled at the man. You can't even help yourself. You sure as shit can't help me. Danny Boudreau suddenly yanked out his semi-automatic. George Johnson looked at the gun in disbelief. He stepped back quickly from the door. He threw up both his arms in self-defense. Without any hesitation, Boudreau fired, twice. Take that, you silly black rabbit! He yelled, letting the voices come as they may. The 2 bullets hit George Johnson in the chest. He flew back through the open door as if he'd been struck with a sledgehammer. He bounced once off the cream marble floor. The cat was DOA for sure. Blood was surging from the 2 holes in his chest. The Sojourner Truth School killer then walked right into the teacher's house. He stepped over the fallen body as if it were worth nothing. He was feeling nothing. I'll just go ahead in, thanks, he said to the dead man on the floor. You've been most helpful. Christine Johnson had risen from the couch in the living room when she heard the shots. He had forgotten how goddamn tall she was. Danny Boudreau could see her from the front hallway. She could see him and her husband's body as well. She didn't look so almighty in charge anymore. He had knocked her ass down a peg real quick. She deserved it, too. She'd hurt his feelings the first time they met. She probably didn't even remember the incident. Remember me? He called to her. Remember hassling me, bitch, at the truth school? You remember me, don't you? Oh, my God. Oh, George. Oh, God, George. She moaned the words. A dry sob was shaking her body. She looked as if she might collapse. He saw that fucking Jack and Jill was on the tube. God damn it. They were always trying to one-up him, even here, even now. Danny Boudreau could tell that the schoolteacher wanted to run real bad. There was nowhere to go, though. Not unless she went right through the picture window and out onto her lawn. She had her hand up to her mouth. Her hand looked as if it were stuck there with Velcro, probably in shock. Lady, who isn't these days? Don't yell any more, he warned her in a high-pitched scream of his own. Don't scream again or I'll shoot you too. I can and I will. I'll shoot you dead as the doorman. He closed in on her now. He kept the Smith & Wesson pointed out in front of him. He wanted her to see that he was very comfortable with the weapon, very expert with firearms, which he was, thanks to the Teddy Roosevelt School. His hand was shaking some, but so what? He wouldn't miss her at this distance. "Hi there, Mrs. Johnson," he said, and gave her his best spooky guy grin. "I'm the one who killed Chanel Green and Vernon Wheatley. Everybody's been looking all over for me. Well, I guess you found me," he told her. "Congratulations, babe. Nice work." Danny Boudreau was crying now, and he couldn't remember why he was so sad. All he knew for sure was that he was furiously angry with everybody. Everybody had fucked up real bad this time. This was about the worst so far. No happy. No joy. "I'm the Truth School killer," he repeated. "You believe that? You got it? It's a true tale. Tale of heartbreak and woe. Don't you even remember me? Am I that forgettable? I sure remember you."
Chapter 96. I rushed back to the Washington, D.C. area that night about 11 o'clock. The Sojourner Truth School killer was rampaging. I had predicted he was going to go off, but being right held no rewards for me. Stopping the explosion might. Maybe it was no accident that he was blowing the same night as Jack and Jill. He wanted to be better than them, didn't he? He wanted to be important, famous, in the brightest spotlight. He couldn't bear being nobody. I tried to put my mind somewhere else for the short time I was on the military jet. I was feeling so low I could have jumped off a dime. I scanned the late papers which carried front-page stories about President Burns and the shooting in New York. The president was in extremely critical condition at New York University Hospital on East 33rd Street in Manhattan. Jack and Jill were both reported dead. Doctors at University Hospital didn't know if the president would survive the night. I was numb, disoriented, overloaded, on the slippery borderline of shock trauma myself. Now it was getting worse. I didn't know for certain if I could handle this, but I hadn't been given a choice. The killer had demanded to see me. He claimed that I was his detective and that he'd been calling my house for the past few days. A police cruiser was scheduled to meet me at Andrews Air Force Base. From there, I'd be taken to nearby Mitchellville, where Danny Boudreau was holding Christine Johnson hostage. So far, Boudreau had murdered 2 small children, a classmate of his named Sumner Moore, and his own foster parents. It was an extraordinary rampage, and the case deserved more resources than it had received from the Metro Police. A police cruiser was waiting at Andrews as promised. Somebody had put together material for me on Daniel Boudreau. The boy had been under a psychiatrist's care since he was 7. He had been severely depressed. He had apparently committed bizarre acts of animal torture as early as 7. Daniel Boudreau's real mother had died during his infancy, and he blamed himself. His real father had committed suicide. The father had been a state trooper in Virginia. Another cop, I noted. Probably some kind of transference going on inside the boy's head. I recognized Sumner Street as soon as we branched off the John Hanson Highway. A detective from Prince George's County sat with me in the back seat of the cruiser. His name was Henry Fournier. He tried to brief me on the hostage situation as best he could under the bizarre circumstances. As we understand it, Dr. Cross, George Johnson has been shot, and he may be dead in the house. The boy won't allow the body to be removed or to receive any medical attention, Officer Fournier told me. He's a nasty bastard, I'll tell you. A real little prick. Boudreau was being treated for his anger, his depression and rage cycles, with Depakote. I'll bet anything that he's off it now, I said. I was thinking out loud, trying to prepare myself for whatever was coming just a few blocks up this peaceful-looking street. It didn't matter that the Boudreaux boy was 13 years old. He had already killed 5 times. That's what he did. He killed. Another monster. A very young, horrifying monster. I spotted Sampson, who was half a head taller than the other policemen stationed outside the Johnson house. I tried to take in everything. There were scores of police, but also soldiers in riot gear with military camouflage at the scene. Cars and trucks with government license plates were parked all over the street. I walked right over to Sampson. He knew the things I needed to hear, and he'd know how to talk to me. "Hey there, sugar," he greeted me with a hint of his usual ironic smile. "Glad you could make it to the party." "Yeah, nice to see you, too," I said. "Friend of yours wants to see you. Wants to talk the talk with Dr. Cross. You've got the damnedest friends." "Yeah, I sure do," I said to Sampson. He was one of them. "They're holding back firepower because he's a kid? Is that what's going on so far?" Sampson nodded. I had it right. "He's just another stone killer, Alex," he said. "You remember that. He's just another killer."
This ends Disc 10. Jack and Jill, Disc 11.
Chapter 97. A 13-year-old murderer. I began to pay very close attention to the staging area that had been set up around the perimeter of the Johnson house. Even relatively small local police forces were getting good at this sort of thing. Terror was invading towns with names like Ruby Ridge and Waco, and now Mitchellville. A late-model dark blue van with its back doors open held TV monitors, state-of-the-art sound equipment, phones, a desktop workstation. A techie was crouched near a wind-blown willow tree listening to the house with a microphone gun. The gun could pick up voices from well over 100 yards. Surveillance shots and also assorted photos of the boy were tacked to a board propped against a squad car. A helicopter was spraying high-intensity beams on the rooftops and trees. Here the hostage drama was unfolding as we know and love it. In suburbia this time. A 13-year-old boy named Daniel Boudreaux. Just another stone killer. "Who do they have talking to him?" I asked Sampson as we wandered closer to the house. I spotted a black Lexus parked in the driveway. George Johnson's car? "Who's the negotiator on this?" "They got Paul Losey down here as soon as they found out about the hostage situation and how goddamn bad it was." I nodded and felt a little relief at the choice of a negotiator. "That's good. Losey is tough. He's good under pressure, too." "How's the boy communicating from the house?" "At first over the phone lines. Then he demanded a megaphone, threw a real tantrum. Threatened to shoot the teacher and himself on the spot. So the bad boy got his own blowhorn. He uses that now. He and Paul Losey are not exactly what you call hitting it off." "How about Christine Johnson? She's still okay? What do you hear?" "Appears to be all right so far. She's been cool under fire. We think she's holding the bad boy in control somehow, but just barely. She's tough." That much I knew already. "She's even tougher than you are, Daddy." I hoped Damon was 100% right. I hoped she was tougher than all of us. George Pittman wandered up beside Sampson and me while we were talking. The chief of detectives was the last person I wanted to see then, absolutely the last. I still suspected he was the one who had volunteered me to the White House. I swallowed any anger I was feeling. Swallowed my pride, too. FBI has sharpshooters in place, Pittman informed us. Trouble is, the powers won't let us use them. The little bastard's been out in the open a couple of times. I stayed even and calm with Pittman. He still had a gun to my head. We both knew it. Trouble is, the killer is 13 years old. He's probably suicidal, I said. I was making an educated guess, but I was almost certain it was the right one. He had cornered himself in the Johnson house, then started screaming, "Come and get me." Pittman's face became a dark scowl. His face was tinged with red down to his bull neck. He thinks the 5 murders he's committed are funny. Little fucker told the negotiator that already. He laughs about the murders. He's asking for you specifically. Now how do you feel about the sharpshooters? Pittman came back at me before he walked away. Sampson shook his head. "Don't even think about going in there to play games with Dennis the Menace," he said. "I need to understand him better. I have to talk to him to do that," I muttered and looked at the Johnson house. There were plenty of lights on downstairs. None up on the second floor. "You understand him too goddamn much already, though you deny it. You understand so much about the crazies, you're going over the edge yourself. You hear me? You understand that?" I did understand. I had a fair idea of my own strengths and weaknesses, most of the time anyway. Maybe not on a night like this one, though. A voice on a megaphone interrupted us. The Sojourner Truth School killer had decided to speak. "Hey! Hey out there! Hey, you dumb bastards! Did you forget something? Remember me?" I got to hear Danny Boudreau for the first time. He sounded like a boy. Nasal, high-pitched, ordinary as hell. 13 years old. "You sons of bitches are screwing with my head, aren't you?" he screeched. "I'll answer my own question. Yeah, you are. You're fucking with the wrong falcon." Paul Lucy blew once on his bullhorn. "Hold on. That's really not the case, Danny. You've been in control all the way so far. You know that, Danny. Let's be fair about this." "Bullshit," Danny Boudreau answered back angrily. "That's so much bullshit, it makes me sick to the gills just to hear it. You make me sick, Lucy. You also make me super pissed off. You know that, Lucy?" "Tell me what the problem is." The negotiator maintained a cool head under fire. "Talk to me, Danny. I want to talk to you. I know you might not believe that, but I do." "I know you do, asshole. It's your job to keep me on the line. Trouble is, you cheated. You lied. You said you loved me. You lied. So now you're off my team. Not one more word from you or I'll murder Mrs. Johnson. It'll be your fault. I'll kill her now, I swear to God I will, even though she was nice enough to make me a fried egg sandwich before. Bang! Bang! She's dead." The police were everywhere outside the Johnson house. They began to lower their dark plexiglass face masks. Riot shields were slowly raised. The forces were getting ready to rush the house. If they did, Christine Johnson would very likely die. "What is your problem?" the negotiator cautiously asked the boy. "Talk to me. We'll work it out, Danny. We can come to a solution that works for you. What's the problem?" For a while, it was eerily quiet on the front lawn and on the street. I could hear the wind rush through willow and evergreen trees. Then Danny Boudreau screamed out. "What's my problem? What's my problem? You're such a phony asshole is part of my problem. The other part is that the man is here. Alex Cross is here, and you didn't tell me. I had to find out on the TV news. You have exactly 30 seconds, Detective Cross. Make that 29, 28. I can't wait to meet you, sucker. I can't wait for this. 27, 26, 25. The Sojourner Truth School killer was calling the shots. A 13-year-old boy. A command performance. Chapter 98. "This is Alex Cross," I called out to the teenage murderer. I was standing on the outer edge of the Johnsons' frostbitten lawn. I didn't need a megaphone for Danny Boudreau to hear me. "Your detective is here. Everything is going just the way you want it to go." "This is Detective Cross," I called out again. "You're right. I'm here. I just arrived, though. I came because you asked for me. We're taking this seriously. Nobody's messing around with you. Nobody would do that." Not yet, anyway. Give me half a chance, though, and I'll mess with you good. I remembered poor little Chanel Green. I remembered 7-year-old Vernon Wheatley. I thought about Christine Johnson trapped inside with the young killer who had shot her husband before her eyes. I wanted the chance to mess with Daniel Boudreau. Boudreau suddenly laughed into his megaphone, a high-pitched, girlish giggle. Spooky as hell. A few people in the crowd of onlookers and ambulance chasers laughed along with the boy. Nice to know you have friends out there. "Well, it's about time, Detective Alex Cross. It's so nice that you can fit me into your busy schedule. Mrs. Johnson thinks so, too. We're here waiting for you. So come on in the house. Let's have a party." The boy was openly challenging me and my authority. He needed to be the one in charge. I was charting everything in my head, keeping track of his every move, but also the sequence. Paranoid schizophrenic was a possible diagnosis. Bipolar or conduct disorder was a better guess. I needed to talk to him to find out the rest. Danny Boudreau seemed coherent anyway. He appeared to be following actions in real time. I wondered if he might be taking his Depakote again. A voice close behind me said, "Alex, come over here, goddammit. I want to talk to you. Alex, come here." I turned around and faced the music. Samson was scowling from ear to ear. "We don't need another hostage in there," he said in no uncertain terms. He was angry with me already. His eyes were dark beads, his brow deeply furrowed. "You didn't hear him raving before through most of last night. The bad boy is real crazy. The boy is crazy as shit, Alex. All he wants to do is kill somebody else." "I think I'll be all right with him," I said. "He's my type of boy. Gary Sonergy, Casanova, Danny Boudreau. Besides, I don't have a choice." "You have a choice, sugar. You just don't have any good sense." I looked back at the house. Christine Johnson was in there with the killer. If I didn't go in, he'd kill her. He'd said so, and I believed him. What choice did that leave me? Besides, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Chief Pittman signaled that I had the go-ahead from him. It was up to me. Dr. Detective Cross. I sucked in a deep breath and began to walk across the wet, springy front lawn to the house. The news photographers took a flurry of flash shots in the few seconds it took me to move to the front door. Suddenly all the TV cameras were aimed at me. I was definitely concerned about Danny Boudreau. He was incredibly dangerous right now. He'd been on a killing spree. 5 indiscriminate murders within the last few weeks. Now he was cornered. Even worse, he had cornered himself. My hand reached out for the front doorknob. I was feeling numb and a little out of it. My vision was tunneled. I focused on the whitewashed door and nothing else. "It's open!" a voice came from behind the door. A boy's voice, a little raspy, small and fragile without the megaphone to amplify it. I pushed open the front door and finally saw the truth school killer in all of his insane glory. Danny Boudreau wasn't much more than 5'3" or 4". He had thin, squinty eyes like a rodent's, large ears, a bad buzz haircut. He was an odd-looking boy, clearly an outcast, a freak. I sensed that other kids wouldn't like him much, that he was a loner and had been for all his life. He had a Smith & Wesson semi-automatic aimed chest-high at me. "Military school," he reminded me. "I'm an expert marksman, Detective Cross. I have no difficulty with human targets." Chapter 99. My heart was clinging around inside the tight metal cage that was supposed to be my chest. The loud buzzing sound in my head was still there, like irritating static on a radio. I didn't feel much like a police hero. I felt scared. It was worse than usual. Maybe because the killer was 13 years old. Danny Boudreau knew how to use the semi-automatic clenched in his hand, and sooner or later he would. The only thing in the universe that mattered to me right then was to get that Smith & Wesson away from him. The image before me commanded all my attention, a thin, pimply 13-year-old boy with a powerful, deadly handgun. A semi-automatic was pointed at my heart. Although Boudreau's hand was steady enough, he appeared to be more mentally and physically out of it than I had thought. He was probably decompensating. His behavior was likely to become increasingly more bizarre. His instability was obvious and scary to confront. It was in his eyes. His eyes darted about like birds caught in a glass bubble. He was weaving slightly as he stood in the foyer of the Johnson house. He waved the gun in small circles at me. He was wearing a strange sweatshirt with the printed message, "Happy, happy, joy, joy." His short hair was dripping wet with perspiration. His glasses were slightly fogged around the edges. Behind the glasses, his eyes were glazed and shiny wet. He looked the part of the truth school killer. I doubted that anyone had ever liked Danny Boudreau too much. I didn't. His wiry body suddenly snapped rigidly to attention. "Welcome on board, Detective Cross, sir." "Hello, Danny." I spoke to him in as low-key and non-threatening a way as I could. "You called, and now I'm here. I'm the one who's going to take your ass down." He kept his distance. He was a jangle of raw nerves and incredible pent-up anger. He was a puppet without a puppeteer. There was no way to predict how this was going to go from here. He was almost definitely suffering a withdrawal from his prescription drugs. Danny Boudreau had the whole package of symptoms: aggression, depression, psychosis, hyperactivity, behavioral deterioration. A 13-year-old stone-cold killer. How do I get the gun away from him? Christine Johnson was standing in the darkened living room behind him. She didn't move. She looked very distant in the background and small in spite of her height. She looked frightened, sad, tired. To her right was an exquisitely carved fireplace that looked as if it had been scavenged from some big city brownstone. I hadn't seen much of the living room before. I studied it closely now. I was looking for some kind of weapon. Anything to help us. George Johnson lay on the off-white marble floor in the foyer. Christine or the boy had placed a red plaid blanket over the body. The slain lawyer looked as if he'd lain down to take a nap. "Christine, are you okay?" I called across the room. She started to speak, then stopped herself. "She's fine, man. She's mighty fine puddin'. She's all right," Boudreaux snapped at me. He slurred his words so that they sounded like, "She's all right." "She's okay, all right. I'm the one who's losing it here. This is about me." "I can understand how tired you are, Danny," I said to him. I suspected that he'd be experiencing dizziness, impaired concentration, cottonmouth. "Yeah, you got that right. What else do you have to say for yourself? Any more nuggets of wisdom about my delusional behavior?" Wham! He suddenly kicked shut the front door behind us. More impulsive behavior. I had definitely joined the party. He was still very careful to keep his distance. He kept the semi-automatic always pointed at me. "I can shoot this son of a bitch real well," he said, just in case I'd missed the point before. It reinforced my notion of his extreme paranoia, his agitation and nervousness. He was overly concerned about how I viewed him, how competent I judged him to be. He had me confused with his real father. The policeman father who had deserted him and his mother. I'd just learned about the connection on the ride over, but it made sense. It tracked perfectly, actually. I reminded myself that this nervous, skinny, pathetic boy was a murderer. It wasn't hard for me to hate such a fiend. Still, there was also something tragically sad about the boy. There was something so lonely and freakish about Daniel Boudreaux. "I believe that you can shoot extremely well," I told him quietly. I knew it was what he wanted to hear. "I believe you. I believe you are a stone-cold killer. I believe you are a young monster and probably unredeemable. How do I get your gun? I believe I may have to kill you before you kill me or Christine Johnson." Chapter 100. I looked at the words, happy, happy, joy, joy. I knew exactly where the saying on his sweatshirt came from. Nickelodeon. Children's TV. Damon and Janny loved it. In a way, so did I. Nickelodeon was about families, and it probably infuriated Danny Boudreaux. He grinned at me. He had such a fiendish, madhouse look. Then he spoke quietly, as I just had. He expertly mimicked my concern for him. His instincts were sharp and cruel. It scared me again. It also made me want to rush him and punch his lights out. "You don't have to whisper. Nobody's sleeping in here. Well, nobody except George, the doorman." He laughed, reveling in his crazy, creepy inappropriateness. Here was the real psychopathic deal. Danny was a thrill killer in the flesh, even at 13. "Are you all right?" I asked Christine again. "No, not really," she whispered. "Shut the hell up!" Boudreaux yelled at both of us. He pointed his gun at Christine, then back at me. "When I say something, I mean it!" I realized I wasn't going to get the gun away from the boy. I had to try something else. He looked close to the breaking point, way too close. I decided to make a move immediately. I concentrated on the boy, trying to gauge his weaknesses. I watched him without seeming to watch. I took a couple of slow, deliberate steps toward the living room window. An ancient African milking stool sat there. I glanced outside at the police lines staggered across the front lawn, keeping their distance. I could see riot shields and plexiglass masks, battle dress uniforms, flak vests, guns everywhere. Jesus, what a scene. This mad boy had caused all this. "Don't get any funny ideas," he told me from across the room. I already had a funny idea, Danny boy. I already made my move. It's done. Can you figure it out? Are you as smart as you think you are, creep? "Why not?" I asked him. He didn't answer me. He was going to kill us. What more could he do? There was a real good reason for me to be near the window. I was going to position myself and Christine Johnson on opposite sides of the living room. I'd done it. I had already made the move. Boudreau didn't seem to notice. "What do you think of me now?" he snarled. "How do I stack up against those assholes Jack and Jill? How about against the great Gary Sonergy? You can tell me the truth. Won't hurt my feelings, because I don't have any feelings." "I'm going to tell you the truth," I said to him, "since that's what you want to hear. I haven't been impressed by any killers, and I'm not impressed by you either. Not in that way." His mouth twisted and he snarled. "Yeah? Well, I'm not impressed by you either, Dr. Hot Shit Cross. Who's got the gun, though?" Danny Boudreau stared at me for a long, intense moment. His eyes looked crossed behind the lenses of his glasses. The pupils were pinpointed. He looked as if he were going to shoot me right then. My heart was racing. I looked across the room at Christine Johnson. "I have to kill you. You know that," he said as if it made all the sense in the world. Suddenly he was speaking in a bored voice. It was disconcerting as hell. "You and Christine have to go down." He glanced around at her. His eyes were dark holes. "Black bitch! Sneaky, manipulative bitch, too. You dissed me bad at that stupid school of yours. How dare you disrespect me?" he flared again. "That's not true," Christine Johnson said. She spoke right up. "I was trying to protect those kids out in the yard. It had nothing to do with you. I had no idea who you were. How could I?" He stamped one black-booted foot hard. He was petulant, impatient, unforgiving. He was a mean little prick in every way. "Don't tell me what the hell I know. You can't tell what I'm thinking. You can't get inside my head. Nobody can." "Why do you think you have to kill somebody else?" I asked Boudreau. He flared at me again, pointed his gun. "Don't fucking try to shrink-wrap me. Don't you dare!" "I wouldn't do that." I shook my head. "Nobody likes lies, or people trying to pull cheap tricks. I don't." Suddenly he swung the Smith & Wesson toward Christine. "I have to kill people because that's what I do." He laughed again, cackled, and wheezed like a fiend. Christine Johnson sensed what was coming. She knew something had to be done before Danny Boudreau exploded. The boy turned to me again. He swiveled his hips and almost seemed to be preening. He's watching himself act like this, I realized. He's loving this. "You've been trying to trick me," he said. "That's why the calm Mr. Rogers voice, backing off from me so you're not so almighty big and threatening. I see right through you." "You're right," I said. "But you're not completely right. I've been talking like this, real softly, to distract you from what I'm really doing. You blew your own game. You just lost, you little chump. You Weasley little son of a bitch." Chapter 101. "You can't shoot both of us," I told Danny Boudreau. I spoke in a clear, firm voice. At the same time, I angled my body sideways, gave him less of a target. I took another step toward my side of the large living room. I widened the distance between Christine Johnson and me. "What the hell do you mean? What are you talking about, Cross? Talk to me, Cross! I demand it!" I didn't answer him. Let him figure it out. I knew that he would. He was a smart, bad boy. Daniel Boudreau stared at me, then quickly back at Christine. He got the message. He finally saw the trap, subtle as it was. His eyes bored deeply into my skull. He knew what I'd done. One of us would get to him if he shot at the other. He couldn't have his final blaze of glory. "You dumb piece of shit!" he growled at me. His voice was low and threatening. "You're the one who gets it first, then." He raised the Smith & Wesson. I was staring down the barrel at him. "Talk to me, you bastard!" "That's enough!" Christine shouted from the other side of the room. She was unbelievable under the pressure, the circumstances. "You've killed enough," she said to Boudreau. Danny Boudreau was starting to panic. Wild eyes stared out from a head that seemed to be on a swivel. "No, I haven't killed enough fucking useless robots. I'm just getting started." His skin was stretched tight against the bones of his face. He swung the Smith & Wesson toward Christine. His arms were stretched ramrod straight. His whole body was shaking and canted to the left. "Danny!" I yelled his name and started to move on him. He hesitated for an instant, then he jerked the gun and fired, a deafening muzzle blast in close quarters. He fired at Christine. She tried to spin out of the way. I couldn't tell if she had. I kept coming, then I was in the air. Danny Boudreau swung the semi-automatic back at me. His eyes were filled with terror and intense hatred. His body shook with rage, fear, desperation. Maybe he could get us both. I moved a lot faster than he thought I could. I was inside the radius of his arm and the outstretched gun. I crashed into Danny Boudreau as if he were a full-grown man, an armed and dangerous one. I crushed him with a full body blow. I relished the contact. Danny Boudreau and I were down in a sprawling heap. We were tangled up, a mass of flying arms and twitching, kicking legs. The revolver went off again. I didn't feel any blinding pain yet, but I tasted blood. The boy screamed in his high-pitched wail. He wailed. I wrenched the gun out of his hand. He tried to bite me, to rip into my flesh. Then the boy growled. He began to have a seizure, possibly from the drug withdrawal. A major surge of brain activity was being discharged in his body. He was thrashing his arms and his legs, his pelvis thrust forward as if he were dry-humping my leg. His eyes rolled back, and his body suddenly went limp. Foam spewed from his mouth. His arms and legs continued to flail and twitch. He might have lost consciousness for a second or two. He continued to drool, to make choking and gurgling sounds. I flipped him on his side. His lips were dusky blue. His eyes finally rolled back into place. They started to blink rapidly. The seizure had ended as quickly as it had come. He lay limp on the floor, a pool of wild bad boy. The police had heard the shots. They were all over the living room. Riot shotguns, drawn pistols, lots of shouting and squawking radio receivers. Christine Johnson went to her husband. So did 2 of the EMS medics. The next time I looked, Christine was kneeling beside me. She didn't seem to be hurt. "Are you all right, Alex?" she asked in a hoarse whisper. I was still holding down Danny Boudreau. He seemed unaware of his surroundings. He was streaming with cold, oily sweat. The Sojourner Truth School killer now looked sad, lost, and unbearably confused. 13 years old, 5 homicides, maybe more. "Grand Mal?" Christine asked. I nodded. "I think so. Maybe just too much excitement." Danny Boudreau was trying to say something, but I couldn't hear what it was. He sputtered, still drooling the bubbly white foam. "What did you say?" "What is it?" I asked. My voice was hoarse and my throat hurt. I was shaking and covered with sweat myself. He spoke in a tiny whisper, almost as if there were no one inside him anymore. "I'm afraid," he told me. "I don't know where I am. I'm always so afraid." I nodded at the small, horrifying face looking up at me. "I know," I said to the young killer. "I know what you're feeling." That was the scariest thing of all. Chapter 102. The Dragon Slayer lives. But how many lives do I have left? Why was I taking chances with my life? Physician, heal thyself. I stayed at the Johnson house for more than an hour, until the Boudreau boy and the body of George Johnson were taken away. There were questions I had to ask Christine Johnson for my report. Then I called home and spoke to Nana. I told her to please go to bed. I was safe and basically sound. For tonight, anyway. "I love you, Alex," she whispered over the phone. Nana sounded almost as tired and beat up as I was. "I love you too, old woman," I told her. That night, miracle of miracles, she actually let me get in the last word. The crowd of ambulance chasers on Summer Street finally broke up. Even the most persistent reporters and photographers left. One of Christine Johnson's sisters had arrived to be with her in this terrible time. I hugged Christine hard before I left. She was still trembling. She had suffered a horrible, unspeakable loss. We had both spent a night in hell. "I can't feel anything. Everything is so unreal," she told me. "I know this isn't a nightmare, and yet I keep thinking that it has to be one." Sampson drove me home at 1 a.m. My eyes felt lidless. My brain was still going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, still buzzing loudly, still overheated. What was our world coming to? Gary Sonergy? Bundy? The Hillside Strangler? Koresh? McVeigh? On and on and on. Gandhi was asked once what he thought of Western civilization. He replied, "I think it could be a good idea." I don't cry too much. I can't. The same is true for a lot of police officers I know. I wish I could cry sometimes, let it all out, release the fear and the venom, but it isn't that easy. Something has gotten blocked up inside. I sat on the stairs inside our house. I had been on my way to my bedroom, but I hadn't made it. I was trying to cry, but I couldn't. I thought about my wife, Maria, who was killed in a drive-by shooting a few years back. Maria and I had fit together beautifully. That wasn't just selective memory on my part. I knew how good love could be. I knew it was the best thing I'd ever done in my life, and yet here I was alone. I was taking chances with my life. I kept telling everybody that I was all right, but I wasn't. I don't know how long I stayed there in the darkness with my thoughts. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe it was much more than that. The house was quiet in a familiar, almost comfortable way, but I couldn't be soothed that night. I listened to sounds that I had been hearing for years. I remembered being a small boy there, growing up with Nana, wondering what I would become someday. Now I knew the answer to that question. I was a multiple homicide expert who got to work the biggest, nastiest cases. I was the Dragon Slayer. I finally climbed the rest of the stairs and stopped in at Damon and Janny's room. The two of them were fast asleep in the bedroom they share in our small house. I love the way Damon and Janny sleep, the trusting, innocent ways of my young son and daughter. I can watch them for long stretches, even on a howling bad night like this one. I can't count how many times I've peeked in and just stood in the doorway. They keep me going, keep me from flying apart some nights. They'd gone to sleep wearing funky heart-shaped sunglasses like the ones the kids wear in the singing group called Innocence. It was cute as hell. Precious, too. I sat on the edge of Janny's bed. I quietly took off my boots and carefully lay them on the floor without making any noise. Then I stretched myself out across the bottom of both their beds. I listened to my bones crack. I wanted to be near my kids, to be with them, for all of us to be safe. It didn't seem too much to ask out of life, too much reward for the day I had just lived through. I gently kissed the rubber-soled slipper sock of Janny's pajamas. I lay my hand very lightly against Damon's cool, bare leg. I finally closed my eyes, and I tried to push the rushing scenes of murder and chaos out of my mind. I couldn't do it. The monsters were everywhere that night. They truly were all around me. There are so goddamn many of them, wave upon wave, it seems, young and old and everything in between. Where are these monsters coming from in America? What has created them? Lying there alongside my two children, I finally was able to sleep somehow. For a few hours I was able to forget the most horrifying thing of all, the reason for my extreme sorrow and upset. I had heard the news before I left the Johnson house. President Thomas Burns had died early that morning. Chapter 103. I was holding and gently petting Rosie the cat. I had the kitchen door open and peered outside, squinted at Samson. He stood in a freezing cold rain. He looked like a big, dark boulder in the teeming rainstorm, or maybe it was hail that he was weathering so stoically. "The nightmare continues," he said to me. A simple declarative sentence. Devastating. Yeah, doesn't it, though? But maybe I don't care about it anymore. Uh-huh. And maybe this is the year the Bullets win the NBA championship, the Orioles win the World Series, and the raggedy-ass Redskins go to the Super Bowl. You just never know. A day had passed since the long night at the Johnson house, since the even longer morning in New York City. Not nearly enough time for any kind of healing or even proper grieving. President Edward Mahoney had been sworn in the day before. It was necessary according to law, but it almost seemed indecent to me. I had on dungarees and a white t-shirt, bare feet on a cold linoleum floor, steaming coffee mug in hand. I was convalescing nicely. I hadn't washed off my whiskers, as Janny calls the act of shaving. I was almost feeling human again. I hadn't asked Samson in yet, either. "Morning, sugar," Samson persisted. Then he rolled back his upper lip and showed off some teeth. His smile was brutally joyful. I finally had to smile back at my friend and nemesis. It was a little past 9 o'clock, and I had just gotten up. This was late for me. It was shameful behavior by Nana's standards. I was still sleep-deprived, trauma-shocked, in danger of losing the rest of my mind, throwing up, something shitty and unexpected. But I was also much better. I looked good. I looked fine. "Aren't you even gonna say good morning?" Samson asked, pretending to be hurt. "Morning, John. I don't even want to know about it," I said to him. "Whatever it is that brings you here this cold and bleak morning." "First intelligent thing I've heard out of your mouth in years," Samson said. "But I'm afraid I don't believe it. You want to know everything. You need to know everything, Alex. That's why you read 4 newspapers every damn morning." "I don't want to know either," Nana contributed from behind me in the kitchen. She had been up for hours, of course. "I don't need to know. Shoe fly. Go fry some ice. Take a long walk off a short dock, Johnny boy." "We got time for breakfast?" I finally asked him. "Not really," he said, careful to keep his smile turned on. "But let's eat anyway. Who could resist?" "He invited you, not me," Nana warned from over by her hot stove. She was kidding Samson. She loves him as if he were her own son, as if he were my physically bigger brother. She made the 2 of us scrambled eggs, homemade sausage, home fries, toast. She knows how to cook and could easily feed the entire Washington Redskins team at training camp. That would be no problem for Nana. Samson waited until we had finished eating before he got back into it, whatever it was, whatever had happened now. His dark little secret. It may seem odd, but when your life is filled with homicides and other tragedies, you have to learn to take time for yourself. The homicides will still be there. The homicides are always there. "Your Mr. Greer called me a little while ago," Samson said as he poured his 3rd cup of coffee. "He said to let you have a couple days off, that they could handle this. Them. Like the great old horror flick that used to scare the hell out of us. That, what you just said, makes me suspicious and fearful right away." "Handle what?" I asked. I was finishing the last of half a loaf of cinnamon toast made from thick homemade bread. It was, honestly, quite seriously, a taste of heaven. Nana claims that she's been there, stolen several recipes. I tend to believe her. I've seen and tasted the proof of her tale. Samson glanced at his wristwatch, an ancient bulova given to him by his father when he was 14. "They're looking over Jill's office in the White House right about now. Then they're going to her apartment on 24th Street. You want to go? As my guest? Got you a guest pass, just in case." Of course I wanted to be there. I had to go. I needed to know everything about Jill, just as Samson had said I did. "You are the devil," Nana hissed at Samson. "Thank you, Nana." He beamed bright eyes and 1,001 teeth. "High praise indeed." Chapter 104. We drove to Sarah Rosen's apartment in Sampson's slippery, quick black Nissan. Nana's hot breakfast had brought me back to the real world, at least. I was feeling partially revived. Physically, if not emotionally. I was already highly intrigued about visiting Jill's home. I wanted to see her office at the White House, too, but figured that could wait a day or two. But her house, that was irresistible for the detective and for the psychologist. Sarah Rosen lived in a 10-story building on 24th and K. The building had an officious front desk captain who studied our police IDs and then reluctantly let us proceed. The lobby was cheery otherwise. Carpeted, lots of large potted plants. Not the kind of building where anyone would expect to find an assassin. But Jill had lived right here, hadn't she? Actually, the apartment fit the profile we had of Sarah Rosen. She was the only child of an Army colonel and a high school English teacher. She had grown up in Aberdeen, Maryland, then gone to Hollins College in Virginia. She had majored in history and English, graduating with honors. She'd come to Washington 16 years ago when she was 21. She had never married, though she'd had several boyfriends over the years. Some of the staff at the White House press and communications offices called her the sexy spinster. Her apartment was on the 5th floor of the 10-story building. It was bright, with a view of an interior courtyard. The FBI was already at work inside. Chopin came softly from a stereo. It was a relaxed atmosphere, almost pleasant, devil-may-care. The case was, after all, closed. Sampson and I spent the next few hours with the Phoebe technicians, who were searching the apartment for anything that might give the Bureau a clue about Sarah Rosen. Jill had lived right there. Who the hell were you, Jill? How did this happen to you? What happened, Jill? Talk to us. You know you want to talk, lonely girl. Her apartment was a one-bedroom with a small den, and we would examine every square inch of it. The woman who had lived here had helped to murder President Thomas Burns. The den had been used as an editing room for their film. The apartment had historical importance now. For as long as this building stood, people would point at it and say, "That's where Jill lived." She had bought anonymous-looking furniture in a country club style. They were middle-class trappings, a sofa and armchair made of brushed cotton twill, local furniture store tags, Mastercraft Interiors, Colony House in Arlington. Cool, cold colors in every room. Lots of ivory-colored things at Jill's place. A nice blue patterned area rug, a pale, distressed pine armoire. Several frames on the wall contained matted Christmas cards and letters from White House notables, the current press secretary, the chief of staff, even a brief note from Nancy Reagan. There were no pictures of any of the enemies mentioned to me by President Burns. Sarah Rosen was a secret starfucker, wasn't she? Had Jack been a star for her? Was Jack really Kevin Hawkins? Talk to us, Jill. I know you want to talk. Tell us what really happened. Give us a clue. Sitting out on a small roll-top desk were mailings from the Heritage Foundation and the Cato Institute, both conservative organizations. There were several copies of U.S. News and World Report, Southern Living, Gourmet. Also flyers about future poetry readings at Chapters on K Street and Politics and Prose, bookstores in the Washington area. Was Jill the poet? A poem had been cut from a book and taped to the wall above the desk. How dreary to be somebody. How public. like a frog, to tell one's name, the livelong June, to an admiring bog. Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson apparently had the same opinion of celebrities as Jack and Jill. The walls of the den and bedroom were covered with books. The walls were bookcases. Fiction, non-fiction, poetry. High and lowbrow stuff. Jill the reader. Jill the loner. Jill the sexy spinster. Who are you, Jill? Who are you, Sarah Rosen? There was even one bit of evidence that showed a sense of humor. A sign was framed in the front hallway. Use an accordion, go to jail. That's the law. Who are you, Sarah Jill? Did anybody really care about you before now? Why did you help to commit this horrible crime? Was it worth it? To die like this, a lonely spinster? Who killed you, Jill? Was it Jack? If I found one indisputable piece of truth, just one, all the rest would follow, and we would finally understand. I wanted to believe that it could go like that. I looked through Jill's clothes closets. I found conservative business suits, mostly in dark colors, labels that told me Brooks Brothers and Ann Taylor. Low pumps, running shoes, casual flats. There were several sweatsuits for running and exercise. Not many evening dresses for parties, for fun. Who were you, Sarah? I searched for false walls, false bottoms, anywhere that she might have kept private notes, something that might help us to close this case forever or open it wide. Come on, Sarah. Let us in on your secret life. Tell us who you really were. What kept you going, Jill? Who were you, Sarah? Sexy spinster? You want us to know. I know you do. You're still in this apartment. I can feel it. I can feel your loneliness everywhere I look. You want us to know something. What is it, Sarah? Give us one more rhyme, just one. Sampson came up behind me while I was standing at a bedroom window overlooking the courtyard. I was thinking about all the possibilities the case held. You got it solved yet? Got it all figured out, sweets? Not yet. There's something more, though. Give me another couple of days here. Sampson groaned at the thought, and so did I, but I knew I would come back here. Sarah Rosen had left something for us to remember her by. I was almost sure of it. Jill the poet. Chapter 105. Maybe I was a glutton for crime and punishment, but I came back alone to her apartment very early the following morning. I was there by 8, long before anyone else. I wandered back and forth in the small apartment, nibbling from an open box of Nutrigrain. Something was still bothering me about the sexy spinster and her hideaway in Foggy Bottom. Detective's hunch, psychologist's intuition. For nearly an hour I sat crouched at a window seat that looked out on K Street. I fixated on a bus shelter poster for a Calvin Klein perfume called Escape. The model in the poster looked unbearably sad and forlorn. Like Jill? Someone had written a thought balloon above the model's head. It read, "Someone feed me, please." What gave Sarah Rosen sustenance? I wondered as I peered out into the D.C. ether. What was her secret? What drove her to the madness of celebrity stalking, or whatever she had been doing before she was killed in the Peninsula Hotel? She had been murdered in New York. What was her connection to Jack? What was the whole story? What was the real story? What secret still hadn't been unlocked? I started in on the massive collection of books that dominated every room in the apartment, even the kitchen. Sarah had been a voracious reader, mostly literature and history, nearly all of it American. Sarah the intellectual. Sarah the real smart cookie. Diplomacy by Henry Kissinger. Special Trust by Robert McFarland. Caveat by Alexander Haig. Kissinger by Walter Isaacson. On and on and on. Fiction by Ann Tyler, Robertson Davies, Annie Proulx, but also Robert Ludlum and John Grisham. Poetry by Emily Dickinson, Sylvia Plath, Anne Sexton. A volume entitled Woman Alone. I opened each book, then carefully shook it out. There were well over 1,000 volumes in the apartment, maybe a couple of thousand. Lots of books to look through. There were handwritten pages of notes stuffed into some of the books, jottings Sarah had made. I read every loose scrap. The hours went by. Meals were skipped. I didn't much care. Inside a biography of Napoleon and Josephine, Sarah Rosen had written, N, considered high intelligence an aberration in women, stroked J's breasts in public. Cur. But J got her just desserts. Cunt. Jill the poet, Jill the book lover, the mystery, the fantasy woman, the enigma, the killer. There were several videotapes of movies in the den, and I began to open each of the containers. Sarah Rosen's film collection featured well-known romances, mystery thrillers, and romantic thrillers. The Prince of Tides, No Way Out, Disclosure, The Godfather trilogy, Gone with the Wind, An Officer and a Gentleman. She also seemed to like older movies, especially noir mysteries. Raymond Chandler, James Cain, Hitchcock. I opened every single cassette, row by row, every box. I thought it was important, especially with someone as orderly as Sarah. If Samson had been around, I wouldn't have heard the end of it. He would have called me crazier than Jack or Jill. I opened a cassette box for Hitchcock's Notorious. I didn't remember ever seeing the film myself, but one of Hitchcock's favorite male leads, Cary Grant, was featured on the box cover. I found an unmarked cassette inside the box. It didn't look like a movie. Curious, I popped the cassette into the VCR. It was the 4th or 5th unmarked cassette that I had viewed so far. The film wasn't Notorious. I found myself looking at footage of the murder of Senator Daniel Fitzpatrick. This was apparently the uncut version, which ran considerably longer than the film that had been sent to CNN. The extra footage was even more disturbing and graphic than what had been viewed on the TV news network. The fear in Senator Fitzpatrick's voice was terrible to hear. He begged the killers for his life. Then he began to cry, to sob loudly. That part had been carefully edited from the CNN tape. It was too strong. It was brutal beyond belief. It put Jack and Jill in the worst possible light. They were merciless killers. No pity, no passion, no humanity. I jabbed at the pause button. Jackpot. The next shot in the film had started tight on Senator Fitzpatrick, then pulled out to a wide angle, maybe wider than intended. The tape showed Jack as he fired the second shot. The killer wasn't Kevin Hawkins. I suddenly wondered if Jill had left the tape here for someone to find. Had she suspected that she might be betrayed? Was this Jill's payback? I thought that maybe it was. Jill had fucked Jack, straight from hell. I studied the frozen frame, revealing the real Jack. He had short, sandy blonde hair. He was a handsome-looking man in his late 30s. There was no emotion on his face as he pulled the trigger. "Jack," I whispered. "We've finally found you, Jack."
This ends Disc 11. Jack and Jill, Disc 12.
Chapter 106. The FBI, Secret Service, and Washington Police cooperated and worked closely together on a massive and important manhunt. They all badly wanted a piece of this one. It was the ultimate homicide case. A president had been murdered. The real killer was still out there. Jack was still alive. At least, I hoped that he was. And he was. Early on the morning of December 20th, I watched Jack through a pair of binoculars. I couldn't take my eyes off the killer and mastermind. I wanted to take him down. I wanted him for myself. We had to wait, though. This was Jay Grayer's plan. It was his day, his show, his plan of action. Jack was just walking out of a 3-story colonial house. He went to a bright red Ford Bronco that sat in a circular driveway. By then we knew who he was, where he lived, nearly everything about him. Now we understood a lot more about Jack and Jill. Our eyes had been opened very, very wide. "There's Jack. There's our boy," Jay Grayer said to me. "Doesn't look like a killer, does he?" I said. "But he got the job done. He did it. He's the executioner of all those people, including Jill." Jack was herding along a small boy and a girl. Very cute kids. I knew that their names were Alex and Artie. Also coming along for the ride were 2 family dogs, Shepherd and Wise Man, a 10-year-old black retriever and a frisky young collie. Jack's kids, Jack's dogs, Jack's nice house in suburbia. Jack and Jill came to the hill to kill the president. And then Jack murdered his partner and lover, Jill. He executed Sarah Rosen in cold blood. Jack thought he got away with the murders, clear and free. Jack had an almost great plan. But now we had Jack in our sights. I was watching Jack. We all were. He looked like the perfect suburban Washington dad in just about every way. He had on a navy-hooded parka that was unzipped in spite of the cold weather. The open jacket exposed a blue plaid flannel shirt and stonewashed dungarees. He wore floppy, tannish-brown topsiders, gray woolen socks. His hair was cut short, military style. His hair was dark brown now. He was a ruggedly handsome man, 39 years old, the president's assassin, the stone-cold killer of several political enemies, a conspirator, a world-class traitor, a real heartless bastard, too. He is just about the perfect American killer, I thought as I watched him in command of his obedient troop of children and pets. He was a near-perfect assassin. He was a daddy, a husband, clean-cut as could be. He looked absolutely beyond suspicion. He even had alibis, though none of them would hold up because of the film footage of his shooting Senator Fitzpatrick. A jackal for our age, for our country, for our naive and very dangerous way of life. I wondered if he had watched the president's burial ceremony on TV, or maybe even attended it, as I had. "He's such a devil-may-care fucker, isn't he?" Jay Grayer said. He was sitting beside me in the front seat of the unmarked car. I hadn't heard Jay Grayer curse much before today. He wanted to take down Jack real bad. Real hard. That's what we were going to do. This was going to be a famous morning for all of us. It was all about to go down. "Get ready to follow Jack," Grayer spoke into a handheld mic in our car. "You lose him, anybody, and you can just keep going, in whatever direction you're headed." "We won't lose him. I don't think he'll even run," I said. "He's a homebody, our Jack. He's a daddy. He has roots in the community." What a strange country we live in. So many murderers, so many monsters, so many decent people for them to prey on. "I think you're probably right, Alex. Spot on. I don't get it yet. I don't fully understand him, but I think you're right. We've got him nailed. Only what exactly do we have here? What makes Jack run? Why did he do it?" "Money." I told him a theory I had about Jack. "Look for the money. It cuts through and simplifies all the other stuff. A little politics, a little cause, and a lot of money. Ideology and financial gain. Hard to beat in this venal day and age. You think so?" "I think so. Yes, I'd bet a lot on it. He has some strongly held beliefs, and one of them is that he and his family deserve to live well. So yes, I think money is a part of this. I think he's probably acquainted with some people with a lot of money and power, but not as much power as they would like to have." The Bronco took off, and we followed it at a comfortable distance. Jack was a careful driver of his valuable cargo. He must have been impressive to his kids, maybe even to the dogs, undoubtedly to his neighbors. Jack the Jackal. I wondered if that was another of Sarah Rosen's word games. I wondered what Jill's very last thought was when her lover betrayed her in New York. Had she expected it? Had she known he would betray her? Was that why she left the cassette in her apartment? Jay wanted to talk. Maybe he needed to keep his mind busy right now. "He's taking them to the day school down yonder. His life is back to normal now. Nothing happened to change that. He just planned the murder and helped execute a president. That's all. No biggie. Life goes on." From what I can gather in his military records, he was a first-class soldier. He left the Army as a full colonel. Honorable discharge. Participated in Desert Storm, I said to Jay. "Jack, a war hero. I'm impressed as hell. I'm so goddamn impressed with this guy that I can't begin to tell you. Maybe I'll tell him." Jack was a war hero. Officially. Jack was a patriot. Unofficially. As we rode along, I remembered the inscription on the Tomb of the Unknown at Arlington National Cemetery. "Here rests in honored glory an American soldier known but to God." Somehow I thought that was how Jack probably thought about himself. A soldier hero known only to God. He probably believed he had gotten away with several murders in a just war. Well, he hadn't. He was about to go down. He dropped the 2 children off at the Bayard Wellington School. It was a beautiful place. Fieldstone walls and rolling frost-slicked lawns. The sort of school I would have loved to send Damon and Janny to. The kind of school where Christine Johnson ought to teach. You could move out of D.C., you know, I told myself as I watched Jack kiss each of his children goodbye. So why don't you? Why don't you take Damon and Janny away from 5th Street? Why don't you do what this rotten piece of shit son of a bitch does for his kids? Jay Grayer spoke into the hand mic again. He's leaving the Bayard Wellington School now. He's turning back onto the main road. God, it's pretty out here in Jackville, isn't it? We'll take him down at the stoplight up ahead. Just one imperative. We take him alive. We'll have 4 cars at the light with him, 4 of us to get Jack. We take him alive. You have the right to remain silent, I said. What the hell are you saying? Jay Grayer turned to me and asked. Just getting it out of the way. He doesn't have any rights. He's going down. Grayer offered up a crooked smile. We both understood why. The good part was coming now. The only good part in this whole affair. Famous stuff, huh? Here we go. Let's get this son of a bitch. Absolutely. I want to have a nice long talk with Jack, too. I want to kick his ass from this stoplight all the way back to Washington. I want to meet the real Jack. Chapter 107. Nobody had figured out the assassination plot until now. Not one of us had even been close. No one had been able to solve the mystery of Jack and Jill until it was too late. Maybe we could unravel the whole mess now. A retrospective on Jack and Jill. We were less than 100 yards away from capturing Jack. He was heading down a steep, rolling hill toward a stoplight. It was a very picturesque scene. Long lens, like in expensively made movies. The light turned red and Jack stopped. A law-abiding citizen. Unconcerned about anything. A free man. Jay Grayer and I eased up right behind his trendy off-road vehicle. I could read the sticker on the rear bumper of the Bronco. Dare to keep kids off drugs. Bear Trap was the code for our operation. We had 4 mainline vehicles, another half-dozen cars, and 2 helicopters for backup. I didn't see how Jack could escape. I was thinking ahead to the massive ramifications of the assassin's capture and the even more shocking surprise still to come. This was going to get worse. Much worse. We take him down on 3, Jay Grayer said into his hand mic. He was extremely cool now, the consummate professional as he had been from the beginning. I liked working with him enormously. He wasn't an egomaniac. He was just good at his job. We take him real easy, I said. The bear trap was sprung. I was one of the 6 who jumped out of the intercept cars stopped at the innocent-looking country road light. It was an honor. There were 2 civilian cars waiting at the light as well. A gray Honda and a Saab. It must have looked like utter madness to them. That's because it was, and much worse than it looked. The man in the Bronco had killed the president. This was like arresting Lee Harvey Oswald, Sirhan Sirhan, John Wilkes Booth. An ordinary stoplight in northern Maryland. I was there. I was glad I was there. I would have paid a huge admission price to be there for this. I got to the passenger door of his vehicle as a Secret Service agent yanked open the driver's door. The 2 of us happened to be the quickest on our feet, or maybe we were the ones who wanted Jack the most. Jack turned toward me, and he got to look right into the wide-eyed barrel of my Glock. He got a real good look at death in an instant. Execution style. Very professional. "Don't move. Don't even breathe too hard. Don't move a millimeter," I said to him. "I don't want to have an excuse, so don't give me one." He hadn't been expecting us. I could tell that by the shock spread across his face. He thought he'd gotten away clean with the murders. Thought he was home free. Well, he had it all wrong for once. Jack had finally made his first mistake. "Secret Service, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, and that's a real good idea," one of the agents barked at Jack. The agent's face was bright red with anger, with outrage at this man who had murdered President Thomas Burns. Jack looked at the Secret Service agent and then back at me. He recognized me. He knew who I was. What else did he know? At first he'd been startled, but now he became calm. It was astonishing to see the calmness and cool take hold. He's calm as death, I thought. I shouldn't have been surprised. This was the real Jack. This was the President's killer. "Very good," he finally said, commending us for doing a good job, for our professionalism. The son of a bitch nodded his approval. "I'm proud of you. You did your jobs extremely well." It made my blood boil, but I knew the order of the day. We take him real easy. The gentle bear trap. He slowly got out of the spit-shined red vehicle. Both his hands were held up high. He offered no resistance. He didn't want to be shot. Suddenly, one of the Secret Service agents sucker-punched him. The agent threw a hard roundhouse right that connected with the killer's jaw. I couldn't believe he'd done it, but I was glad. Jack's head snapped back, and he dropped like a stone. Jack was smart. He stayed down. There was no provocation for the agent's punch, no excuse whatsoever, except that the freak sprawled on the ground had murdered the President in cold blood. Jack shook his head and worked his jaw as he looked up at us from the pavement. "How much do you know?" he asked. We didn't answer him. None of us said a goddamn word. It was our turn to play games. Now we had a few surprises for Jack. Chapter 108. Jack was only the beginning. We knew he was only part of the puzzle we were attempting to solve. We had decided to take him down first, but now came the second crucial stop. As we rode back to his house on Oxford Street, I felt distant from the scene, almost as if I were watching myself in a dream. I remembered the few meetings I'd had with Thomas Burns. He'd told us all to have no regrets. But that advice didn't work out in the real world. The President was dead, and I'd always feel partly responsible, even if I wasn't responsible at all. I wasn't thinking only about the President's murder. There was 13-year-old Danny Boudreau. I felt an unsettling connection between the two cases. I had from the very beginning. The murders and unprecedented violence were everywhere. It was as if a strange, crippling disease were spreading across much of the world, but especially right here in America. I had already witnessed too much of it. I didn't know how to make the nightmare stop. No one did. It wasn't over. We were finally at the beginning of the awful mystery. This was where it had started. At this house, just coming into view. Jay Grayer spoke into the car's hand mic. "Dr. Cross and I will go the front door route. Everyone cover us like a blanket. No shooting. Not even return fire if you can help it. Everybody clear on that?" All the other agents were clear on the procedure and knew the stakes. Bear Trap wasn't over yet. Grayer pulled the black sedan up beside the front walk to the house. "You ready for one more shitstorm?" he asked me. "You okay with how this is going down, Alex?" "I'm as okay as I'm gonna be," I told him. "Thanks for keeping me in the loop. I needed to be here." "We wouldn't even be here without you. Let's go do it." The two of us got out of his unmarked car and hurried up the red brick front walkway together. We matched each other step for step. This was where it had all started. The big house, the whole street, seemed so innocent and appealing. A beautiful white colonial stood before us. The house had a big old porch supported by column pedestals. Children's bikes were neatly stacked on the porch. Everything out here was so neat. Was it all a disguise? Of course it was. Jay Grayer rang the doorbell, and it sounded like the Avon calling bell. Jack and Jill came to the hill. But Jack and Jill started right here, didn't it? In this very house. The door was answered by a woman wearing a red plaid robe that looked as if it came straight out of the J. Crew catalog. A grapevine wreath, one of those peculiar decorative affairs that looks like Jesus' crown of thorns, was hung on the front door for the holidays. It had a big red bow tied around it. Here is Jill, I was thinking. Finally, the real Jill. Chapter 109.
"Alex, Jay, my God, what is it? What's happened now? Don't tell me this is a social visit."
Jean Sterling stood just inside the front door of her house. I could see a polished oak stairway glistening behind her. A formal dining room was visible through pocket doors, which were also polished oak. A tall stack of gift-wrapped Christmas presents lay piled near a desk and a 6-foot-high standing mirror in the foyer. Jill's house. The Inspector General of the CIA. Clean Jean.
"What's happened? I just made some coffee. Please come in."
She sounded as if Jay Grayer and I were a couple of neighbors from just down the street. A social visit, right? She smiled, and her prominent teeth made it look like a grimace. "What's happened? Has someone in the neighborhood been involved in a fender bender? I just made fresh coffee, good as the stuff at Starbucks. Let's chat." "Coffee sounds fine," Jay said, showing he could chat with the best of them. We walked inside the house that she shared with her children and her husband, with Jack. I noticed details. Everything seemed important, telling, evidence. The bright colors and exuberant style on the inside of the house said American, but the accents communicated world travel. French etchings, Flemish weavings, Chinese porcelain. Jill the traveler, Jill the spy master. There's an old saying in classic mysteries, which I'd never felt made much sense. Cherchez la femme. Look for the woman. I had my own catchphrase for solving many modern-day mysteries. Cherchez l'argent. Look for the money. I didn't believe that Jean Sterling and her husband had acted on their own. I didn't believe it any more than I had ever bought that Jack and Jill were celebrity stalkers. Aldrich Ames had supposedly received $2.5 million for exposing a dozen American agents. How much had the Sterlings received for disposing of a troublesome United States president, a loose cannon who had gone against the system? And who had given him the money? Cherchez l'argent. Maybe Jean would tell us if we twisted her arm a little, which I definitely planned to do. Who would gain the most from the murder of President Thomas Burns? The vice president, now the president? Wall Street? Organized crime? The CIA? I'd have to ask Jean about that. Maybe over steaming pewter mugs of coffee. Maybe that was what we could chat about. She turned and led the way back to her kitchen. She was so calm and collected. I continued to notice the furnishings, the pristine decor, the neatness, even with 3 kids in the house. I thought that I knew how Jean and her husband could afford such a terrific house out here in Chevy Chase. Cherchez l'argent. "There's been some kind of break, hasn't there?" she said, and turned to look at us. "You have me completely baffled as to what it could be. What's happened? Tell me." She rubbed her hands together gleefully. "Quite an act. Quite an actress." I finally said, "We found out some interesting things about Jack." "We decided to take him down first. Now it's your turn." "That's excellent news," Jean Sterling said. "Please tell me everything. After all, Kevin Hawkins was one of ours." We entered a large kitchen which I remembered from my first visit there. The walls were covered with terracotta tiles and expensive-looking wooden cabinets. 6 windows looked out on a gazebo and a tennis court. "We've arrested your husband, Brett, for the murder of the president," Jay Grayer told her in a cold, flat voice. "We have him in custody right now. We're here to arrest you." It's so damned hard to control every single detail, isn't it? One little slip-up was all it took, I said to Jean. Sarah made a mistake. I think she fell in love with your husband. Did you know that? You must have known about Sarah and Brett's affair. Alex, what are you saying? What are you saying, Jay? Neither of you is making any sense. Oh, sure we are, Jean. Sarah Rosen kept a dupe of the footage of Senator Fitzpatrick's murder at her apartment in D.C. Your husband is on the tape. She was in love with him, the poor spinster. Maybe you planned on that. You must have at least suspected it. We even have a partial fingerprint of his at Sarah Rosen's apartment in Foggy Bottom. We'll probably find more now that we know what to look for. Her look darkened, her eyes narrowed into slits. I sensed she might not have known everything about her husband's close relationship with Sarah Rosen. She knew about Sarah, of course. In the last few days, we had discovered that Sarah Rosen had been an agency spy inside the White House. She had been the agency's mole there for 8 years. That was how Jack had found her, and knew she'd be loyal. Sarah Rosen had been the perfect Jill. Sarah had believed in the cause, at least as much as she was told about it. She was extremely right-wing. Thomas Burns wanted massive changes at the Pentagon and CIA. A powerful group felt the changes could destroy the country, would destroy the country. They had decided to destroy President Burns instead. Jack and Jill had been born. Jay Grayer said, "This is going to be worse than Aldrich Ames, you know. Much, much worse." Jean Sterling slowly nodded her head. "Yes, I suppose it will be. I suppose," she continued, her eyes trailing back and forth between Grayer and me, "that you're proud to be a part of the destruction of one of the few, the very few, advantages the United States holds over the rest of the world. Our intelligence network is second to none. The President was a foolish amateur who wanted to dismantle intelligence and the military in the name of what? Populist change? What a mockery. What a sad, dangerous joke.
Thomas Burns was a car salesman from Detroit. He had no business making the decisions he was entrusted with. Most presidents before him understood that. I don't care what you believe about us. My husband and I are patriots. Are we clear on that? Are we clear, gentlemen?" J. Grayer let her finish before he spoke again. "You and your husband are slimy traitors. You're both murderers. Are we clear? You're right about one thing, though. I am proud about bringing you down. I feel great about that. I really do, Jean." There was a sudden flare of bright white light in the kitchen. A muzzle flash. A deafening shot rang out in the most unexpected of places. J. Grayer's body arched. He fell back against the kitchen counter, knocking over a row of tall wooden stools. Jean Sterling had shot him point blank. She had a gun hidden in her robe. She'd fired right through the pocket. Maybe she had seen us approaching the house, or maybe she always had a gun nearby. She was Jill, after all. Jean shifted her feet and turned the gun on me. I was already diving down behind the kitchen counter. She fired the semi-automatic anyway. Another deafening blast in the kitchen, a flash of light, then another shot. She kept firing as she backed from the kitchen. Then she ran. Her robe flew behind her like a cape. I quickly moved to where J. Grayer had gone down. He was wounded high in the chest near the collarbone. His face was drained of color. Jay was conscious, though. "Just get her, Alex. Get her alive," he gasped. "Get them. They know everything." I moved carefully but quickly inside the Sterling house. "Don't kill her. She knows the truth. We need to hear it from her just this once. She knows why the president was killed and who ordered it. She knows." Suddenly, a Secret Service agent came rushing inside the front door. Another agent was close behind him. Two more agents appeared from the direction of the kitchen. All of them had their guns drawn. Looks of shocked concern were on their faces. "What the hell happened in here?" one of the agents shouted. "Jean Sterling has a gun. We take her alive anyway. We have to take her alive." I heard a noise in the direction of the front hallway. Actually, two noises. I understood what was happening and my heart sank. A car engine was being started. An electric garage door was being raised. Jill was getting away. Chapter 110. My chest was thundering, ready to explode, but my heart had gone icy cold. Take her alive, no matter what. She's even more important than Jack. The door to the garage was down a narrow hallway that led past a large sunroom. The sunroom was awash in blinding morning light. I sucked in a breath. Then I opened the garage door carefully, as if it might explode. It just might, I knew. Anything could happen now. This was the house of dirty tricks. There was a dark, narrow corridor between the house and the garage. The passageway was about 4 feet long. I moved down it in a low crouch. Another closed door was at the end. Take her alive. That's the one imperative. I yanked open the second door and jumped out into what I had figured had to be the garage. It was. Instantly I heard 3 loud pops. I hit the concrete floor hard. Gunshots. Thunderous, scary noise in the confined space. No thud of a bullet to my chest or head, thank God. I saw Jean Sterling leaning out of the window of her station wagon. She had a semi-automatic clutched in one hand. I pushed myself up again. "Take her alive," my brain screamed as I ducked out of sight. I had seen something else in the car. She had her youngest daughter with her. Her 3-year-old, Karan. She was using Karan as a shield. She knew we wouldn't shoot with the girl in the way. The little girl was screaming loudly. She was terrified. How could Jean Sterling do this to a child? I crouched behind the oil tank in the darkened, cramped space. I was trying to think straight. I shut my eyes for a beat, half a second at most. I drank in a huge breath of cold air and gasoline fumes, tried to think in absolutely straight lines. I made a decision and hoped it was the right one. When I came up again, I fired. I carefully aimed away from the little girl, but I fired. I went down in the crouch again, hidden behind the dark tank. I knew I hadn't hit anybody. My shot had only been a warning, a final one. Andrew Clouk had been right when we'd talked in the Sterling's backyard. The CIA ghost was the one who told me all I needed to know right now. The game is played with no rules. "Jean, put the goddamn gun down," I called to her. "Your little girl is in danger." No answer came back, just terrifying silence. Jean Sterling would do whatever it took to get away. She had murdered a president, ordered it done, helped plan every step. Would Jean Sterling really sacrifice her own child, though? For what? For money? A cause she and her husband believed in? What cause could be worth the life of a president, of your own child? Take her alive. Even if she deserves to die here in this garage, execution style. I popped up again. I fired a second shot into the car windshield, the driver's side, far right. Glass shattered all over the garage. Glass fragments sprayed against the ceiling, then rained back down again. The noise was deafening in the closed space. Karan was sobbing and screeching. I could see Jean Sterling through the mosaic of broken windshield glass. There was blood all over one side of her face. She looked startled and shocked. It's one thing to plan a murder, quite another to be shot at, to be wounded, to take a hit, to feel that deadly thud in your own body. I took 3 fast steps toward the Volvo station wagon. I grabbed the car door and yanked it open. I kept my head down low, close to my chest. My teeth were gritted so hard that they hurt. I grabbed a full handful of Jean Sterling's blonde hair. Then I hit her. I popped Jean with a full, hard shot, same as her husband got. The right side of her face crunched as it met my fist. Jean Sterling sagged over the steering wheel. She must have had a glass jaw. Jean was a killer, but not much of a prize fighter. She went out with the first good punch. We had her now. I had taken her down alive. We finally had Jack and Jill. Her little girl was crying in the front seat, but she wasn't hurt. Neither was the mother. I couldn't have done it any easier, any other way. We had Jack, and now we had Jill. Maybe we would hear the truth. No, we would hear the truth. I grabbed the little girl and held her tight against me. I wanted to erase all this for her. I didn't want her to remember it. I kept repeating, "It's all right, it's all right, everything is all right." It wasn't, though. I doubted it ever would be again. Not for the Sterling children, not for my own kids, not for any of us. There are no rules anymore. Chapter 111. The night of the capture of Jean and Brett Sterling, the television networks were filled with the powerful, highly disturbing story. I did a brief interview with CNN, but mostly I declined the attention. I went home and stayed there. President Edward Mahoney delivered a statement at 9. Jack and Jill had wanted Edward Mahoney to be president, I couldn't help thinking as I watched him address hundreds of millions of people around the world. Maybe he was involved with the shooting. Maybe not. But someone had wanted him to be president instead of Thomas Burns, and Burns had distrusted Mahoney. All I knew about Mahoney was that he and 2 Cuban partners had made a fortune in the cable business. Mahoney had then become a popular governor of Florida. I remembered that there had been a lot of money behind his campaign. Look for the money. I watched the dramatic three-ring TV circus along with Nana and the kids. Damon and Janelle knew too much to be excluded from the big picture now. From their perspective, their daddy was a hero. I was someone to be proud of, and maybe even listen to and obey every now and again. But probably not. Janny and Rosie the cat cuddled with me on the couch as we watched the non-stop parade of news features on the assassination and the subsequent capture of the real Jack and Jill. Every time I appeared in a film sequence, Janny gave me a kiss on the cheek. "You approve of your pop?" I asked her after one of her best, loudest smackers. "Yes, very much so," Janny told me. "I love seeing you on TV. So does Rosie. You're handsome and you talk real nice. You're my hero." "What do you have to say, Damon?" I checked on His Royal Majesty's reaction to the strange goings-on. Damon grinned ear to ear. He couldn't help himself. "Pretty good," he admitted. "I feel good inside." "I hear you," I said to my young cub. "You want to give me a hug?" He did, so I knew Damon was happy with me for the moment. That was important to me. Mater familias, I asked for Nana's opinion last. She was propped up in her favorite armchair. She hugged herself tightly as she watched the traumatic news coverage with rapt attention and a snide commentary. "Not familias enough lately," she offered a quick complaint. "Well, mostly I agree with Janny and Damon. I don't see why the white Secret Service man is taking most of the credit, though. Seems to me that the president got shot on his watch." "Maybe he got shot on all of our watches," I said to her. Nana shrugged her deceptively frail-looking shoulders. "At any rate, as always, I'm proud of you, Alex. Has nothing to do with the heroics, though. I'm proud of you because of you." "Thank you," I told Nana. "Nobody can say anything nicer, not to anybody." "I know that." Nana got the last word in. Then she finally grinned. "Why do you think I said it?" I hadn't been home much during the past 4 weeks, and we were all hungry for one another's company. We were starved, in fact. Even Rosie the cat got into the act. She was definitely family now, and we were all glad she'd somehow found her way to our house. I didn't mind any of it. Not 1 minute of the attention. I was starved myself. I had a quick regret that my wife Maria wasn't around to enjoy the special moment, but the rest was okay. Pretty good, actually. Our life was going to get back to normal again now. I vowed it would happen this time. The next morning I was up to take Damon over to the Sojourner Truth School. The place was already bouncing back nicely. Innocence has a short memory. I stopped by Christine Johnson's office, but she wasn't back at work yet. Nobody knew when she would return to the school, but they all missed her like a cure for the flu. So did I. So did I. There was something special about her. I hoped she was going to be all right. I got home at 8:45 that morning. The house on 5th Street was incredibly quiet and peaceful. Kind of nice, actually. I put on Billie Holiday, The Legacy 1933 to 1958, one of my all-time favorites. The phone rang about 9. The damn infernal phone. It was Jay Grayer. I couldn't imagine why he'd be calling me at home. I almost didn't want to hear the reason for his call. "Alex, you have to come out to Lorton Prison," he said in an urgent-sounding voice. "Please come right now." Chapter 112. I broke every posted speed limit traveling out to the federal prison in Virginia. My head was spinning, threatening to come right off, to smash through the car windshield. As a homicide detective, you need to think that you're strong and that you can take just about anything that's dished out, but sooner or later you find out you really can't. Nobody can. I had been to Lorton Prison a few times before. The kidnapper and mass killer Gary Sonergy had been kept in maximum security there once upon a time. I arrived about 10 in the morning. It was a crisp, blue-skied morning. A few reporters were in the parking lot and on the side lawns when I arrived. "What do you know, Detective Cross?" one of them asked. "Beautiful morning," I said. "You can quote me. Feel free." This is where the Sterlings were being held in custody, where the government had decided to keep them until their trial for the murder of Thomas Burns. "Alex, you have to come out to Lorton Prison. Please come right now." I met Jay Grayer on the 4th floor of the prison building. Warden Marion Campbell was there, too. The two of them looked as pale as the institution's stucco walls. "Oh, God damn, Alex," Dr. Campbell groaned when he saw me approaching. The two of us went back. I took his hand and shook it firmly. "Let's go upstairs," he said. More police and prison personnel were posted outside an examination room on the 5th floor. Grayer and I filed inside behind the warden and his closest aides. My heart was in my throat. We had to wear blue surgical masks and clear plastic gloves for the occasion. We were having trouble breathing, even without the masks. "Oh, God damn it," I muttered as we entered the room. Jean and Brett Sterling were dead. The two bodies were laid out on matching stainless steel tables. Both Sterlings were stripped naked. The overhead lighting was bright and harsh. The glare was overpowering. The whole scene was beyond my powers of comprehension, beyond anyone's. Jack and Jill were dead. Jack and Jill had been murdered inside a federal prison. "God damn it! God damn them!" I said into my surgical mask. Brett Sterling was well built and looked powerful even in death. I could imagine him as Sarah Rosen's lover. I noticed that the bottoms of his feet were dirty, probably walking barefoot in his cell all night. Pacing? Waiting for someone to come for him? Who had gotten inside Lorton and done this? Was he murdered? What in the name of God had happened? How could it happen here? Jean Sterling had pasty white skin, and she wasn't in good physical shape. She looked much better in tailored gray and blue suits than in the nude. Above her black pubic hair was a soft roll of paunch. Her legs were crisscrossed with varicose veins. She'd had a nosebleed either before she died or while she was dying. Neither of the Sterlings seemed to have suffered much. Was that a clue for us? They both had been found dead in their cells at the same 5 a.m. guard check. They had died close to the same time. According to plan? Of course, according to plan. But whose plan was it? Jack and Jill came to Lorton Prison, and what happened to them here? What the hell happened out here last night? Who finally killed Jack and Jill? They both underwent extensive body searches when they were brought here, Warden Campbell said to Jay and me. This may have been a joint suicide, but they had to have help, even for that. Someone got them the poison between 6 last night and early this morning. Somebody got inside their cells. Dr. Marion Campbell looked directly at me. His eyes were bleary and wild and incredibly red-rimmed. There was a small amount of skin and blood under her right index finger. She fought someone. Jean Sterling tried to fight back. She was murdered, at least I think so. She didn't want to die, Alex. I closed my eyes for a second or two. It didn't help. Everything was the same when I opened them again. Jean and Brett Sterling still lay naked and dead on the 2 stainless steel tables. They had been executed, professionally, without passion. That was the eeriest part. It was almost as if Jack and Jill had been visited and murdered by Jack and Jill. Had a ghost murdered Jean and Brett Sterling? I was afraid we'd never know. We weren't supposed to know. We weren't important enough to know the truth. Except maybe one tenet, one principle. There are no rules. Not for some people, anyway. Chapter 113. I always want everything tied up nice and neat with a bright ribbon and bow on the package. I want to be the mastermind dragon slayer on every case. It just doesn't work out that way. Probably wouldn't be any fun if it did. I spent the next 2.5 days at the Sterling house working side by side with the Secret Service and FBI. Jay Grayer and Kyle Craig both came out to the house in Chevy Chase. I had an idea in the back of my head that maybe Jean Sterling had left us a clue to go on, something to get back at her murderers. Just in case. I figured that she was capable of something nasty and vengeful like that. Her last dirty trick. After 2.5 days, we didn't find anything in the house. If there had been a clue, then someone had gotten into the house first. I didn't discount that possibility. Kyle Craig and I talked out in the kitchen late the afternoon of the 3rd day. We were both pretty well worn to the bone. We opened a couple of Brett Sterling's microbrewery ales and had a chat about life, death, and infinity. You ever hear of the notion, too many logical suspects? I asked Kyle as we sipped our beers in the quiet of the Sterling kitchen. Not that specific language, but I can see how it applies here. We have scenarios that could implicate the CIA, the military, maybe big business, maybe even President Mahoney. History rarely moves in straight lines. I nodded at Kyle's answer. As usual, he was a quick study. 35 years after the Kennedy assassination, the only thing that's certain is that there was some kind of conspiracy, I said to him. No way to reconcile the physical evidence, ballistic and medical, with one shooter in Dallas, Kyle said. So there's the same goddamn problem. Too many logical suspects. To this day, nobody can rule out the possible involvement of Lyndon Johnson, the Army, a CIA black op, the Mafia, your outfit's old boss. There are such obvious parallels to what's happened here, Kyle. A possible coup d'etat to eliminate a troublemaker in office with a much friendlier replacement. LBJ, and now Mahoney, waiting in the wings. The CIA and the military were extremely angry at both JFK and Thomas Burns. The system fiercely resists change. Keep that in mind, Alex, Kyle said to me. The system fiercely resists change. And also troublemakers. I frowned, but nodded my head. I have it in mind. Thanks for all your help. Kyle reached out his hand, and we shook. "Too many logical suspects," I said. "Is that part of the nasty badass plot, too? Is that their idea for cover in daylight?" "It wouldn't surprise me if it was. Nothing surprises me anymore." "I'm going home to see my kids," I finally said. "I can't think of anything better to do," Kyle said and smiled and waved for me to go on and get out of there. Chapter 114. I came home and played with the kids, tried to be there for them. I kept flashing on the face of Thomas Burns, though. Occasionally I saw beautiful little Chanel Green or Vernon Wheatley, or even poor George Johnson, Christine's husband. I saw the corpses of Jean and Brett Sterling on those stainless steel gurneys at Lorton Prison. I worked some hours at the soup kitchen at St. A's over the next few days. I'm Mr. Peanut Butter Man there. I ration out the PB&J and occasionally a little pro bono advice for those more or less unfortunate than myself. I really enjoy the work. I get back even more than I give. I couldn't concentrate on much of anything, though. I was there, but I wasn't really there. The concept of no rules was stuck like a fishbone in my throat. I was choking on it. There really were too many suspects to chase down and ultimately solve the murder of Thomas Burns, and there were limitations to how much a DC cop could do on such a case. "It's over now," I tried to tell myself. "Except the parts you'll always carry with you." One night that week, late, I was out on the sun porch. I was scratching Rosie the cat's back, and she was purring sweetly. I was thinking about playing the piano, but I didn't do it. No Billy Smith, no Gershwin, no Oscar Peterson. The monsters, the furies, the demons were loose in my mind. They came in all shapes and sizes, all genders, but they were human monsters. This was Dante's Divine Comedy, all 9 circles, and we were all living here together. Finally, I began to play my piano. I played Stardust, and then Body and Soul, and I was soon lost in the glorious sounds. I didn't think about a call I'd had earlier in the week. I had been suspended from the D.C. police force. It was a disciplinary action. I had struck out at my superior, Chief George Pittman. Yes, I had. I was guilty as charged. So what? And now what? I heard a knock at the porch door, then a second rap. I wasn't expecting company, and didn't want any. I hoped it wasn't Sampson. It was too late for any visitors I needed to see that night. I grabbed my gun, reflex action, force of habit. Terrifying habit when you stop to think about it, which I did. I rose from the piano bench and went to see who was there. After all the bad things that had happened, I almost expected to see the killer Gary Sonergy come to finally get even, or at least to try his luck. I opened the back door, and I found myself smiling. No, I actually glowed. A light went on, or went back on, inside my head. What a nice surprise. I felt much, much better in an instant. It just happened that way. Pack up all my cares and woes. I couldn't sleep, Christine Johnson said to me. I recognized the line I had used once at her house. I remembered Damon's line, "She's even tougher than you are, Daddy." "Hello, Christine. How are you?" God, I'm glad it's you, I whispered. As opposed to, she asked. Everyone else. I took Christine's hand in mine, and we went inside the house on 5th Street. Home. Where there are still rules, and everybody is safe, and the Dragon Slayer is alive and well. Chapter 115. It really doesn't end. The cruel, relentless nightmare, the roller coaster ride from hell. It was Christmas Eve, and the stockings were hung from the chimney with care. Damon, Janny, and I had almost finished decorating the tree, the final touch being long strings of popcorn and shiny red cranberries. The damn telephone rang, and I picked it up. Nat King Cole sang carols in the background. A fresh layer of snow glistened on the tiny patch of lawn outside. "Hello," I said. "Why, hello. If it isn't Dr. Detective Cross himself, what a neat treat." I didn't have to ask who the caller was. I recognized the voice. The sound of it had been in my nightmares for a while. Years. "Long time no talk," Gary Sonergy said. "I've missed you, Dr. Cross. Have you missed me?" Gary Sonergy had kidnapped 2 young children in Washington a few years back. Then he'd led us on an incredible search that lasted for months. Of all the murderers I'd known, Sonergy was the brightest. He had even fooled some of us into believing that he was a split personality. He'd escaped from prison twice. "I've thought of you," I finally told him the truth. "Often." "Well, I just called to wish you and yours a happy and holy holiday season. I've been born again, you see." I didn't say anything to Sonergy. I waited. The kids had picked up that something was wrong about the phone call. They watched me until I waved for them to finish up with the Christmas tree. "Oh, there's one other thing, Dr. Cross," Sonergy whispered after a long pause. I knew there was something. "What is it, Gary? What's the one other thing?" "Are you enjoying her? I just had to ask. I have to know. Do you like her?" I held my breath. He knew about Christine, goddamn him. "You see, I was the one who left little Rosie the cat for your family. Nice touch, don't you think? So whenever